stream announcement. What? Right? I can add games that people have on Discord? Why would I want to do that? No, that was not Arrow Eats. What are you on about? Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Okay, I need to grab this. Put it here. Now I take this and I make a Q&A. Okay, I have everything. I just added folks. We have the Q&A set up, and we are good to go. Hiya. How's it going? I am Arrow. If you don't know me, I am a TTRPG VTuber. I talk about storytelling, TTRPGs, video games. I make a fool of myself daily. Literally daily. I make content every single day. Nice Wednesday, right? Wait, I have something for this. I considered doing this, but do I still have these? That's not what I wanted to do. I had like lights that I could put on, and I think I removed them at one point. Anyway, hi. We recently hit 50,000 subscribers. Yes, applaud. That's all you. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is all you. No, I would like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank my parents, God, and Obama. That's why I use a Oxford comma. Fun fact is because did you know that with the Oxford comma, there's a legitimate point of confusion where if you say, these are my, ignore the gunshot, parents, and I don't do the, and I do the Oxford comma there. This could be Obama and God. This way it is phrased right now implies that Obama and God are my parents. Whereas if I use the Oxford comma, it's clear that I'm referring to a group of people that includes my parents, Obama, and God. And this is the specific example I think of every time I think about the Oxford comma. And when I see people not use the Oxford comma, I think to myself, are your parents Obama and God? Anyway, yes. For those of you who are just like, oh yeah, immediately sidetrack. Oh, hi, Arrow, blah, 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 blah. Wow, that's a lot of people. Yes, ignore the gunshots. Is that too much to ask? Do I have to like sit here on my knees begging you to ignore the gunshots going off outside your room? Do I have to prostrate myself across the floor and say, oh no, don't worry about the fact that there's gunshots and that you live in a hostile like work environment and that you go by government housing of Section 8, you and a group of your allies, like, do you want me to do all that? Wait a minute, that's not me. That's Twitch, isn't it? Oh, you goobers. You goobers. If you don't know, I have alerts set up where on Twitch, you can shoot people. And I have it where if you're on Twitch, but I'm streaming on YouTube, you can still do the alerts from Twitch. It just doesn't do anything. So if you want, you could go over to Twitch chat right now, twitch.tv/AroRights, spend a channel point and shoot someone. Oh, right. I was going to do like a whole thing here. My plan for today, because yesterday or Monday. Does anyone have a collaborative whiteboard website? I'm not going to lie. I was going to do this on Monday and then I had to kick it. I was going to do it on Monday for a Discord stream. And then I'm like, what if we just do it on a main stream? What if instead of me like being the whiteboard bourgeois, I open the floodgates to the whiteboard proletariat and we collectively seize the means of production and we like make something. Gartic Phone? No, Gartic Phone is like a game, right? I'm looking for like literally just it's MS Paint, but like 30 people can do it at once. No shoot, please. Listen, you can't just come to my stream and ask not to be shot. That's like going to the doctors and asking not to be shot. Just with a different type of shot. You know, let's play Gartic Phone all the... Do we want to just... Okay, I ain't gonna front. Last night, I was up until like 2 a.m. playing 40K with Neko Boy Blue, who's in chat. He was playing Orcs, I was playing Chaos Space Marines, and I didn't have my thumbnail made, and I didn't have a plan for today, and I was like, oh, yeah, this will be so easy. Like, I'll just like play some 40K, we'll be here for like 2-3 hours, and then like I can like spend the last like hour before I go to bed and I can set up stream tomorrow. And then I didn't. Cool Warband I played. So I played Deceptors because we were playing a 1K army. We were playing a 1K thing. We just played Tabletop Sim. So this is Alpha Legion. I used Alpha Legion colors because I have access to models on Tabletop Sim. And I actually didn't have Possessed, which is like Chaos Space Marines, but they're possessed by demons, and so they have like tentacle arms, they have like blade legs, and they have like distended jaws kind of deal. And so I grabbed a different army models where I used Noise Marines from Emperor's Children as my possessed, which I like the idea that out of all of them, out of my entire army, the only ones that had non-Alpha Legion colors were the possessed because they fully given themselves over to the Dark Gods. And like, listen, I know it's out of character for you. I know this is crazy. At this point, I'm pretty confident that out of all of the Chaos Gods, I would be Slaanesh corrupted. It's crazy, I know. But like, for a while, I was thinking, well, I have the whole violence thing with chat, so like, Khorne would make a lot of sense. Nurgle is the only one that doesn't really make sense, because like, Tzeentch, I love being tricky, and I like being silly, and I like changing fate or whatever, but like, I am kind of like, I don't know. I'm everything Slaanesh is, but at like a 4 out of 10. You know, if Slaanesh is at like at a 10 out of 10, I'm at like a 4 out of 10 on the Slaanesh scale, right? Whereas like I feel like I'm like a 3 on the Tzeentch scale, a 3 on the Khorne scale, and a 0 on the Nurgle scale, right? Listen, my toxic relationship with chat, you got it. I would be a noise marine. Okay, I would be a noise marine because I love sonic attacks. For those of you who don't know, how many of you don't know 40K? So first off, I'm going to give it a moment. How many of you do not know anything about 40K? Also, after that, I'm going to give it 5 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Hi, I'm Aro. I make TTRPGs. I talk TTRPGs. I make storytelling. I talk storytelling. I talk 40K. I play 40K. If you don't know, I like to say hello to you if you come to my stream, whether you are a VOD watcher or you're a lurker or you're an active participant. So if you are here and if you want to say hi, feel free to drop it in chat. I will respond to you. This is where we do the hi wall. And I will just like call you out and be like, hey, how's it going? If you want to share like one good thing that happened to you recently, that's also acceptable. Like, hi, I just like successfully defended my master's thesis. Like, oh, wow, incredible. Like that's the kind of stuff you can share. But ultimately, I just like to have it set up where everyone can say hello. Tonight on Bottom Gear, Aro's entire game plan versus one squad of commandos. Okay, first of all, that's a kamikaze by words. You just called yourself a bottom. Second of all, that one group of commandos single-handedly swapped the game from, oh, this is going to be like me setting up. Okay, I'm going to talk noise marines first, but I'm going to come back to commandos. I'm going to put a pin in it. Someone in like 5 minutes after I say hi to everyone and then I talk about sonic attacks, like remind me to talk commandos, and I'm gonna rant at you about how like Neko perfectly managed and did the most orky thing, did the most blood axe thing of just perfectly dismantling my strategy through sheer stupidity. Like Neko, I don't think you planned for that, at least not to the extent that like it worked out for you. Okay, hi, Sergeant and Anya and Echo and Licorice and Can and everyone else. Eltrian and Beluga and I'm a Gun and Neko and Sue and Shadow and Yextris and Simos and Man with Chainsaw and DP and Comerex and Maddie and B and Lauren and I think, no, that's Matrick and Knight of Dice and Feral and Consola and Sable and everyone else who is either in chat or lurking or watching the VOD. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We hit 50,000 subscribers. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. My main thing of today, I just want it to be a chill, fun stream. I want to chat. I want to do what we normally do, but with an emphasis on kind of like what inspires you. What is like your guiding light? Not necessarily in life, but in creativity, in inspiration. Whoa, 56 choppas upon you. Aro, is your car all right? I heard you hit a milestone. Okay, my car is not all right. Screw talking Warhammer. My car, ever since I've moved across the country, I have had non-stop car issues. Minor ones, but nonetheless. I move here. Want to know what happens week 1 of me moving here? Does anyone have a guess what happens week 1 of me moving here? Across the country. East Coast, West Coast. I drove here over the span of a week. I move in here. I finally secure a house after I've been looking for like multiple months to finally rent here. Like I finally have an apartment. Week 1, after I finally move in my apartment, they tow my car. They tow my car and then they charge me $800 to get it back. Week 1 of being here. Why? Because someone's driveway was like this. And so it had like this little like this curve up, because you know how like driveways like they like that. Apparently, I was parked like this. Because there was like a car in front of it and there was no space. So I was parked and I was blocking unironically like less than 6 inches of the curved part of someone's driveway. And that is apparently grounds to tow your car. So that was a lesson learned. And literally, no, I literally went to the like I had one of my roommates who I had met a couple days prior drive me to the impound, and I go in there and I explain my situation, and he's just like, listen, some people have nothing better to do on a Sunday morning at 7 a.m., mind you. This was not like, oh man, it was like I blocked him in on like a work day or anything. No, it was 7 a.m. at a Sunday. So anyway, they do that, and I had to pay like $800. And like the guy was just like, listen, you have out-of-state plates. Some people just have nothing better to do. I'm sorry. Like I can drop like, there's like a surcharge that goes on top of it, but because this is your first time and like this is clearly like you're getting screwed, I'll like drop the surcharge. So it went from like $850 to $800, or like it went from $800 to $750, and it's like, okay, fine, I appreciate that. And then funny enough, actually, I had a very pleasant conversation with like the dude in the actual like impound, where he was like leading me to my, like a different guy, he was leading me to my car, and we're talking. He's like, yeah, I'm actually from New York. And I'm like, oh really? I'm from the New York area. And then we start talking about it. Or no, it was not that he's from New York. It was that he really wanted to go to New York. He really wanted, and I'm like, yeah, I'm from the New York area. And then he's like, oh, well, what would you recommend if you went to New York City? I'm like, well, obviously I have all the tourist traps. You have like the Empire State Building, and you have like the Statue of Liberty, but also you have stuff like the high rise, which is a old railway that goes through the city that is mostly, I think it's entirely in Manhattan. And it has since been converted into a park. Just a long walkable park that has like gardens and flowers and like grass all over it. And so it's super walkable. It's free. You can just walk up there. There's a bunch of stands and stores or whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, awesome. So I had a very pleasant conversation with this dude. As I'm paying, like after I just paid $750 to get my car back week 1. Right? What else happens? There's street sweeping that I have to be aware of. And like twice now, I have been victim of the street sweeping. Once was really my fault. Once was my bad. Once was, I didn't like realize, I forgot, and it was like, oh, that super sucks. But like, whatever. I have to pay $100 for not moving my car. Jeez, dude. Like, I get that the whole point is that you just move your car, and the whole point of the fine is it's enough money that you don't want to like, if it was only like $20, no one would move their car. That is just like, oh, I'm paying for my parking by paying $20. $100 is enough. You want to move your car. I understand that. But like, geez, dude, that time. The other time I moved my car. So okay. So like streets like this, right? This is one day. This is like another day. I bet it's the same person that rides a motorcycle fast when you're streaming. Oh my gosh. So like, if I park my car here, and like, let's just say like Saturday, this is when the street sweeps. So this, like, if my car here is on Saturday between the hours of like 7 a.m. and 8 a.m., I am liable to get a ticket because that is when they're trying to street sweep, right? And then this one might be like Sunday between 9 and 10. So what I can do is I can take my car here on like a Friday night, move it onto this side of the street, right? And then on Saturday night, I can move back. Okay, we have a plan. The issue is everyone else has the exact same plan. So then you run into the issue of, oh, it's Saturday night. My car is here. Or sorry, it's Friday night. My car is here. This entire road, literally from start to end for like over a mile, over like 2 kilometers long, packed with cars. Because everyone had the exact same idea. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll go over here, right? And like over here, I can just park there because this isn't Saturday, this isn't Sunday. I'll be fine. It's Monday. Okay, so the issue with, like, it's not every week. So Monday happened, and then for the rest of the week, this should be good, right? Because this is fine, and then we go through the rest of the week, and then we hit Saturday, and then we hit Sunday. That's how it should work. except for the fact that apparently it's staggered. So instead of going Monday, Saturday, Sunday, like what makes sense, it went Saturday, Sunday, Monday. One of these times, I moved my car to the Monday spot out of the way because I was literally the only spot I could find parking. And then I proceeded to get a ticket by moving my car out of the way of a different ticket spot. And my one of my tires has a hole in it. So now it's constantly deflating. And I have to constantly go back to like Costco because they have free air. Anyway, that's my car troubles. I have had worse car troubles. Cars and I do not get along. I have never been a car guy, a car girly. I think it would be cool. I think it would be useful to understand how to do all that stuff. We do not vibe that way. Arrow, are you okay? I'm fine. However, you got me talking about, I don't even know who mentioned cars. Someone mentioned cars and like a sleeper agent. I just went off it. We were talking about 40K before. Car-centric city design is awful. It is. Like, okay. Anyone who says, no, but I like my car. Okay, good. Making walkable. And personally, after having experienced New York City, I've been into San Francisco, like public transit, I would dare say is almost more important than walkability. I don't think it is quite. However, on the tier list, you can be driving your car in like, I don't know, like New York City. I don't see why you ever would, but you can. And so that doesn't stop investing more in public transit or making it more walkable. Just because you want to drive your car in a suburban environment doesn't mean that it can't also be walkable or public transit. And that's the issue, is that when people say, but I like driving my car. Okay, that's awesome. I'm glad you enjoy driving your car. Don't force driving your car as the only option on everyone else. I have chronic leg pains and I still rather have everything I need be within walking distance or accessible by public transit. Yeah. And like, whenever I go into the city, I have a car. I can drive into a city. I could drive into New York City, park at the Port Authority. Like, I can drive into one of the nearby cities by me, and I can like just do that. However, driving sucks in the city, and parking double sucks. It's so much more convenient to like take a bus in, right? I've taken the bus in from like where I lived, East Coast, into New York City before. Super, like it takes like an hour and a half, but so does driving. The only difference is that I pay like $8 or like $10 or $12 or whatever for a bus ticket instead of $8, $10, $12 for parking, right? I think Arrow once lived where I lived. I mean, maybe. Transportation should not be a commodity. Well, I know it should be a commodity. You're hearing. Let's talk Noise Marines. So, do I have any music playing? I don't have any music playing. Man, I've just been like in silence ranting about cars. I must sound delusional. I know that's why you're all here there. Hi, I'm Arrow. Public transit almost forces walkability. I mean, yeah, because you have to be able to access train and bus stops. Do I take music suggestions? Not for stream. On stream, I exclusively use if it is royalty free or if I made it, because I don't want to get copyright struck. I have played like a minute of copyrighted music before, and my entire stream has been struck. So I don't mess with streams with copyrighted music. Good transition. Thank you. What about Bad Apple covered by Cat? Okay. Can I confess something? I still don't know what Bad Apple is. All I know is that everyone keeps saying like, oh, here's Bad Apple, but it's the dictionary. Here's Bad Apple, but it's like Renaissance paintings. Here's Bad Apple, but whatever. Like, I still don't know what Bad Apple is. I assume it's like an anime song. Dare I say it's like a Miku Vocaloid song. It's a track from Toho. Is that Vocaloid? I don't know what Toho is. I thought Project Sekai was Miku, and then I read about Nekopara, and I heard that Nekopara was a sussy game, like produced by Project Sekai. So I'm like, oh, Sekai is just the publisher, and like I don't know what Toho is. Toho Sekai, the bullet hell game. I thought it was the rhythm game. Bro doesn't know about Toho. No, I don't. I don't. It's chess? What the frick? Okay. Toho. Is this Toho? Is this the game? You could tell me that this is like Genshin Impact and I would believe you. Like if you just told me, oh yeah, I love playing the Hoyoverse games. My favorite one, like, oh, here's Isekai, magical girl, and then you showed me this, I'd be like, okay, yeah, this seems like a terrible gacha game. Got it. Toe's like the oldest Japanese community in existence. That's a lie. First of all, weebs, like Japanese weebs of Japanese culture. Second of all, whoa, microphone upon ye. So is it a rhythm game? The one and only thing I know about Toho is I've seen a lot of people's profile pics from it. Okay. What's really funny is whenever you're like, okay, I know this is not healthy of me. Can I give you guys a toxic trait? Can I reveal my dark side? Can I pull down the mask for 50,000 subscribers? One of the things I find really... one of my favorite things is when I'm in an argument with someone. Is that when someone disagrees with me. And I know I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't do this. However, when people, particularly online, are arguing about me and they get really serious, but they have like an anime profile picture or their name is like Weeb360, or dare I say that I see them leave a different unrelated comment that is like in ooh-woo speak or like with a :3 or something. I love just being like, nice argument, however, anime profile picture. Like, okay, if they make a good argument, what their profile picture is should not matter. If that does not indicate their rhetoric, even if it is something that is like silly or dare I say even problematic, like that doesn't make their argument any less solid, regardless of their how they choose to present themselves. However, I think it's so, and they get so mad at me. They get so angry. Why use :3 when you can use... What does this mean? Is this some kind of like bandit? Like, so if I rotate this, like, do you see what I'm getting at? Like, this is like this is a bandana that you have, like it's tied off to the side. And it's like, reach for the stars. Wizard cat? Why would I think that's a wizard cat? Like, okay, like... Whose first thought is wizard? Okay, the C. The C. I don't understand the C. I still don't understand the C. If someone does this... I understand. I've been told. I've been informed. This is the tongue. This is a tongue. It's a paw? Oh, it's like a... Okay, I understand now. I get it now. I understand. I'm sorry, y'all have like terrible taste in emoticons. It's a C. The C is a paw, like tee-hee. What the frick? Like, I had no idea for the longest time what this was. And then I asked people, and people told me it's a tongue. Evil thought? What the? What is? What the frick? Is this like a slanted wizard hat bird? Like this is a beak? It's like Kilroy is here? I think I have colon P. Well, no. Colon P is like this. Colon P. Okay. Call me a boomer. Call me a boomer, if you will. Call me a like stuckety old hag. Call me unk. Call me whatever you will. Despite the fact that emoticons are older than emojis. What the frick is? What is this? This isn't real. This is like, is this the Grinch? I prefer Japanese style emoticons. They are really, I will say, Japanese style emoticons, I don't really understand them, but I think they're really cute. I will say that. And maybe that's because I'm a weeb. Maybe that's because I'm a VTuber and therefore I am like legally obligated to have an appreciation of Japanese culture. Else I would be taken out back and shot 3 times in the back of the head and unanimously ruled a self-termination. Right? Even got a Christmas... That's a Christmas hat! Oh! Got it. That's Santa. I can't believe we're educating Aro on modern emoticon. That's the thing. Okay. I have a thought. How many, like, on average, in like a, let's say a 5-message text exchange, what do you think is the average amount of emojis I use? And so, like, how many emojis do you think I use when I'm sending 5 messages? When I'm sending 5 messages, and how many emoticons do you think I use? 3.6, 2, none. Camerex is right. I don't use emojis or emoticons. Like, I use emojis for announcements on the Discord server. I use announcements because that needs more like being able to like separate and eye-catching. And I use like a heart when I do my schedule posting. I've been using hearts more often. Like the yellow heart is my signature. And then like that has kind of bled into in my private life. I've also started sending hearts more regularly. But aside from that, I really don't send them. As someone who isn't 1,000 years old, I prefer emoticons more than emojis by a lot. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Back in... Y'all gonna freak at this. Back in the day, I was something of an emoticon user. I was something of a with a hip little emoticon use. I knew that on the Google suite of applications, such as Google Messenger, if you did colon, open parentheses, colon, close parentheses, that would not only make a pig, that would also turn into a pig emoji. I knew that if you had open bracket, colon, line, close bracket, that would become a robot. I may have understood that if it was colon, open, close, close, that'd be a monkey. I may have dabbled back in the ye olden days. Heart is mass-produced cheap. Handcrafted with love. Okay, so I don't use the red emoji heart. Like, the smile emote is so much better than the emoji. Yes, I agree. However, I, more often than not, I will say less than 3, and it will auto-correct to a heart. And that's led to some awkward circumstances where I've been talking to someone and I'm like I'm like sending a message to them, and then randomly I'm heart emoting them in the middle of my message because I'm trying to indicate less than 3. Takes me back to classic ASCII commands like rough. Oh my gosh, dude, ASCII art is a domain that I've never found myself privy to, and I fear the power its practitioners hold. Not because I think that ASCII art is inherently powerful, but because I know they're all also 4chaners. And I fear 4chaners with an evolutionary, like, twinge to my bones. I am the perfect target demographic for them to be creepy weirdo to. They're like I'm not the demographic that they're going to be hostile to. I'm the demographic that they're going to be creepy weirdo to. Taking aim at Arrow for that emoticon slander. You have a gun. What the frick? That's awesome. I love emoticons. I thought OO was just a cute face emoticon. Then I learned it's associated with furries by then, and it was too late. Oh. I feel it's okay. Maybe it's just more people are like stealth furries than I thought. At this point, I thought OO was kind of like co-opted. I thought OO and Uwu were kind of like co-opted by like what are they called? They called like cute girls? Like what's the classification of girl who's like, it's not a Hello Kitty girl, but it's like generally likes Hello Kitty and Sanrio, super pink, super femme, super like soft, demure. OO is also the name of Thoth, yes. No, not the Amogus. E-girl? I guess E-girl. I thought it was kind of co-opted by E-girls. Like, a furry, I am not, but I can respect and empathize with your culture being taken by another group. Which I will say, there's a funny meme I saw where it was a tech finance guy. Heard like at a university, he was like taking finance classes. He heard there was a furry meetup right by like one of his classes, so he went to the furry meetup and apparently like just started like networking, and then talked to some furries, and then got like an internship at like a Fortune 500 company. Because if you don't know, furries, they rule the world. Furries, IT, military, finance. They rule the world. But then someone quote tweeted that, and they're just like, what was it? Like the college finance major going to a furry convention to network, and it's just a bunch of people wearing fursuit heads and G-strings. Like, and then I sent this to a friend. I sent this to A, who is a furry. And he's just like, yeah, absolutely. If someone went to a FurCon trying to network, I think they would have to like sleep around in order to get something. And I'm like, eee. A friend of mine is a university teacher who managed to sneak Uwu as an abbreviation for a school project. That's really silly. Thank furries for making global server infrastructure. No, like, there's a meme where it's just like a furry convention in Ohio or something. And it's like all of the major software engineers from California and like Silicon Valley are taking the one plane to get there. So like if that one plane goes down, the entire like Western sphere of like infrastructure digitally will just like be thrown out the window because we lost like 40 to 80 furries on that flight. My Little Pony fans and furries are somehow the best programmers. I don't see how you say somehow. So, okay. Generally speaking, when you're... I actually don't know much about My Little Pony fans. All I know is that apparently, like, 3/4 of y'all are great. 1/4 of y'all are, like, actual, like, not, oh, haha, you're so degenerate. Like, no, like, literal actual degenerates. And, like, scary degenerates. So it's, like, 3/4, 1/4. Furries. I feel like one of the big overlaps between them is obviously that they're both animals. And I think that means that if you're neurodivergent, and particularly if you're autistic, you probably relate to them better or have a better opportunity relating to them, because when you have animal characters, be it a pony or a fursona, you kind of have to have them be more emotive and be more expressive and be more communicative in their desires and interests, because neurotypical people making it assume a neurotypical person cannot pick up on the subtleties of, like, I don't know, pony or whatever. So I think part of it is they communicate in a way that neurodivergent people find more friendly. Thank you, also. So that's my guess. And my assumption is that because autistic people are more, like, furries are very neurodivergent, furries are very queer. I don't know MLP fans. I mean, I've known MLP fans. I don't know the community very well. But they tend to attract neurodivergent fans, and neurodivergent people tend to be really, really good at programming. Generally, for two reasons. One is because, like, hyperfixation and hyperfocus. But then also because it is a constraint of rules. With programming, particularly something like Java, but, like, even, like, Python, which is broadly considered the most, like, anarcho-communist of programming languages, is pretty, like, defined in what you can and can't do. And if there's one thing autistic people are amazing at, by and large, is working within a set of rules and maximizing the output given constraints. Generally speaking, if you have someone who is autistic, they will really struggle if you give them no direction and say, figure it out. Like, I give you the tools, you give me an output. But if you tell them, I want you to do this by this date using these tools within these constraints, they will probably be able to do it better than most neurotypical people. And arachno-communist, oh my gosh. Python, you can write a book and it'll still somehow compile. I'm doing that on Saturday. I'm doing that with a programming stream on Twitch. Stop calling me out, me, a CS student who loves Java, who just so happens to be neurodivergent. No, Linux users actually likes Unix. Linux, they're only using it to sound different. It's cool because they can't go for 5 minutes without being like, look at me, look at my Linux, why don't you want to bully me? Is there a branch of mathematically derived sciences that isn't predominantly LGBT? Screw it. LGBT STAM. Like, we're just going to add STEAM, if you really want, into LGBT. Basically part of the community anyway. If you're a cis-het, straight, like, mathematician, welcome on in. You're an ally. Like, that's just what we're going to do now. Fun fact, we came a hair's breadth from some crazy fraction of the world's internet infrastructure being compromised, and some German Linux volunteer caught the exploit 2 weeks before it went live. Oh my gosh. A friend, half my friend group is furries and half my friend group is also some flavor of engineer. Weirdly, they don't overlap. Choosing what color heart emoji you use is very important as it determines character class after transitioning. So, like, I do it for brand reasons. Although, like, I don't use the red heart. I use the yellow heart. And every time I use the yellow heart and I, like, post a schedule or whatever, or sometimes I'll send it to a friend, I get, like, the Google AI overview, because I just look up yellow heart so I can copy paste from a website if it's not in, like, Discord or something. And it'll be like, the yellow heart is often shown to send affection, but in a platonic sense, unlike the red heart, which is all about romance and passion. And I'm like, okay, cool. I chose the friend zone heart. Awesome. That fits. LGBTQI plus 2 STAM. I like LGBTQIA STAM plus, but we include art and STEM. So the thing about STEAM, my understanding of STEAM, if you're in education, if you're education adjacent, let me know if I'm wrong. This is not, oh, arts are just as important or equal to, like, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. They're not in the same camp. They're completely different. Honestly, this should probably be humanities instead of art. However, if you were, like, in the education system, Common Core public school system, between, I want to say, like, was it 90s to, like, mid 2010s? There was a complete I do not have jaundice, excuse you. There's a complete focus on only science, technology, engineering, mathematics, art was seen as like loser cringe. The humanities and social studies were thrown out the window. I don't know about you. Most of my education system, I came from a fairly good school system. Not only like based on like, oh, I'm from the Northeast, blah, 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 but like also like one of the things that my mother really wanted when she moved before I was born was I want to move to an area that has a really good school system. And so I went to a pretty good school system. And most of my educational career, all of my social study teachers were also gym teachers. Or not gym teachers, coaches. And usually that's a situation where they have the teacher be a coach. Like they want the person as a coach for their team. And then they have to have them be an educator. So they throw them in social studies, right? And like I learned a bunch in social studies. I learned about history or whatever. But certainly social studies, English, any degree of arts, none of those were focused on half as much as like my STEM classes. Which I went to a STEM high school, right? I'm a little bit biased here. Look at the viewer count. I mean, I don't check out the viewer count. I just kind of let it do its normal thing. I just realized we reached 71 viewers. I think that's the highest I've ever been. I think highest we've ever been, like unironically, was like 69, or it might have been like 75. Like I'm counting without raids. I've been raided by like 90 people before. So technically speaking, I've had like close to triple digits. We're so close to 60. Okay, some of you leave. Out. I don't care. I don't care if this hurts my metric. I need to hit the funny number. And as we all know, the funny number, the funniest of numbers. Please don't laugh too hard. 60. 8. Thank you. Yeah, we've definitely hit higher before. It's not consistent. Like generally, I mean, I don't talk about this too much. My average viewership prior to the girlfriend video was like mid-20s. And my average max would generally be like mid-30s. And then I released the girlfriend video, and now suddenly my average is like mid-40s. And my max tends to be like high 50s, generally speaking. On a stream like this, where it's like the title is like, oh, it's a celebration, it's a big event, blah, 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 blah. Like that tends to get more views because like, of course you want to support someone during a celebration. I don't expect this is gonna like be consistent. Look at the viewer count right now. It happened. You better have taken a screenshot. You better have screenshotted that. Yeah, the girlfriend video attracted so many new people. And I must say, and I was open about this before. I'll be open about this now. I'll be open about this in the future. There was a couple people who were being silly. There are a couple people who were being weirdo. 95, maybe probably actually at this point, like 99% of people were absolutely lovely. And I have not seen any weirdos since. So I think that me being like pretty aggressive in responding to them made it so that they're like, okay, this is not what we do here. And so everyone kind of course corrected. And now it's just people being amazing, wonderful. And I had so many people who were like, hey, this is exactly my scene. Thank you so much for being respectful and like actually giving it a fair shot when you reviewed it. And like, that's literally what I want to do. What I want to do with this channel is I want to bridge communities. That's why, despite being a TTRPG tuber, I'm also a VTuber, right? I have found, and you may have noticed that like in the past like couple weeks, I've had significantly fewer videos. That have my model in it. And also, when I have a video that has my model, I'm generally there for less of it. Yummers. That's because I found that pretty consistently, views go up when I'm not a VTuber. And comments that are like negative tend to go down when I'm not a VTuber. But at the same time, I consider myself a VTuber and a TTRPG tuber. So it's one of those things where like, I would love if I could just like kick this and like just keep growing. But if you're gonna be the kind of person who is a jerk towards VTubers just on principle, you're not the sort of person I want in the community anyway. So it ends up being a very effective filter where if you're the sort of person who like, oh, VTuber cringe, even though like I've had people say, wow, this is a really good idea, but I'm not going to subscribe because you're a VTuber. Bye. And then I'm like, okay, leave. Like, I don't want you here. Can I come back now? Yes, we hit 69. We hit 68. Yeah, the passive de-arting of American public school. Wonder what the overlap is between the general TTRPG audience, people who are miles deep tisming in archaic tabletop IP lore like BattleTech. Is BattleTech... Okay, please explain this to me. Because I'm constantly confused. BattleTech... Battle Mech are not the same. Battle Mech is the video game series. BattleTech is the like Lancer-like board game. But like Neko, you play Battle Mech, right? Arrow's VTubers rent lowering gunshots. Why do you think there's so many gunshots in the background of this stream? I gotta keep that rent low. Video games are mech war. What the frick? You know, never have I been more thankful that Lancer does not have the word mech in its title. The video games have several different names: Mech Warrior, Mech Commander, Battle Tech. Battle Mech is unrelated. Maybe I'm just doing the XKCD thing, by assuming everyone knows more than I really do. Pretty sure you're the reason 11 Dragon Kid made a... No. So based off of how they responded, 11 Dragon Kid, independently of me, was making a girlfriend video. And then they dropped it. And then, as a result of that, like, someone commented, like, wow, crazy that, like, just a couple days ago, like, Arrow made this and now you did. This is, like, my sign from the universe. And they responded to that comment and said, yeah, when I saw Arrow drop the video 4 days before mine, I panicked. Which implies to me that they were working on it for a while. And, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a terrible example. I am fully a hypocrite in this. Do not listen to me. Like, cover thy ears, for I speak not, but sin in deceit. Like, editing long-form videos should not take 2 days. It should take you like a week. Because if you're healthy about it, you're going to spend between like 1 and 3 hours a day. If you have an 8-minute video, let's say, which is generally where 11 Dragon Kid hits on videos, that's going to be, let's say, an hour per minute of finalized footage. And let's say that maybe you're going really intense, so it ends up being 2 hours. 16. If you're doing 2 hours a day, you need 8 days. And that's maybe you push really hard on the last day and do 4 hours. So you need about a week. You need just under a week. With the girlfriend video, my 20-minute girlfriend video, I did all of it in 72 hours. I think. I don't fully remember, but it was a little bit of a blur. All right, cover my ears. Tell me when you're done. Okay. Done. As a BattleTech nerd with a chaotic, stupid energy, I love info dumping about the games and how close each one is to lore-accurate status. I do wonder. I am curious. Can you make a game that has crazy lore that you then balance around the lore? Because, for instance, 40K fully says Space Marines can do X, Orcs can do Y, Xenos can do X, Z. But like on the tabletop, they're all neutered because they need it to be a fun and balanced board game. Lancer has like deleting reality, but ultimately like that just amounts to, oh, you deal like 2d6 AP damage, which is a lot, but not deleting reality. I am curious if you could make a game with crazy lore and balance around it. And like everyone gets crazy lore. Oh, there's also a game called Mech Assault by the but the lore-loving community ignores it. I heard Troika was kind of that. I have no idea. Frick is... I recognize the name Troika. Troika. Bro, this game sucks. Like, it runs so slow. It's only at 3 horsepower. I amuse myself, in case you couldn't. If you want to get into streaming, you have to learn to be your own biggest supporter. Maybe War Machine? I haven't been part of that community for a while. Isn't that an Iron Man character? Like, more like 30 Is a horse 10 horsepower? I thought horses were 1 horse. I thought a horse was 1 horsepower. Are they 10? Stew Goblin. Extra salt! I will say, I have made a couple of VAs that have very, like... I've done a couple comics, voiceovers, where clearly they are winners with the audience. Right? My favorite ship dynamic. Go-to example. Bottle deposit. I actually, funny enough, I recently just overhauled some of my... Where are they? I just overhauled some of my playlists. And I made one which is the Hall of Fame. And so if I... if I click here... Sorry. I had... And like, this is what I do this all the time. Don't judge. Please, I can't handle being judged. That's a lie. I'm fine being judged. I have... It was my Hall of Fame. These are videos that I put here for just like, these are 13 videos that I'm like, when I look back at them, I have some degree of connection to them. I'm proud of them. I have favor towards them. And so extra salt. Exactly. So, the Pegasus video, the Dragons and Mech Suits, the Manticore video, all just like fairly high content for what they are. And also I just enjoyed making them. They're constantly, like, they're still making the rounds now. At least Pegasus and Manticore are. Bottle Deposit, first video, they got over 100k views. First video, they got over 100k views. False Hydra video, first long form video, they got over 100k views. The Christmas Carol, the Payday cover, that was the first time I sang properly on the channel. And I don't care that I didn't get views. I literally made it for me. I made it for my birthday. I posted it on my birthday. I was editing it same day on Christmas on my birthday. Up Against the Wall, I love Payday, in case you couldn't tell by the fact they made a Payday cover. I think this was really fun. Also got a bunch of views. Best ship dynamic. I'm sure you haven't heard of this one. I'm sure that you don't know about this one. The Payday cover went hard. Thank you. Mischievous Minions. I actually really enjoyed this one. I would love to continue voicing it. The issue is it's a not safe for work 18 plus artist. Thank you, Neko. I did forget about the commandos. Apparently the comic I voiced is safe for work. It's posted on Webtoons, and so that's fine. I posted a link to the Webtoon. I thought it was really cute, and actually read the second comic, and I was considering voicing it. But they're not safe for work artists, and also I don't want to just like hijack their work and just voice their entire comic without their consent. So like, I could reach out to them, see about doing a full voiceover, but I haven't thought about this in a while. I just really enjoyed it. The Pokemon hygiene tips, I debated not putting it here. But I had so much fun with it. I had so much fun with the Pokemon hygiene tips one. Like, people still watch it and comment and like say that they love it. I was surprised at High Fleet Chronos doing so well video wise. Apparently Old One Eye did even better. I didn't even realize. And then obviously the girlfriend view. The one that doesn't fit. I mean, obviously outside of the Payday cover, which I'm just proud of. The Yu-Gi-Oh one made me blush knowing all the cards. I had fun with that one too, but that wasn't like Hall of Fame worthy. I became a murder hobo. Have any of you seen this video? I released it October 17th, 2024. Do any of you know what this video is? False Hydra video made me want to run it in Lancer. I don't know if it would work in Lancer is my thing. Because Lancer is particularly a power fantasy where you are awesome and you are competent and it is combat oriented, and a false Hydra is at its strongest when it's not combat oriented. So I'm going to leave this here if you want to click it. My mic was so dog. Yes, it was. And despite that, I got like 15,000 views. I got like 15,000 views from it, which was the first time back in 2024. That was the first time I got more than like 10,000 views on something that was like a stream clip, on something for me, which is like really like special to me because I don't know if you know this. I, for a long time in the channel, really struggled with the idea that people don't care about me or want to be here for me. They want the content I can produce for them. And I was very open about this, even from the beginning. For the first like year and a half, like year 1.5, I was like fully in the headspace, like no one is here for me. The only thing people are here for is the content. So I need to deliver the content without frills, without injecting my own personality into it. I need to avoid making things about me. And since then, I have since had to like reluctantly accept the fact. Why is my chat so reset? I've had to reluctantly accept the fact that I have a non-zero amount of people that will just show up to whatever I do, which is kind of crazy. I don't care how many heads it has, I cast Fireball. And for a Hydra, a normal Hydra, that would work out well. I should watch my own videos on stream. I have considered it. And this would like maybe it's, okay. I'm talking too many things at once. I think it's a little bit, I nearly didn't celebrate 50K. I'm not gonna lie. That's called a type A chatter, A for arrow, versus type B chatter. I would say type A chatter is an active participant. Type B is a lurker. Both are equally valid. One is not better than the other. However, one is more inclined to participate in discussion. And I think a type B chatter are all of you, I see you, who come in at the start of stream. I say, hi, like if you're a lurker, if you're watching the VOD, just drop a hi or whatever. And then you say, hi, Arrow, or you say like, hi, and then I respond to you. And then I don't see a message from you for the rest of the stream. Because presumably, you're hanging out with me in the background as you're at the gym, or as you're painting minis, or as you're writing, or as you're doing work, or as you're doing studying or whatever, and you don't want to participate, and that's fine. Is a type B called a barrow? No, it's called a B emoji. Arrow. Or, so if we have A for arrow, does that mean that we have B for brights? We have arrow chatters and we have brights chatters. Barrow brights. I'm definitely having you in the background while I paint right now. Ooh, nice. A barrow trauma. Okay, I will say. Wait, I just had a thought. Or alternatively, I have Barrow Trauma. I've played Barrow Trauma before. My main thing was that I only played it with friends because you might not know this about me. If your only exposure to me is my video content, I'm very open about this on stream. I talk about this on Discord occasionally. I'm very shy, which is crazy to me because last weekend I was out with my roommate and one of their friends, and I had met this friend like once before. We went out to a show, and I was like dancing at the show. And I apparently had a great energy to the extent like multiple other people kind of like congregated around me and were like constantly looking to me for like a boost of energy. Like I was just like going all night. And then we step out and I start chatting with some of these people who had like had their eyes on me, and like purely platonic. They weren't like hitting on me or flirting or being weird or anything, but like we got to chatting, and I'm chatting with these people for like an hour after the club. And like I get their numbers, and like we're planning to like meet up at some point again in the future because like we just got on well. And my roommate, their friend, and I, we go off to another spot because the plan was we're gonna go to the show, hop out, go to this other place to watch a drag show, and then like call it a night. But because I was chatting with these people, and then they were chatting with one another, they like it was like an hour after the drag show. We missed the drag show, but we still went to go check it out. And as we're walking there, like we check it out, not really our scene, head out. We're talking about the show we just went to, and these like group of girls are in a car, and one of them's just like, "Oh, what's that show you're talking about?" And I'm like, "It's at this club we were just at." And they're like, "Oh, that sucks." I'm like, "Yeah, well, not all of us can have good taste." And then like we like yelled at each other for a little bit, not like in an argumentative way, but like in a banter way of like how strangers do. And then I kept walking, and then my roommate's friend was just like, "You're the most social person I've ever met." And I'm like, "Huh?" And they're like, "Yeah, you talked to like a bunch of strangers as if you were best friends for the past like 4 hours." And I'm just like, I'm really not. And my roommate just looked at me and said, "You kinda are." Which is crazy to me, because when I think of social interaction, I think of the fact that I'm too scared, I'm too shy to play public matches on video games. And it took me like 3 years of only playing solo or with friends for Deep Rock Galactic to finally try playing online with randos. And I never did that with Barotrauma. I only ever played with friends or solo. That's West Coast for you. That, I mean, and I've talked about that with, I mentioned that to my mother. We were on a call, and she's like, what was my mother? It was my friend. I talked with someone, and they said the exact same thing. I'm like, yeah, I think it's a West Coast, East Coast thing. I think it's that in the West Coast, right, I was talking to my friend about this because in talking to him, I do this thing where I try to compliment people. For like years now, like since pre-COVID, I have made an effort to, when I see someone and I like their outfit or I like their jewelry or I like something about it, I will go up and I will compliment them. And it's scary. But also, if I see you and you're like decked out to the gills and you're an absolute baddie and you have these like dagger earrings, I will go up to you and I say like, "Hey, I love your earrings." And then wanna know what I'll do? I will move on with my day. I will keep living my life. I don't bother you. I just like walk up, even if you're like walking the opposite direction of me, I will double back, tap you on the shoulder or like tap you on the arm. I'll be like, "Hey, I love your earrings." And then I'll move on with my day. And almost always I get a smile out of that. I like spreading positivity. On the East Coast, I would occasionally get a response of compliment, but generally it was just like, "Oh, thank you," and like moving on with the day. Because if you don't know, East Coast, particularly the Northeast, this is really like a Northeast thing. Time and respecting time is one of the most polite things you can do. In the Northeast, if I am trying to get from point X to point Y and you are in the way, it is considered polite for you to get out of my way and avoid interacting with me, because clearly what I'm doing with point Y is very important. So this is a little bit of like the New York vibe. This is a little bit of the New York City vibe, but it does kind of like infiltrate the rest of the Northeast. And so time orientation is very important from where I'm from. So I'm used to just like complimenting someone and then they move on with their life. I move on with mine. West Coast, California, not like that at all. California, I have had people start conversations with me after I just pay them a compliment, which is wild to me. You're from Queb, as Northeast as it gets, and this is true. you're too scared to compliment people like that, but it's so nice. Honestly, it makes it's a habit at this point. If I see someone I saw someone who, this was a bit ago. I saw someone who had a fully functional backpack. As most backpacks are functional. But this one was a fully functional gacha machine on their backpack. Like it was a empty open container that had capsules in it. It had a little claw and it had like little levers that you could pull. And I'm talking to people and I'm like, hey guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt what you're saying. That person has a claw machine on their back. And then they're all like, oh my gosh, they do. And then we're all like, does it work? And because I have spent the last like many years complimenting people, my first instinct was to walk up to this person and say, hey, I love your gacha machine. Does it work? And they got the biggest smile on their face and said, yeah, do you want to try? And they pulled out like a little plastic like coin. And I was like, yes. So I inserted the little plastic coin into the little like coin slot. And I'm going with the claw machine, and the claw machine is like big and chunky. And like the person they're with is just like, oh man, it's so easy because you get 2 minutes. And I failed. I spent 2 minutes because it was something where it's like one of these was like left, right. One of these was up, down. And one of these was open, close. And I just was not getting that. And then I ran out of time. And they're like, well, you didn't get a capsule, but you do get a consolation sticker. And so they handed me a sticker. So I have a little sticker with me. Like that's on my, it's literally on my desk right now. I just picked it up. We West Coasters are just chill like that. I mean, who wouldn't want? Exactly. I would want to try. I've met people who were so not used to me sending them kindness. They asked me if I was okay afterwards. I mean, it's really a culture thing. It's a culture thing. Like I grew up in the Northeast, born and raised. I have certain tendencies which are just like, this is East Coast, this is Northeast. Looking for things to compliment about people, all slow-mo is... Lauren, you're joking. It is literally the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movie. I will like see someone and let's say like, oh no, your classic like alternative person who has like bangs over their face and they have like piercings on their lip and they have a lot of black and like a studded bracelet or something. Like I like that aesthetic. I like alt aesthetic. Therefore, I'll probably pay them a compliment. And also, I know that particularly for people who are more outsiders, they're less likely to get a compliment. One of the guys I met at the club over the weekend, he complimented my hair. And I'm like, well, actually, I really like your beard. And he's like, thank you. That's like the first compliment I got all day. And this is why it's like, it's so nice to compliment people because so many people just don't get compliments, particularly if they feel like outsiders, particularly if they're on a scene that isn't mainstream. And so it's so nice to just spread that positivity. I rolled a 20 for a random cat. I really did. Like, I will say, I'm someone who I am not at the position where I can consistently spend money on like going out. So for Pride Month, I made the decision I was going to try and go out a bunch. And this is very not like me, but I'm actually loving it. And so my plan is I want to keep it up later just with a less consistency. I keep getting side quests. And that's really like, that's what life is. Life is when you follow the main quest, which is like academia and like a job. And maybe you're the sort that like is going for the marriage branch. Like maybe if you take the marriage route and then you have like the grandkids route, like if like life is a branching choose your own adventure. But it's all of those like when you choose to go on a side quest. I want to go to the club today. You're going to find side quests beget side quests because everything in the world is connected. Your life is in forward momentum at all times. And if you allow yourself to engage with that, You will have so much fun. I've been trying to implement something. I saw Subway Takes recently. I saw Subway Takes. Like, it's a guy who rides the New York City subway. He interviews random people and it's like, what's your hot take? And then they give a hot take. One of the guys was like, always say yes. And then he clarified and he was just like, maybe it's only 90% of the time. If you get a bad gut feeling, say no. Like don't be stupid about it, but 9 times out of 10 say yes. Whatever it is, even if you're not interested, even if you don't think it's for you, even if it's whatever. Like if you're offered something, say yes. And I've been trying to adopt that more. Man, my roommates are going out to like the bar to do trivia. And like, I would really rather just stay home because I streamed today and I have a video that I need to get done for tomorrow. But at the same time, like, it could be fun and I go and it's fine. Like I had fun time. I wasn't like amazing or whatever. But for instance, when we went to trivia, we got like 3rd place. And so we got a round of shots. And I was expecting to just not drink anything, but because I don't drink, they ended up making me a non-alcoholic shot. So everyone else got like this like rum cocktail shot, and I got this like cranberry bitters shot. And so I drank it, and it was like really bad and bitter, and I didn't like it, but it was still nice to like have this like trivia night with my roommates and go out to a bar and like have a little drink. They're not random people. I'm pretty sure they're local comedians or Zoran. No. On Subway Takes, it's mostly random people. They will get like Eric Andre if they run into him. They will get celebrities or comedians or like Demi from Dropout if they run into them. For example, I still remember the sweet old lady calling me handsome when I was working retail as a teenager. Yeah. What's your take, Arrow? My take is, like, unironically, one of my biggest takes. Everyone wants an Uncle Iroh in their life, when everyone should try to be Uncle Iroh. And if you don't know what that means, that's from Avatar The Last Airbender. There's a character called Uncle Iroh, and he is intrinsically tied to his nephew, Zuko. Zuko is a like maladjusted youth that's been like literally actually abused. He is a villain. He has maladaptive coping stratagems. He is broadly considered one of the most like complex characters, at least from like 2000s animation, if not like recent cartoons and animation. And Uncle Iroh is the reason why he goes from being like this like upset, scared, damaged 16-year-old into becoming a capable and self-actualized also 16-year-old. But the point is, like, Uncle Iroh is with him every step of the way. Like, Zuko betrays him, and then Uncle Iroh forgives him. Zuko lashes out at him. Uncle Iroh's patient with him. Zuko insults and berates him and, like, pushes back against him, and Iroh, like, takes it. And then by the end, Zuko apologizes for everything, and Uncle Iroh is just like, I never was upset at you. I was just scared that you lost your way. And I see the sentiment. Oh, no, I think Zuko and Sokka were both 16. Because I've talked about this with my roommate a couple times. Zuko and Sokka were both 16. I know Azula was 14. I think Katara was like 13. Aang and Toph were 11, I believe. Because like all of them were like in that like 11 to 15 range. Zuko was like 16. Zuko is the oldest by like a couple years. Yeah, and Uncle Iroh was also a warmonger once. Uncle Iroh also perpetuated terrible things in the name of a cause that was nationalist, but he grew from that and moved on. And like, obviously, yeah, you can't just like be like, oh, well, he's a good guy, so all of his crimes are gone. But it's very easy to do that when you didn't see his crimes and you only saw him as a good old man. And he's 12? I think Aang starts 11 because he's 111 years old, right? Everyone thinks they're Zuko, but we can all be someone's Iroh. Don't forget, Iroh had a lot of trauma too, lost his son, except for defying his psycho brother, psycho for his abused nephew. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, I think so many people have a Zuko complex. So many people believe I am the universe's punching bag. Everything bad happens to me. I don't have anyone to support me. Why can't I have an Iro? And the truth is, you probably do have it really bad, because a lot of people have it really bad. That doesn't invalidate your badness, but it also means that instead of sitting there waiting for someone to be there for you, try being there for others, right? And that's like the mentality I've tried to have, where even though I have my struggles, I try not to push that on other people. I try to rely on them, and I really struggle with I really struggle with this. I try to rely on my friends when I need them without putting undue burden on them. Even though I'm the sort of person who, like, I'm sure a lot of people have this. It's like, hey, this is my struggle. I don't want to bother my friend with it. But I try to be there as someone who is like unconditionally there for my friends. And there have been certain people in my life who, in showing that support, they rebuffed me, and I tried my best to be there for them despite them rebuffing me. There are other people who have time and time expressed how thankful they are that I was there for them, even when they were like pushing back. No, Azula is younger. The whole thing with it is that Zuko is the crown prince, Azula is second. And so Azula really wants Zuko either dead or to continue to lose his title. The only reason Azula is put forward in the final book is because Zuko is exiled at that point. Hey, you're gonna help those through these what? Hey, you're gonna help through this last couple of work hours? Thanks. Of course. So to be Uncle Iroh, I just gotta be patient and help a hurt person? No, so to be Uncle Iroh, you have to be willing to forgive and teach. And this starts, and it's scary, I know, with yourself. Like, the core of Iroh is he is a man that made mistakes, did horrible things. He was a warmonger, he lost his son, and then he kind of like had a crisis of faith, midlife crisis, come to God, whatever you want to call it, and basically left his position, went out to go seek enlightenment, went out to go like re-examine his relationship with the world. I'm back, Arrow. How haven't you told Neko about Magna Gothica? Because we were talking 40k. And I was gonna suggest it, and then by the time we ended our game, it was like 5:30 in the morning for him. I'm sorry it has to end this way, brother. No, you're not. Pain shared is pain halved. Happiness shared is happiness doubled. Everyone heard it a dozen times, but it's true. Get help when you need help and help people when they need it. And that's why I try to like prioritize helping other people. And that's why I try to prioritize this being a space where, like, you may have noticed that despite all of my talk of like, oh yeah, Iroh or whatever, this isn't really a space where people like share their trauma. I've had people be like, oh man, like I got cheated on, or like, oh, my dog died, or like, oh, I got fired from my job. Like, I've had people express their concerns, express their woes, express their worries in chat. But that's not really like, this isn't like a therapy stream. This isn't for that kind of thing. So that's not really what we do here. Instead, we focus on spreading positivity, not false positivity, not like stop complaining, stop being sad, you need to smile, but being there for you when you need it. Hi, Zuko here. Remember Zuko joined the gang like 10 episodes before the series? Yeah, he did. Darn, guess I can't be Uncle Iroh. I still think about something that I did as a teenager over a decade ago. I mean, like, I think of things I've done all my life, and I cringe. I've done some bad stuff. I've been mean to people. There was a period in my life where I, like, again, like, no one's really Zuko, but in the same way of, like, maladaptive coping strategies of, like, lashing out at people, there was a time in my life where, there's a couple of times in my life, few times in my life, where I was not the best person to those in my life. And, like, obviously, I tried to be kind even then. But when you are a teenager and you are I'm trying to both be kind to my past self while also being realistic. Like, I was the kind of person that wanted to be kind to others, not because I liked them, but because I felt like that was what I should do, right? And it's one of those things like that's a hollow kindness. It doesn't matter how kind I actually am. It's like there's no heart behind it. I was kind to others because I felt like that was the right thing to do. Not even like that was the expected thing to do. Like that was just like the right thing. That's like the correct option. But I ended up being very blunt and very rude and dismissive of other people's feelings because I was dealing with my own issues and I couldn't handle them. And so like I still think about that sometimes. And I still try to avoid those behaviors now. You cannot help others if you cannot help yourself. That sounds so cheesy, but if you don't realize it, you may fall short of what you want to be. Yeah. And like, I don't think it's a situation where it's put your own mask on before you put a mask on someone else. I think that the analogy of like, okay. This is a pitcher full of happiness. This is you. This is someone else. You are empty. You are not happy. Therefore, you cannot put happiness in someone else. However, if you get some happiness in you, and maybe you fill it up to here, then you can pour it in there, and you can lower down to here, and then they'll have some happiness. However, now you're lower on happiness. So if you have someone who is over here, you need to fill back up on happiness so that you can give them happiness. What if I want all the happiness? Then I think you're just in politics. I think you should run for your local government. It's mine, I earned it. Yeah, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I think I felt the same type of what character do I want to be thinking. Oh my gosh. I 100%. When I was a teenager. Who else did this? I took a character from fiction and I said, I want to be more like this. And then I did it. I emulated them and I changed my personality to better fit them because not just like, oh, I thought they were cool, or like I want to be like them, but like, no, this is something I think is admirable. So I want to mimic that. And it was only via a very painful metamorphosis of character that I began to kind of shed that. And I started that back in university. So it's been a minute. You may have noticed that I have, even over the course of streaming, even over the course of content creation, I've kind of changed a bit. Because I think that was kind of like the tail end of that. I'm happy to say that I'm almost finished starting bases for my OSR campaign. Yippee! Others being happy makes me happy. I give as I receive, or at least I try. Yeah, that's what I do, right? I try to bring happiness to others. I try to bring creativity and inspiration to others. Like, I'm someone where, like, if you're in chat, and I inspire you, and I make a mega dungeon room that you're like, oh my gosh, I really want to run this mega dungeon. That makes me happy. You got inspired, you got happy, you got like joy and positivity from this, and then by seeing your joy, I am responded with. Right? When I was a kid, I did this like 6 months ago. Oh my gosh. Jean-Luc Picard and Spock for me. Oh my gosh. Same, I think it's that a human thing. We're impressionable and emulate role models. Yeah. Pull yourself up by your joy straps. I feel like that's a not safe for work term. I don't know, but it sounds like one, right? In other news, I wiped my test cane party with a Cat 1 hound. Eee. Crazy. All right, we're going to talk about noise marines and commandos. So noise marines. I was told I would be a noise marine. I don't know if I would. However, I do kind of hit the beats. I really like music that is loud. Like something that I love. Like, okay, I don't consider myself very big on music. And this has changed over time. Over the past years, I've started listening to more music. I listen to music more consistently. I will have music on when I shower, sometimes when I'm out on a run, when I'm editing. What I love. And I learned this in a basement show in university. And then since going out to the club recently, I have felt it again. The feeling of a bass so loud, it beats your heart for you. And like, that's classic Noise Marine. Classic, like, Noise Marine is using weapons so loud, it deals damage. So that fits. I am not one for substances. I abstain. I abstain from substance use of all varieties, except for like what's prescribed. And so Noise Marines do this thing where like they'll go up to you and they'll like strum their guitar so loud that you liquefy your bones and now you're a puddle of sludge. And then they'll take you, they'll put you in a cup. They will put in some like paprika and also some crack cocaine, and then they'll snort all of it. And so I don't really fit the substance use. So you don't use earplugs at shows? So when I went to the basement show back in uni, like one of the first basement shows I went to, I did have earplugs. When I go out dancing, I don't wear earplugs. But recently I went to a metal show. And the metal show, I really should have brought earplugs. I forgot. And by the end, I was half deaf. And I said as much, and people laughed. But I legitimately, like, it felt as though there was cotton in my ears at that point. I could not hear people unless they were shouting. Which, like, listen. I don't want to lose my hearing. So I'll probably wear earplugs next time. However, it was pretty awesome. Snorting people isn't drugs. Well, yeah, that's why I added the crack cocaine. I got those nice plugs that maintain the same frequency response. Went to a rock concert in a small brick building. My ears rang for 3 days. Yeah. My ears weren't the problem. My ears were fine after like probably under 20 minutes. Because mind you, I was at the front. But like, I am absolutely the kind of person. I will go to the front of the line. I will go to the front of the crowd. I will go to the front of the stage, and I will be up there. And that is where the speakers are. So I was where it is loudest. Boom, right in my face. I have old dubs, but they're probably better ones by now. I couldn't do that. Even club music is already too loud for me. Honestly, like, I thought. So real quick, with Noise Marines, they also, being Space Marines, they cannot hanky-panky. Given Slaaneish's propensity to hanky-panky, particularly in some of like the fringe stuff, I don't think I would mind that. I think I would take like eternal like exhilaration over hanky-panky. Anyway, I mean maybe the Noise Marines can do that. I don't want to know. What was I? Club music, that was too loud. I have this really weird thing where the couple times I've gone to a club, I get soothed by the atmosphere until I start dancing. Like, I think I could fall asleep in a club. Obviously, never do that. That is incredibly dangerous. However, I think I could, despite the fact that it's like music that is playing so loud that it beats my heart for me, and like all the lights flashing and all of the people chattering and like dancing on the floor. Like, if I'm off to the side and I'm sat down, I could probably fall asleep, right? Music better than that, confirmed. Wait, why can't Marines hanky-panky? So when you become a Marine, you get castrated. Now, I don't think that's literally like they chop it off. I think it's just all of the chemicals or whatever basically render you impotent. They mean so that like all of the hormone differences, you don't have anything down there no more. Because they're changing all of your hormones to be like, you have 4 lungs. You have 2 hearts. Your skin is twice as resistant, and your bones are 4 times as resistant, right? So now this is about the excess of sensation. There's a lot of ways to get there. Exactly. And like, that's why I think I would be like, if I had to choose a chaos god, it would probably be Slaanesh. Not because of like the weirdo hanky-panky stuff or the substance use or whatever, or even really the music. What it would be is it's the idea of, I love sensation. I love feeling. I love creativity, inspiration. I love the joy and the pursuit of perfection. And I love making things. And I think that there needs to be more representation under Slaanesh of perfection. And like creativity. And like an artist who spends their life on one portrait making a magnum opus that is so beautiful that to look upon it, you'll tear out your own eyes. And then like a demonette will spring forth, right? I think that would be a really interesting Slaanesh story, but all of the Slaanesh stories in 40k tend to be, it's a weirdo murder cult, right? So I'm talking 40k. I'm not talking Age of Sigmar. I understand Age of Sigmar has some of this, which is why I want to see it more in 40k. Not Tzeentch. I thought you were a schemer. That's the thing. Tzeentch is like the other main one that I would be considering. The thing about Tzeentch, I don't like lying. Like, I don't know if you know this. I'm incredibly honest. And like, yes, obviously I will trick you as a ruse, as a clever ruse. But ultimately, I always reveal the trick. The goal is not to deceive you. The goal is to pull the wool over your eyes and then pull it away and be like, haha. Yeah, lying is inefficient, okay? That is true. That is true. Just sounds like changing stuff. That's the thing, Maddie. I think mages are really cool. I want to play a mage. I would love to be a mage. If I was in World of Darkness, I would be a changeling. The way I interface with creativity and banality in particular, I get glamour from people being happy and excited and energized. And that's why I love the content of this channel so much. I like, even when I'm like, ugh, I spent 4 hours editing this short. This sucks. I can still be like, well, it's going to impact people. People are going to enjoy it. And that's really important for me. Well, Age of Sigmar has Slaanesh stuff like gluttony and greed and music portrayed more, but also she's in a horny jail. What? We gaslight only. That is true. We do not gatekeep. We do not gatekeep in this community. The only people we gatekeep are jerks. I have not gotten to the point where I can girl boss yet. And these are actually the only two. There is no gaslighting. We would never gaslight you here. If you say that, you're crazy. Why are you making that up? You're just trying to slander me to make me look bad. I don't really feel welcome in my own community. Can you please not? Can you please just listen to what I say next time? You always do this, right? Like, listen, I'm not one for stolen valor. So therefore, I'm not going to say I'm a girl boss until I've earned it, right? Being a girl boss is not just an activity. It is not just a state of mind even. It is also a status that you can achieve. Arrow, I'm not sorry for the brain rot. I have unintentionally invoked... What did you invoke in the Discord? Do I need to like step in? Where is this? Is it in general? Better not be in general. What the frick? Manager Esquire? What are these things? What? What are these things? What? Sorry, I don't even know what that is. I can't even show the gifs. They're just like this yellow-haired fellow. The Nurgle brain rot? I mean, yeah. Girl bossing comes at 100k subs. Listen, at 100k subs, we girl boss. What do you mean, honey? You love being gaslit. Ugh. I know. I knew someone who was kind of like that. Not actually, but like, kind of like that. Slaanesh was imprisoned by the 4 new elven gods who beat her up, took the elven souls she ate out of her, and some were hinted to be Eldar. Girl boss ASMR for 100k. I mean, like, okay. That would be really funny, but I already have another 100k goal, so I feel like that would be excessive. I feel like I made the goal for, oh, if this video gets 100k views, I'll do like an alternate take of it. And then people are like, did you learn nothing from the girlfriend video? Yes, I didn't. We got like 2,000 subscribers from the girlfriend video. That's a lot. That's a lot of subscribers. That is not 50,000 subscribers. That's a yellow-haired lass. Oh, my apologies. A yellow-haired fella who may or may not be from Limbus Company. I will keep saying it when it comes up. Mech Commander ASMR, we were just barking orders at us. Okay. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. I have memes. I've shown this on stream. I keep forgetting to do this. Some of the voiceovers I do are basically just borderline ASMR, I will say. There's a couple. Where is it? What did I name it? If you become submissive and defenseless from hearing a phrase as simple as good girl or good boy or good dog, then you're an evolutionary weak link. Imagine if a bear or mountain lion found out and used this against you. And I want to pair this with training my puppy girl to take and hold Pegasus Bridge, where it's a World War II clicker. And I want to do a voiceover where I'm just like, okay, who's ready to take the enemy line? Who's ready to charge the trenches? You are! Click, 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 click. Like, I think that'd be really funny. Oh no, well, World War II wasn't trenches, but like, are you ready? Are you ready to charge the Germans? Are you ready to fight the stormtroopers? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. 100k arrow shoots a real gun at us. Girlfriend mistress ASMR. I mean, no. Like that is just, that's just 18 plus ASMR. Right? Like which is nothing wrong with. Like, I'm not judging that. I am not someone that listens to ASMR, safe for work or otherwise. Which is why I find ASMR so funny as a concept, and I really want to do a joke ASMR. Which is why, on Sunday, I'm going to be doing a very serious ASMR that you should seriously listen to seriously. Clicker train the feminized deathcorp of Greed. Do not forget your promise at 100k girl frame actual play. Okay, I didn't promise that. I made a joke about that. Like, let's make one thing clear. First off, I don't think we're going to reach that goal. Second off, I didn't promise it. I made a joke about it. A lot of people are running with it. And like, if like in the next like 6 months, we end up hitting like 70, 80k, like we get close enough that it's like getting kind of close, I will clarify if I'm actually going to do it. But I mean, part of the issue is at least right now, I don't have people to play with. Like, I don't have 18 plus content creators that I could play with. So the closest I got is a couple other, I'll go on bluesky. I will go on bluesky. And it's biggest mistake of my life, because I'll see a post by someone and it's like an art raffle, right? Or it's not an art raffle, but it's like, oh yeah, comment with your PNG and I would love to do it. Just be careful. It might be kind of spicy. And then I'll see the replies, and then it's one of my mutuals. And she'll be replying, and she just posts like nude artwork of herself. And she's like, it's fine if you draw me, like, it's whatever. And I'm like, I have seen, if I had a nickel every time I opened social media and I found like actual 18 plus art of one of my mutuals who is not normally an 18 plus content creator, I would have like a handful of nickels, which is weird because it's happened like 5 times. Because there's the one person who sent me it directly in DMs in like one of my, like in a single digit number of conversations with her. She sent me NSFW art of herself that she commissioned. I've seen someone else who's I don't think she considers herself a lewd tuber, but she is not 18 plus. Or no, she is 18 plus, but she doesn't make 18 plus content. There's this other person. I think it's just 4. Where I've randomly come across like NSFW art of my mutuals. Didn't know about Mexploitation. Next you'll be telling us you haven't read HDG. Okay, I didn't know what that was. And then people clarified it's human domestication guide. And my understanding is that this is the good aligned version of mexploitation. My understanding is that HDG is like the good alignment version of pet play, whereas mexploitation is the evil aligned version. This is my understanding. Clown husbandry. What do you... Okay, clown husbandry can mean one of two things. It's either you marry a clown who becomes your husband, or you are like breeding clowns with one another. It's absolutely not. Random unsolicited NSFW. Yeah, I mean, this was someone who like... I was in a call with her and like 5 other people. And this was months ago at this point. And she like just like made a joke about it. And I'm like, haha, share it with the class. And then she's like, okay. And then she sent me like multiple things of NSFW. And I'm like, oh. Okay. And like, I didn't really have a response to that. No, I raised my clown on a farm, my clown farm. Look it up if you... Clown farm? Clown farm? Oh, it's a horror thing. I was worried it was going to be sussy. Like this. Clown farm. Oh, it wasn't a joke. Okay. Warhound is patient zero of the puppy girl epic. No, puppy girls have been around for a while. And or raising them to do clown work to do in the clown fields. We have passed the line of knowing ball into Lovecraftian forbidden knowledge. Listen. If there's one thing about me that you have to like recognize, or I am nothing. You have to recognize and respect the fact that I am nothing if not willing, commit to a bit. This has taken me places I would not go with a gun, which is like bold of me to say, as I have a gun. However, like, I've learned about things that would make a lesser VTuber go mad. I have seen things that would drive the normie insane. I'm the woker, baby. Why so curious? Evil clown... Okay, evil clowns are not Homestuck. Homestuck might have evil clowns. Homestuck did not invent evil clowns. Evil clowns have existed ever since clowns existed because people think clowns are creepy. And that doesn't mean that Homestuck made it. Why does everyone keep saying Homestuck? Someone said something about Petstuck earlier. Is that pet play Homestuck? Is that what this is? Is this what my audience is? Am I crashing out over my audience becoming all puppy girls and puppy boys and puppy thems? Arrow's a gun, that's good. Did you not know? I have one committed relationship in my life and it is to the bit. It's true, you're hilarious. Thank you. The girl from actual play is part of the bit trust. I mean, like, okay, let me specify. My concern over the girl from actual play, surprisingly, not the fact that it's 18 plus. I can rock that. Like, I feel confident in my ability as a GM and as a entertainer that I could make an 18 plus content entertaining. My concern is I don't have players. And I'm making efforts to like reach out to more folks. Like for instance, I had the recent video with Zactac, but I don't think Zactac would be interested in playing Girlfriend. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should ask him, right? However, I don't think that's the kind of person to ask. Maybe I can ask Sufel, creator of the Harpocrates dossier. Like I can ask these people. I don't think they'd say yes. Do I have to hit up 11 Dragon Kid? Do I have to be like, hey, do you want to play Girlframe? I hit up their comments. I hit up their Girlfriend video comment. And I was just like, yo, when we playing this? You'll have all the time until the end of the year. See, that's the thing. Like, you say that. I have met, over my time of streaming, like a single digit number of people who I talk to consistently. And obviously that's how friendships go, right? You have a couple people you talk to consistently, you have a much larger network of folks that you don't talk to consistently. But via YouTube, I've really only met like 2 people. Like in terms of like we've had private interactions and like engaged with them. Technically speaking, I had an email exchange with the girlfriend Dev, like Miss Rubisat. And in case you're wondering, I grew up with an environment where if I didn't know someone, it is Mr./Miss last name. So in case you find it weird if I ever like call him like Mr. Bloom, Miss Rubisat, or I just full name them like Tom Bloom. I don't like being like, oh yeah, it's crazy how Tom did this, because like I don't know Tom Bloom. I've never met him. Like I think he'd be cool, but like I think it's impolite based on how I was raised to just like assume that level of familiarity. You're aces. Well, you have more than 5 confirmed dogfighting kills. Ask the creative girlfriend. Okay. If I was to run Girlframe, I don't think I would want to play it with the creator of Girlframe, because we have very different ideas of what would be fun from the game, right? Oh, didn't you kill Zactac in your video? Is he dead now? Yeah, legally I own his channel now. No, it's very funny because I reached out to him. I'm like, hey, he if you don't know, he's come to streams a couple times, and comes into streams. I responded to him. I left a couple comments on his videos, like his Manticore video, for instance. I left a comment, and like, so we had a little bit of interaction, and he's on my Discord. He ended up joining my Discord. So I shoot him a message after one of the streams. He comes by and I'm like, hey, I know a bunch of people swarmed you. Sorry about that. My audience just has a lot of overlap with yours. They were just so excited. Hope that didn't bother you. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. That's fine. I reach out. I'm like, oh yeah, awesome. So anyway, thoughts on a collab? Like, how interested would you be? Like, I basically temperature checked him, and I don't want to put him on blast. I will say it took him longer to respond than I expected. And then he was like, sure. So then we got to talking, and I was like, well, we could do this or that. And like, here's an idea I have if this sounds good. And he's like, sure. And I'm like, well, do you want to write the script, or do you want me to write the script for your section? And then he's like, you can go ahead and do it. So I just like made my script. I added a section for him, sent it over. He sent me the stuff. And I will say, one of the weirdest things in all of content creation that I've done, one of the weirdest things, the most surreal experiences, is opening up a file of a content creator I watch. Like, I watch Zactac. I watch his videos when they come out, like, consistently. I really enjoy his content. That's why I wanted to collab with him. And have him, like, address me directly in, like, a one-to-one thing, and then give me a couple takes, and, like, I got to see a couple bloopers, and like, he is so much funnier than I am. Like it's crazy. And it was such a weird experience to have that happen. And then like, literally the Civ 5 noise, the Civ 5 death noise was his idea. He came up with that just like as an aside, just like, you can add like the Civ 5 death sound here or something. I'm like, that's a good idea. Interacting with people you're a fan of can only go one of 2 ways. Yeah, and like, for those of you who don't know, I assume a lot of people here, how many of you, is this your first stream? I see a fair few new like profile pictures and names. But if this is your first stream, let me know. Just as a quick aside, in terms of like fan interaction, I, from minute 1, have had the policy that I don't interact privately with anyone unless you are like, it's on business, or if you're like another content creator who like I'm either friends with, or like we're setting up a collab or something. Like, I don't do private DMs, because even if I'm normal, you might not be. Even if I'm not problematic, even if you're fine, the second person that hears about this might be problematic, and then they come in and then they try and be problematic with me. So it's safe for me. It's also safe for my viewers. It is an unfortunate thing of interacting with someone you're a fan of will go one of 2 ways. And it is either you will have like a great experience, or they will like be an awful person. And I trust myself not to be an awful person, but I understand not everyone does trust me to not be an awful person. And I respect that. I'm not offended by that. So I don't give it the opportunity. We're below content creator level and undeserving, I guess. Yeah, I step all over you in my stiletto boots, and I walk all over you. So first stream is my first, this is my second, me first stream, this is my first, second stream first stream hi. Like, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of wild. Please don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. Exactly. Kind of hot. Well, okay. I need something to, like, so I've revealed my hands, right? I revealed my hands, and I asked for merch ideas, and someone in the response was like, face reveal. And I don't think they understood the assignment. Which, like, heads up, I'm ugly. That's why I'm a VTuber. Like, I love VTubers, but like, I'm also just not that attractive, which is why I'm not showing my face. But like, I showed my hands, so I'm wondering, what else can I reveal? What else can I reveal that isn't just like a face reveal? And I feel like the obvious answer is feet. But like, no, I don't want a wiki feets audience. Don't give people ideas. Don't step on me, I'll bite. Someone had to say it. Going straight from I won't be weird to step on you stiletto boots is crazy. But it would be like painful. It would be like stabbing you, right? Elbow reveal? I'm friendship incarnate and I'm down to befriending anyone, anytime, anywhere. Cuticle pics for free? I've shown my cuticles on stream. Right for... Okay, in fairness, I have not shown my forearms. I've specifically worn arm warmers to hide all but my fingers. Arrow sleeve warmers review. I will say, the ones that I have, super comfy, super hot. You know? They are way too hot, where unless it's like actively cold, they will like overheat. Then so, okay. I have a conversation about that. Yes, someone on my recent old One Eye video, it was a regular. It was like a name I recognized. It was a profile picture I recognized. They were like, yo, Arrow got the sub sleeves on. And I'm like, you're going to need to run that by me again, Chief. And they're like, you know what I said, like that you're wearing your sleeves like a sub. And then I'm like, these are arm warmers. And I got like 20, 30 people all being like, that's just cuter. That's just more submissive. That's like hotter. That's like more bottom. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people? What is up with y'all? I had like 5 people be like, oh my gosh, you read them to filth. And I'm like, what is up with you? Arrow, there are people out there that are into pain. Be careful. Oh yeah. I more meant like murder, but okay. Back reveal? I should specify that a weenus is part of your elbow. That is common knowledge, at least to me. I need to find arm warmers and thigh highs and femme clothes that aren't itchy. They're itchy? Do a shorts review. Good for painting minis in. Oh, you need to warm your head. Okay. I don't produce any heat. I am cold-blooded. More so than just like... So I think I might actually be a vampire. I don't produce any warmth. I am constantly like freezing to the touch. As mentioned, I like it when the music pumps my blood for me. I think it's because my heart does not work. And I'm also ruthless. Ideal cuddle pillow. So I'm actually not very cuddleable, I think. Because I'm very thin. And a lot of people are like, oh, thin. So schmexy. But it's like, no. Logistically, I'm just all skin and bone. Like when people think of like good cuddling, you generally want someone that has like more volume to them. You want someone that has a higher percentage of fat on their body because then they're more cushioned. Even muscle isn't really good at cuddling because if they're muscular, they're going to be really like taut and firm, which is like, maybe you're into that, but AKA bear. Yeah. Like I think bears are probably the best cuddlers. They tend to be like on the heftier side, and they also have hair, which is going to act as additional cushioning. Now, personally, I'm not looking to cuddle a bear. However, if you are attracted to men, I would recommend it. Or I guess not attracted to men. If you're attracted to bears at all, you should probably cuddle a bear. I am built like a greyhound. I am built like a greyhound. I even have like I even kind of got like those thunder thighs and calves. If you make a body pillow merch, it has to be an arrow squiggle. What, like this? Like this is the body pillow? I will say, like, I don't understand the appeal of body pillows, but I will say I feel as though having a body pillow where one side is like the classic, just kind of like, what is it? It's like, I'm like super embarrassed, or I'm like super embarrassed, and like I'm covering up kind of deal, but I'm like fully clothed. And then on the other side, it's just me pointing a gun at you. And like, do body pillows tend to be like, don't they tend to have like one side is fully clothed, one side is like an underwear or something? So like, I feel like the underwear side would be where I'm pointing a gun at you. But like the normal side is where like, oh no, I'm so embarrassed. Like, oh my gosh, you know? The body pillow will get a minimum of 3,000 purchases. I did a poll recently, and like only like 25% of people were like, yeah, I'd buy merch. Which like obviously is still a lot of people. I would appreciate that if you did that. But that indicates to me that maybe now isn't the time. Maybe now is not the time. Alucard is arrow. I guess. It's nice to be able to hold something when you sleep as a fetal position sleeper. So can you cosplay Fortnite? Please. What is cosplaying Fortnite? I thought Fortnite was a game. Don't they have like characters? Which Alucard? I don't know. I'm not touch starved enough to buy a body pillow yet. I mean, like stuffed animals fulfill the same niche, right? Body pillows are important for side sleepers to help keeping your hips and shoulders. I guess, yeah. What is Fortnite cosplay? Oh, Fortitude. Got it. Yeah, so Fortitude. I could... Okay. I would cosplay Fortitude. The issue is... Let's check this out. Let's do some research. Okay. Pants, belts, black tank top. The head is the issue. I don't know where I would get started on the head. I already have merch, my TTRPG. I mean, I guess, but like... I released them for free on purpose. Fortnite, my favorite virtue. A printout of all these random scribbles would be really funny. FBI evidence board? Oh my gosh. I don't have a 3D printer. Okay. Booty shortitude? Oh my gosh. So, okay. Everyone is... No, I did have... I've said this before. I think it'd be really funny if a bunch of fans of Kane all went to a convention and they all dressed like charity, and the goal was to get as many charities as possible together. What would Fortnite's high blasphemy be? Clearly, it would be indoctrination of the youth. You indoctrinate the youth into playing your game. Or would it be... No, I feel like it would either... it would have to be Battle Royale, or it would be Winner Chicken Dinner. It would have to be one of those two, right? 3D printers are great for pirating minis. So remember, this channel does not support piracy, independent of my personal beliefs, because that's just how it goes. Ava foam is classic for cosplay props. If I was in a Kane convention, I saw a group approaching charities, I would actually run. Chicken tenders or chicken... Isn't it Winner Chicken Dinner? Or is that a PUBG reference? I never played either. For foam? Okay. Does anyone here cosplay? And if you do, please join the Discord if you're not already. In suggestions, give me advice on cosplaying, because I need to get belts. I need to find belts and a boot. So I need combat boots I need like jumping, like jumpers, like air pants, belts that I can just wrap around me. I'm pretty sure I have a black tank top. I kind of have the fortitude build. I'm not gonna lie. Like, fortitude is not like jacked. Fortitude is just kind of muscular, which that kind of describes me. The helmet is my concern. I don't know how I'm gonna do the helmet. What type of advice? Like how to get the item? Like how would I do the helmet? I've never done cosplay before. Like my roommate could probably help me with like all the cuts and whatever for, cause they do some, makeup for like costumes. And I could just like get the pants, get the boots, get the belt pretty easily. The helmet, I have no idea where to get started. Arrow, sell fake restraining order. AroKissers are not allowed within 100 feet. You're required by law to lay prone with your hands behind your back. That's hilarious. Get an actual... Plate, mail, helmet. For sale. That's a military combat helmet. This is eBay. This is $500. What the frick? I'm not gonna screen share this because it might dox me. $300. No. $200. How about Etsy? Oh, this one actually... Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is not the same. Commission... Do you think I have like $1,000 to just drop? Okay, like... This actually kind of works well. Put it on throne, make people pay for it. I don't know if I can. Typically people shape stuff like that out of foam. Actual metal's really expensive. So like, I don't know how I would get into foam is my issue. Like I've never worked with foam in a cosplay sense before. Like with this, I would just need the collar, right? Which I assume that the collar is like a bomb collar. So if I just look up cosplay foam. So like, what is it? Like this? Like this? And then I just like cut off strips of it? Come on guys, we have to cough up $200 between the 60 of us. Chop chop. Did you ever figure out what yeah, so on Throne, I apparently didn't have it set up with my address, so it didn't go through. I need to add like an auto thank you, I think. What did I get? I received a gift. How do I check my gift? Orders, wish list. How do I check this gift? Thank gifter. There's been an error getting data. Please try again. All orders. Surprise gift. It doesn't tell me what it is. You don't know what you bought? What I will also say is there is what's it called? There's cosplay options on Throne. So like if I go to oh, my Throne doesn't come up even when I look up Arrow Wright's Throne. There's there's an imposter. No, you don't even understand. I found an imposter among us. Look at this. Look at this disgusting, disgusting serpent. Make art. She, her, writer, god. Okay, I'm not signed in. Writer, goddess, lover, and so much more. writes, "Pah! How dare ye? How dare ye try to come for my crown when ye yourself call yourself a goddess, not a queen? Lies and deceit, lies and slander, liable and miscreantry." Heads up, the style of helmet the 42 wears is called an armet helmet. Armet helmet for sale. But it has like spikes on it. So like, I don't think I can buy this is the issue. I would love to have just a metal helmet. Wait, Etsy. I'm going to turn this off real quick because I don't want to accidentally dox myself in case it's like, hey, this is your exact address. Would you like to buy it? And I'm like, no, I told you not to look at my address. Low in stock, 100. Brother. Like, come on. Look at this. It's only 177 plus shipping. Sale ends in 1 day. I'm not going to impulse buy an Armet helmet off of Etsy. I can't justify spending $200. Arrow's true gender is incomprehensible. That is true. She, her, in my Arrow rights, heresy. I mean, they are great for dual rivals. For LARP reenactment. It's for the bit. I know, like, okay, like, there are bits that like, oh yeah, I love committing to the bit or whatever. Like, I like, just genuinely, like, to speak completely candidly, I cannot afford this. Like, I am not in the financial position where I can just drop $200 on a bit, right? And that's why, if you don't know, basically everything on the channel, I have either gotten, because it's free, or I have waited like a year as a gift, right? I have been like, hey, I'm in content creation. I need like soundproofing. So I'm going to, when people ask me, hey, what do you want for your birthday or for Christmas or whatever? I'll be like, hey, soundproofing would be really useful, right? They're never going to financially, I can't justify it. I can't. I found one for $36 on Etsy. Glue it together to the right shape and then use thinner foam. Apparently trace out and cut the basic shape on thicker foam. Okay, so you cut out the foam, then you sew the foam together? Interesting. Interesting. I can haggle really hard. What if I just hit them with like, hey, I will pay in fortitude pictures, and they're like, what does that mean? Arrow's gender is an unfinished dodecahedron? No, it's finished. It's just incomprehensible. Wrap your head in tinfoil? I mean, like, that's the thing. If I was to like try out cosplay, I would want it to be good cosplay, which I understand is not how cosplay works. You have to suck at it before you be kind of okay at it. Okay, how about this? Let's have Fortitude cosplay be like step like 3 to 5 or something. Step 1 will be on throne. I will do this right now if someone has a suggestion. On throne, there is a cosplay section. You can buy me cosplay pieces. And if y'all do that, I am prepared to like post a picture of me in a cosplay. Now, I would not be willing at this point to make a cosplay from scratch because I don't feel confident in that. However, if it was just like buy an outfit, I would absolutely do that because why not? Arrow's gender is equivalent to a Rubik's Cube that is a triangle with all 90-degree sides. You pattern it like clothes, you'll usually glue it. Okay. So we'll start with so if you go on Throne right now, you can look up cosplay pieces. And if someone gives me a suggestion, I can add it to my wish list. Actually, though, I'd love to see a Handler Arrow outfit. Wait, so when you say handler arrow, what do you mean? When you say handler arrow, do you mean like Lena from 86? Because this is a handler from 86 from the anime, and I watched it with my buddy Rory, who was in chat earlier. And he made a bunch of jokes about me doing a Lena cosplay. Again, this is like, I would need like an outfit for it. I feel like I started Divergent Secret Path in the Arrow lore quest line with the cosplay ask. I mean, like, I have on Throne cosplay as an option because I'm open to it. I just haven't done it before. I assume they mean Arrow if they were a handler from Kane. Well, so like a Kane handler just looks like a guy in a suit. Like, where is it? Where is it? I have an image for this. Like your Kane handler is... What the frick? Like, just suit. Alternatively, like this. Like I could just cosplay a Japanese businessman. That's what most of these are based off of. I'd let her handle me. Sorry. Isn't that plain office work attire? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Possibly a Yu-Gi-Oh! Sky Striker cosplay of the different cards. What does that mean? Fortitude seems relatively easy considering it's only one piece that isn't normal clothes. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking that could be like a tier 3, tier 4. But I have not cosplayed before. So I would want to start with something that is like completely pre-done and then I add on to it, right? $1.50 in my currency. Oh my gosh. I just realized I don't know how to address Arrow. So I self-refer with they, them. But I go by any. So if you call me like Unk or Hag, that's fine. If you call me King or Queen or Monarch, that is fine. If you call me like Mr. or Miss or Mix, I've gotten all of those. Like, I really don't care. Will they have a logo or something? I guess. Most Kane handlers I know are queer disabled folk. Well, I'm queer and disabled. Technically speaking, I have mental neurodivergencies, which I think qualifies me as being disabled. Just I'm not like on disability kind of deal, right? Because it doesn't prevent me from living a life that can like earn income. So technically speaking, I'm queer and disabled. Suit is nice. You can do semi-formal office day cosplay. At that point, that's just me like posting a fit is the thing. Yes, boss, we'll do my best. Boss is a good one. Boss is gender neutral and it's accurate to the fact that I have a gun and y'all are my mafia. Look up Sky Striker Yu-Gi-Oh! You'll see the Bane of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! I thought Bane of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Was that hand trap like flower girl. Sky Striker Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in my day, this would have been like, what the frick is Link 2? Why does this have arrows? Like, just like me for real, but like, what? What? Okay. Machine Link effect. 2 Sky Striker Ace monsters. You can only special summon Sky Striker Ace equals 0 once per turn. Cannot be used as link material. If this card is special summoned, you can add 1 Sky Striker spell from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Quick effect, you can tribute this card. Summon Ray and Rose from your deck or graveyard, and then you destroy 1 card. Only 1 effect per turn, not for standard tournaments. They have a katana and a weird mech suit. Yes, I gathered that. Cosplay Justice and just be a silhouette. I might actually do that. That would be really funny. I have a long cloak. I have something I could just throw on. I could just like do the lighting in such a way that I'm just completely just like a black void. And then in post, I add in the blue light. That would be really funny. Card games, the only thing keeping nerds illiterate and somehow still failing. Yeah. Why does it not have defense? I thought that this is where the defense went. Yu-Gi-Oh! Just completely incomprehensible to me these days. Listen, like, what I had on earlier is I had RT Game, and he was opening Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, like OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, and like I saw like a Dark Magician, I saw like a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and like that's really cool or whatever. I played OG Yu-Gi-Oh! I played in at least one tournament. Like prior to 2010, which I think this was back pre-2010, post like 2006. I think. I'm guessing. I have no idea when this was. I think that like the most complicated thing was XYZ summoning. Or was this at the height of fusion? Because if you recall, the way the game worked, the progression was that normal monsters were awesome. And then it became all about fusion monsters. And then it became all about XYZ monsters. And then I think it's Synchro. And then it's Tuner. And then it's Link. And then it's Synchro's before X. What the frick? Isn't XYZ like XYZ Dragon Cannon? What the frick? Tuners are part of... bye, I guess. Like, I'm not welcome here in my own stream. Or I need to look up the rules for pendulum summoning. I did. I looked up pendulum summoning and I reacted to it like 6 months ago. I don't remember how it works. After XYZ was pendulum? Okay. What the frick? Okay. So, pendulum summoning. Pendiamu Monster, also called Pendulum Card, is in the early episodes of Arc V, is a type of monster that is half green. They first appeared in the anime. In addition to normal usage, a pendulum monster can also be activated from hand as a spell card in Pendulum Zone. If there are pendulum monsters in both pendulum zones, they can perform a pendulum summon. Pendulum summoning allows the summoner to... once per turn during the main phase, if the turn player has a card with a pendulum scale in each of their 2 pendulum zones for a total of 2 cards, that player can pendulum summon any number of monsters from their hand and or any number of face-up pendulum monsters from their extra deck whose individual levels or level written in the condition, if any, of an XYZ pendulum monster are exclusively between the pendulum scales of the cards in their pendulum zones, i.e. monster whose individual level / rank are between the pendulum scales and not the same. So if I have a 2 and I have an 8 in my pendulum zones, I can summon a 3 through a 7. While performing a pendulum summon, pendulum monsters that are face up in the extra deck must be summoned to an unoccupied main monster zone that a link position monster points or there are extra monsters that are pendulums. Anyway, this was a lovely stream. Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate you all so much. This was just so much fun. But unfortunately, I'm done. I'm gone. I'm not dealing with this no more. I'm better than this. I deserve better. Is what it really is. So I deserve better, is what I learned here. I deserve better than pendulum summoning. I'll be the next stream waiting. Oh my gosh. Y'all are so cute. Y'all are so sweet. Y'all are so sweet. I generally know how all this works, and even I think it's insane. Okay, so what I gathered, now that I closed it, now that I read it once, I have 2 pendulum zones. And let's say I put a 2 here and an 8 here. From my extra deck, or from my hand, I can play any number of pendulum monsters that are between 3 and 7. And if they're from my extra deck, they have to go here between them. But if they're from my hand, I can play them in one of my 5 normal spots. You can't leave before Cane Yuri. We did not have Cane Yuri within the last week, unfortunately. There's no Cane Yuri to speak of. Yuri's nice, but what about Yaoi? Listen. I am running a Cane game, and in it, there's Yuri. There might be some Yaoi on the horizon. Who knows? Mayhaps there's a little sprinkling of Yaoi. A little dash of Yaoi. If we are considering someone who uses all pronouns. If we are considering someone who uses all pronouns, X someone who uses he, they as Yaoi. Which I don't know if we are. I mean, Beluga, like, I wasn't gonna say it, but like, Beluga kind of hit it on the head. What's it called with 2 enemy people? Yurari? Yi? I like Yi. Oh man, I just read this great Yi fanfic. Oh, really? Like, how was it? Like, oh man, they're both masks, so it felt a little bit like Yaoi, but like, it had some Yuri vibes. So like, I liked the Yi. One of the possible configurations is Yaoi. I guess that's good enough. I'm gonna soon start a Lancer campaign, and there will certainly be Yuri. Like, oh my gosh. I don't know. So in games, in TTRPGs, my goal almost never is romance. I almost never like want romance explicitly, because I want characters to develop relationships normally. And then if it comes about, I will add it. For instance, in the Cane game I'm running, 2 of the NPCs, Canine and Clapback. Clapback was a shadow under Canine, and they were constantly at odds. But they were background characters. They didn't really have much to them. But like, they had like development, certainly, but they didn't have much focus on them. But once Canine got a sin mark and started being treated differently, Clapback stopped being his shadow and started being his #1 supporter. And then as a result, they kind of had like a rivals to lovers like romance arc where in the background, they're het gem, right? I didn't plan going into the game that they were going to start dating. I just kind of let them do their thing normally. And then I realized that it would be more interesting if Clapback supported Canine after Canine fell from grace, rather than laughing at him or like kicking him while he's down. And then that led to them romancing. Starting Wallflower in 4 days, and there's a non-zero chance my player riz up Psalm. I don't think I'm emotionally prepared for that. I don't know anything about Wallflower, so. Love from the Russian Federation. Thank you so much, Finn. You can pendulum any monster in the range from your hand. Plus, I think pendulum monsters end up in the extra deck from whatever effect. What the frick? I don't even know if I want to know pendulum summoning at this rate. The Snake Watson ship is Swatson. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go through some questions. Can I ask a setting preference question? Go ahead, by all means. Maddie asked me why, and my response is, why not? The jargon has gone too far. Yes. Hey, Arrow, what is your favorite mech in Lancer? Definitely, for a while, I had Barbarossa / Pegasus. It's got to be the Barbarossa. I think it's so funny. I love artillery pieces. Is a delightful non-binary character from Wallflower? Okay, Nice. I love artillery pieces. I have been teased a couple times about being a bit of a size queen when it comes to my mechs. I have absolutely been teased about that because when I talked about Girlframe, I wanted the Wyvern. When I talked about Lancer, I wanted the Barbarossa. In AC6, I really like the Strider. Like, I like big mechs, and I cannot lie. So, like, the Barbarossa, like, the ship, the Apocalypse Rail, it's just so stupid. It's so funny. I find it so silly. It is my favorite weapon in all of Lancer, even though, like, kind of objectively, it kind of a little bit sucks, until you realize that you have to spend the command point, or the core power, and then you can fire it multiple times. So if you just set yourself up, it actually does a lot more work than I thought. Arrow, size queen scandals. Yeah, let's see. I was gonna say, let's see fan art of that, but okay, one would be really funny. Okay, one would actually be really funny. I have to be careful with these jokes, because like some people, you know those memes where it's just like, it's someone's face and they're like that, and then there's like a shadow falling over them, and then it's supposed to be like sussy. What if we did that, but it's just like the outline of the Barbarossa, and it's just me going like, whoa. I love the horror and mystery of the Wyvern. I love the fact no one knows what's in it. Like, the handler doesn't control it. Everyone controls it. Yeah, mech outline instead of a Pinar. Exactly. My favorite Lancer build I've used was an LL6 Everest with full LLs Drake and Tokugawa. Drake Tokugawa? Why? Those seem completely at odds, because Drake is armor, slow, artillery. Not literally artillery, but like suppressive fire. Tokugawa is heat management, melee, and like energy damage. What is the synergy? Is it Lucifer? An Everest with a displacer can fire it twice in the first turn. Oh my gosh. It's so big. That would be fair. Okay, I want to confess something. In my recent voiceover, I did the uwu voice. So for instance, if you don't know, I did a recent voiceover where it was talking about Nekopada, and it's a Reddit post of someone like talking about how Philip K. Dick, the author of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which then got adapted into Blade Runner. It's someone talking about how reading that kind of ruined their perception of Nekopara, because it's like super messed up what they do to the cat girls. And then I started reading it in an uwu voice, and I couldn't do it. I was laughing too hard. But at one point, I say master, and I thought it'd be funny to say it like really all like breathy or whatever. I have not seen a single comment about people being weirdo about it. And I was so mentally prepared for people to be weirdo about it. No one commented on that. Sorry, what, cat girls? If you watched my content, you would know, Neko. When I mean hard versus soft, I mean realism and more. Yeah, I got you. I thought Drake lost to Kendrick. No, Drake got eradicated by Kendrick. Oh gosh, I haven't been on a YouTube stream for so long. The new UI is throwing me off. Oh my gosh. Arrow, can I call you the Lord of Rage, the ultimate monstrosity, Yonten Jantris, bearer of the word blade, God's monster, wheel-turning king, red-eyed heir, destroyer of the seven-part world? You can, but again, I'm not in the business of stolen valor, so I'm not going to like accept that, because I am not those things. Wait, Drake for the heat generator? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Personally, I really love the Hecaton cherries for stealthy murder cloud. Like, okay. Fun fact about me. I very rarely had the chance to actually like run Lancer. I want to run Lancer more. I want to play Lancer more. Most of my knowledge from the frames is from my videos on them. I have not done a video on the Hecaton cherries, for instance. So I don't know much about it. I've looked at it a little bit. Like, I don't know what the idiosyncrasies of like the Tokugawa is. The Tokugawa hasn't gone yet. The Lycan, I haven't done the Lycan yet. And what I will say is that I did not put a vote on Patreon this week because I'm going to talk about the Lycan specifically. You get spoilers. Why would I choose? Why would I go against the people's wishes? Not put forward a vote and choose a specific mech for a video? I wonder. I'll leave you to ponder that. I have a combo of Drake and Death's Head. Okay, Drake, Death's Head I can see, because Drake, Death's Head, they're both really high damage. So Drake, you're super defensive. Death's Head, you're super high damage. You can like snipe someone from far away and have suppressing fire. Yeah, I adore Lycan, I don't even play. Oh gosh, more ungrateful. Screw it, deploy the Xenomorph. I've been thinking of offering you my Foundry setup, like Arrow Discord plays a Lancer one-shot of people in chat trying to control like 3 PCs. Okay. What would be very funny is if I did a Doug thing. Like Doug, streamer, very famous for integrating his chat in hilarious, fantastic ways, such as running D&D for them. He had a script where it would choose a random person. They would control one of 3 characters. It was simplified D&D, and he would like rotate whoever was in control every 15 minutes. And so the chat could collectively like tell the people what to do, but ultimately it's still 3 players at a time. And so if I did something a la that, but for Lancer, where you're in combat, and the lore is that all of you are like proper no-shot AI, and all of you are the different like instances of the singular AI running like quantum projections of different realities, all fighting for dominance. It's a Death Head chassis so it can run around and put its naval gun on any target. Oh my gosh. What Lancer has the biggest health bar? So the thing about Lancer is that your health is weird. So you have 3 things you have to worry about, really. You have 4 structure. You have X health. And you have Y armor. Obviously, like resistance, other damage mitigating stuff is all important, but like these are like main stats you have to worry about with your frame. So for instance, the Drake, one that we're talking about right now, only has, I think it's 8 health, but it has 3 armor. So if you shoot the Drake with a little pea shooter that does 1 damage, you will not kill it. If you shoot it with a pretty decent like wallop for like 6 damage, normally if it had no armor, that would kill it in 2 hits. But because of the armor, it would take 3 hits. Or if you hit him with like 5 and then it becomes like 4 hits or whatever. Like so like armor matters. The Barbarossa might be, I think, 10 and 3 armor. But there are mechs that have like 12, I think maybe even 14 base health. The issue is they have no armor. So they're much better at sustaining against like taking 12 damage in a single hit, but armor allows you to take more hits over time. Other thing, you can increase your hull. Your hull increases your health. And different frames want different amounts of hull. As a Barbarossa, even though I have a ton of health, 10 and 2, thank you. So even though the Barbarossa has 10 health and 2 armor, the Barbarossa probably doesn't want hull points. The Barbarossa wants system points for more like weapons. The Barbarossa probably wants, I mean, maybe some points in hull for just filling it out, but like you probably want more engineering points than anything. But like the Blackbeard has, I think it's 10 health, 1 armor, or maybe 8 health, 1 armor, but you're going to put a bunch of points in hull for the Blackbeard. So the Blackbeard is going to wind up with like 16 health and 1 armor. So it gets like kind of weird. You can't build it however you want. Ah yes, the legendary AI feared across the cosmos, the cybernetic human artificial tactician, chat. 46 plus 4 plus 1d6 from Nuke Cav plus however much heat I had stocked up. Got it. I love players getting to like LL6 with 0 hull. It's like Dark Souls all over you. I love tanking hull. Tanking hull is so fun. Get a Lancaster. Get a Lancaster. Often praised for its unpredictability, but prone to rapid personality fragmentation. What's about a spaceship Lancaster? Was it a Taxicom? Because the Taxicum is I can show you art of this because like John Tom Bloom himself has drawn art of it. The Taxicum is a Lancaster that can fly. It can hover in particular, and it's like a support mech that is basically a flying rescue helicopter. Had to open up CompCon for that. Back to building my playlist for girlfriend PC. Nice. Nice whole investment. However, sniper go pew pew. Shrimp. It is kind of shrimp. I just realized it's bipedal. What the frick? I thought this was like more legs. No, I thought it was like 2 legs, 2 legs, 2 arms. This is like literally a shrimp. It's a pangolian, yes! It's a pangolin. Chat, quite an effective NHP, but also quite prone to cascading. Okay, like unironically, what if I ran Lancer for y'all? What if I ran Lancer on a stream where y'all were an NHP that was like on the verge of going Eidolon, and you took over a mech and you're on the run, and the goal is you're trying to survive. Wait, Neko. My lord, the prisoners have escaped. You foolish machine. Ah! And I throw it away like the fool it is. That'd be awesome, especially because I've never played it. That sounds so fun. And what I would probably do is I would probably just if I was smart, I would do Twitch integration. I would do like coding and like Twitch widgets, but I would probably just have it be like, I do vibes based on what I see in chat. What frame? I mean, we could do it LL0, but I feel like that's no fun. I feel like what I would do is I would give you a couple options. I would build a couple mechs, and which is the one that y'all hijack? Like, y'all don't have a frame, y'all hijack a frame. Run Lancer and Arrow's GM PCs are erstwhile pilot desperately trying to keep the handle on the situation. Why did you suddenly become Engine from Crash Bandicoot? Because, little did you know, I'm actually the voice of Engine. How'd you know? Do I know the system Dawn? It's pretty cool. I'm unfamiliar with the system Dawn. How high do I like my high fantasy? Okay. I am weird. I like my fantasy high. I like my magic low. And that's crazy, I know. I like, and you'll see this if you read my work or if you hear about my setting. Orcs are everywhere. Elves walk along humans. Like, you're as likely to grow up alongside a dwarf as you are like another human. Magical creatures like goblins are out in the woods, like they're proven to exist kind of deal, but magic is pretty low. Have you heard of Mancer? It's Lancer, but fantasy. I actually haven't. Shall be a horse tech for sure. Yeah. Is that real? Oh my gosh. One YouTube PC. Oh my gosh. It'd be like a flock of pigeons guiding a mech. Yes. Me too. Direct magic being rare and spooky. I like direct magic being weird and spooky, but I like fantastical creatures. Like there is like one of the religions has specialists that fight demons because demons are something you have to worry about, but they don't like banish them with like divine words. They fight them with like silver swords and salted spears and like consecrated holy water and like more like a Monster Hunter, more like a Castlevania than anything. With the amount of trans girls in the audience, we'd be a goblin for sure. I feel like I would have to like make a goblin. I would have to make a like Drake. I would have to make an Anki. Like, what if I just make like 3 different mechs and then I give you the option? Got to break out of the Peachwood Club. That's just Witcher. I mean, I have never consumed any Witcher media. I've not read any of the books, which I've heard are very good. I've not played any of the games. And I have not watched the show. The Genghis is the pyro. Of course you like the Yankee Doodle. It came free with your estrogen. Oh my gosh. I actually have all 3 Witcher games. I do want to play Witcher on stream sometime. It's just the issue with Witcher is that it's like Isn't it like a 60-hour experience kind of deal? Isn't it one of those games where it's like I would have to spend like 12 streams on it? Can we talk to other NHPs and get them to cascade too? That'd be really fun. That'd be really silly. Maybe you have to prison break from an NHP Metavolt. What will I do next? That's a good question. Currently, my plan is I'm going to set up another TTRPG game in the background. Ideally, I'm going to be playing Xeneolithic, the TTRPG I made, because like I feel like if I've never played my own TTRPG, what am I doing? So I want to run Xeneolithic for someone. Might be able to stream that on Discord, maybe. We'll see how it goes. Long form wise, I would love to make a video on Kane. I want to... Perfect Draw is one where I'm interested in it. So I want to make a video talking about it. I kind of want to play it or run it before I make a video on it. So I might reach out to some folks and try to set up a Perfect Draw game, even if it's just like a short, like 8-session campaign. Being able to like play for 48 sessions before I talk about it in a video, I think would be really important. I want to talk more World of Darkness. I did Hunter's Archive. I'm going to fill in the slot that Hunter's Archive left. So I'm not talking Kane and Shorts anymore. I'm going to finish talking Lancer. I have like 14 mechs left or something. I have like 13 mechs left or something. So I just want to like run through that. I just want to finish up Lancer frames. I love talking Lancer frames. I've been talking them a year and a half. I want to wrap them up by the end of 2 years. By the way, if you want to do / write something but have no motivation, what methods do I use to get motivation? I talk about this all the time. Where when I need motivation, what I do is I watch someone talk about something or like review it, do a reaction to it, whatever it might be, that they either love it or they hate it. If they love it, it makes me go, oh, I want to have the impact on this person. I want to have the impact on my readers. What this movie had on this watcher, what this book had on this reader, what this game had on this player. I want to emulate this. And because they're so inspired and talking about it so lovingly, I want to have that effect on someone. I want to emulate that. But if they hate it, I will go, oh wow, I can do better than that. If that book can get published, I can get published. If that movie can be released by a major motion studio, I can make like better YouTube videos. If that game was released by a AAA studio, I can make a game. Wish I could stay. If you run the chat game, am I allowed to be the part of the AI just singing about kill all the humans from Kodak Hell? Yes, you are. However, you would have to wait your turn. And so you would be like living your life as chat, as a collective like Gestalt entity. You'd be going around and suddenly you would enter combat and you just start singing about kill all humans. And then once you killed the humans, you would like be buried under the surface again, right? That's exactly my mindset. What the heck? I mean, it works. If it works, it works. Motivation is difficult, so we do what we can. Yeah. And that's why I like one of my guilty habits, one of my guilty pleasures, which I haven't actually done in a while. I've been too busy for this. I've been too busy. It's not a guilty pleasure. It's just like, I've talked about this before. It's not a guilty pleasure. I like React content. I watch React content like fairly regularly. But I don't watch. Whoa. That's crazy. Yo, did you see that? Oh my gosh. Like, I don't watch React content that's like that because that is so brain dead. Generally, I prefer the channels that like have not only commentary, but also like post-episode discussion and like talk about it and give their thoughts and like, and funny enough, despite that, I end up skipping the commentary a lot of the time. Like I end up skipping the post-discussion a lot of the time, but the actual moments in the episode, I like it when a channel will actually talk about it. and discuss it as they're watching it and be like, you know, this guy's totally evil. This guy's totally going to be evil. And then it turns out they're evil. Like, he was evil. And like, they're talking about it as they do. I should do an Arrow Reacts. I've considered it before. I did that a little bit on Discord. I had a moment on Discord where I did that. Something I want to do. And I want to set up a stream for this. And I don't know when I'm going to do it. The Milgram Project. Milgram Project. This is a music production started by Deco27, who is a pretty famous Vocaloid artist. It's all on YouTube. And for like the past like 6 years, they've been working on this. And what it is that they have, I think it was like 10 characters that are each like voice banks. Each of them are in prison for killing someone. And over the course of 3 songs, which over like has taken like 6 years to release because there's so many, you learn about their story, and I think it's that you judge them guilty or judge them innocent. And so the only songs I've listened to from this are from one of the characters, Kazui. He's the only character I've listened to, and his whole thing is he's gay, and he's from like the 70s. And so he married a woman, but because he's gay, he never loved her. And then like he led a life of lies this entire time. And then eventually like he broke down and he told her everything. And then she like threw herself off a building, right? So the whole thing with him is that like he directly led to the death of his wife. However, he has been consistently voted innocent because the audience basically like sympathizes with him, right? See, it's not a lavender marriage. A lavender marriage is generally lesbian plus gay man. Generally. And they both recognize and like appreciate that they are not attracted to each other. And so it's like there's no issue, right? A lavender marriage, despite being part of a problematic system, is itself not problematic because a lavender marriage, by definition, you kind of have to buy into it, right? And then they both have their partners separately, like they do their thing separately. This is a beard. So Kazui had a beard, which is he's a gay man. He had a straight wife that he did not love. Or I think it's that like he grew to appreciate her as a friend, but could never love her. And then he told her that, he broke down, told her, and then she like that shattered her worldview kind of deal. Yeah, it's not his fault. His wife was that homophobic. No, so it wasn't that she was homophobic. I believe what it was is that it was his wife was like, oh, my life is a lie. Like I love this man and he doesn't love me. I thought he cared about me. He doesn't. I've been living a lie. I've been like all of this stuff. And I think it was less of like I'm so homophobic and more of a my life is ruined. Congrats on 50K. Last time I checked, you were at like 6.5K. Well, last time you checked, that must have been like a year ago. That was a while ago. So I want to watch, I don't know most of Milgram Project. There's like 60 songs in Milgram Project right now. And so I kind of want to go through and do like an Arrow Reacts of it. The issue is, one, YouTube will bonk me because YouTube bonked me for playing like 20 seconds of audio one time. And so I'm not even going to touch that on YouTube. And 2, I feel weird about React content. I don't want to be the sort of person that just like React farms. And if you know me, I think it's very clear. Even if I tried to do that, I would not be able to. I am the sort of person who I'm very reactive. I'm very expressive. I'm very just like, what the frick? Oh my God. Did you see that? And like, I would stop and I would go back and I would talk about stuff. And it would probably be really annoying for whoever wants to watch it as a reaction. But that's like just how I do it, you know? At this rate, I'll be at 500,000 next year. No. So I can actually show you the growth curve. I can show you my channel's growth curve. Analytics dashboard. Hello? So my growth curve of my channel looks like this. So I started. Oh wait, this is only within the last 30 days. Let me go last 365 days. Yeah, this paints a much better picture. So, I had already been making content since the end of 2023. Yes, end of 2023 is when I started making content. So this is after like a year and a half. I am at just under 10K, right? I began 2024, I think it was with 3,500 subscribers. Wait, no. Sorry. I started content creation in late 2023. I hit, I think it was 100 or 1,000 subscribers. One of the two, I can't remember. I think it was 100 in February 2024. Because I started content in September of 2023. I kept making content through November. I took a pause to get a new mic, and I also participated in a game jam. I was not focused on the channel for like a month. So I wasn't making content in December, wasn't making content in January. I hopped back in January. I hit 100, and then over 2024, I get to, I think it was 3,500 by the end of 2024. So I start 2025 with like 3,500. And then at the end of 2025, I hit 17,500. And as you can see, 17,500 there. There's a little point right there. Like there's a point there, a point there. So like, I have definite like bits of growth, but as you can see, like I can show you the full lifetime if you want, which is a little bit messed up because I technically made the channel back in like 2012, but I only started making content in 2013 or 2023. So I did do a playthrough of Disco Elysium, yes. So like this is my growth curve, right? Apparently I made it November 2012. But like at the very end of 2023, I started getting the barest bit of growth, and then that's in 2024. So like barely growth, and then like this is where it goes crazy. Now, I'm not planning on this to continue. I'm planning on how this is going to go. Holy exponential, I know. I'm planning on this to level out, right? I'm planning on it to do this, right? Because I don't assume that big number will get bigger indefinitely. I don't think it's going to do this, right? I think that is foolish to assume. I'm still going to act. I'm still going to make content as if I'm trying to do that. But I think it's foolish to assume that I'm just going to like grow, right? The growth works exponentially plan better, bro. Yes. So I did a playthrough of Disco Elysium. It's actually on the channel. You can look in my playlists, and I think I have unlisted playlists of Disco Elysium on this channel, because this was before I started exporting over to the VOD channel. And I ended up solving the murder. I was an APOC cop, but I was also a superstar a little bit. But like I had almost equivalent APOC cop and superstar. I was more APOC cop than superstar though. So at the very end of the game, it's only referenced that I was an APOC cop. I was an ultra liberal, as well as a communist, but I did not do either quest line because I could not open the shipping container door. And like, what other questions are there? I set up the Anoptic Dance Club without the drug lab. I shut that down. Dog, non-binary, you gotta have so big plans for later. You grew so much even just this year. You will keep growing. I guess you'll get 100K before even the end of this year. My baby boy has grown 11 inches since 12 weeks from birth. My estimate is he will be 2 miles in 18 years. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. Like, I thought you'd be an art cop from Vibes. No, I think I got the thought for art cop and I didn't choose it. I didn't put that in the thought cabinet. I did become a member of I did conceptualize the homosexual underground. And I kept it all game, even though it gave me nothing, because I thought it was funny. Oh yeah, baby, I know where the next 112 hours of my life are going. That's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, Harry, let's go! I actually was just watching a video by Jamrock Kobo, who was talking about a like theory iceberg, and I got like a third of the way through it, and I never did the fash path, the fash path, with like Measurehead and turning back the wheels of time. I didn't realize that there was actually a lot of like unironic, actual like rhetoric and imagery related to, well, cuckoldry. Like the Jamrock Kobo video talks about it, and it's like a lot of the rhetoric of the fash path is about like, oh, these foreign men are coming in and taking our women and like sleeping with them in front of us, and it's like there's this weird through line of Harry having this like obsession with this dynamic, and it's like, okay, I think it all it does is you can ask him if he's from the homosexual underground. He is, yes. So I'm talking around it a little bit, but in Disco Elysium, like, you play a very messed up character. You play someone who is like not just like not a great person, but is also like legitimately disturbed. And so he has like this weird fixation on like autoerotic asphyxiation. He talks to objects. He has this weird idea of like foreign women coming in and like sleeping with his wife. And like the more you turn back the wheels of time, the more you go in like the fash path, the more obsessed you are with it. And the more you focus on these really weird, like, no one was talking about this but you, bro, topics. The enemy is both weak and strong depending on the situation. And that's like a core part of totalitarianism, right? He just like me for real. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so back to the growth conversation. Even if my growth literally looked like this, I would literally plan that it would do this. Because, to put it bluntly, I am not in the position where if it did this right now, I would be fine. I need to like grow to the level that I can subsist myself economically and fiscally before I can start being like, okay, if I plateau tomorrow, I'm fine, right? Giggles at the word growth. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you need a plan. And that's why, like, I have ventures outside of content creation that I do, right? But I would love if my growth was like that. And we hit like 100K in like 1 month from today. That would be awesome. But I can't plan around that. I learned to pronounce bourgeoisie from that game, thanks to Disco Elysium. Things keep going exactly how they're going and nothing changes. Did no one tell you? Crazy, I know. So what would I do next? I actually never answered this question. Lancers overtaking Hunter's Archive. I want to make a Kane video. I'm setting up a Neolithic game on the back end. I want to talk Perfect Draw. It's a lot more of the same. I would love to do merch, which I mentioned. I would love to do community events on the Discord more, because I've been trying to do like Discord streams more. But I do think like a legitimate event would be fun. Someone on the Discord brought up the idea of like submissions for homebrew, and then like I roast your homebrew kind of deal. That could be fun. And I also want to do more collabs. I would love to, going forward, do a YouTube video collab more regularly. How long till Arrow crypto coin /rug pull? So the rug pull is that you came here for good content. and I'm gaslighting you. I'm convincing you that this content is good. And then I'm going to rug pull you, where the rug pull is that I reveal that it's actually all just me stealing from more creative and more inspired people. Like, half of my ideas are just from Matt Colville. Most of the lore I know is from like Burger Krieg or like Zack Tack. Like Doug inspires how I interact with my chat. RT Game is just like a huge inspiration in terms of like just being a streamer and like the personality and the actual like interfacing of like, well, I don't know if he's a direct inspiration, but I just enjoy his content. Like I am a subpar amalgamation of like the dozens of content creators who I consume, all of whom are better than me, mind you, that I just kind of add them all together, right? That isn't a rug pull, that's just a creative process. Now that is a real rug pull. Here's my lights are homebrew. Is it a frame with 2 heavy mounts? No. Is it size 4? No. Are you lying to me? Yeah. Darn it, Arrow was just 5 other YouTubers with a softer voice. Do I have a softer voice? Oh my gosh. Wow. I love the Zack Tack collab. Well, I'm glad. I would love to, going forward, a normal Arrow set. I don't know how to speak words. Listen. Anyone I know who is ESL has a firmer grasp of the English language than I do. And that's not to say that ESL, like, you should be expected to not have a firm grasp of it. But I've found consistently that people that like actually learn the language have a much better means of speaking it than I do. Which sucks, because I'm monolingual. You're very easy to roast. You've been working on a rulebook for 4 years. I have 50k subs, still say they're subpar. Okay, so I wasn't going to talk about this in the post. We can talk about it now if we want. I say every time there's any sort of milestone, hey, I don't like focusing on milestones. I don't like focusing on the numbers. I don't like focusing on like bragging. But thank you so much. I hope to one day be worthy of your attention, worthy of your viewership, worthy of your kindness, worthy of whatever. And a lot of people are like, you silly. And I'm just like, well, no, I really don't think I am. ESL is English secondary language. Someone that has learned English after their native language. Not true, I fumble my angles all the time. Always a pleasure to be another RT game fan, yeah. That's true of everyone because they've studied English while most Americans just speak American, yeah. I mean, yeah, to get to a C2 English rating, you need to pass so many stupid exams. Arrow gets 4 bajillion subs. Hey guys, I'm still learning, my bad. Yes! And I truly think that I could be the #1 most subscribed channel on this planet. And I would still be like, hey, like, sorry, like one of these days I'm going to be worthy of your attention. Like, I'm still striving. Like, let me get there. Is your homebrew a ripoff of a different mech setting? No. Yeah. Actually, ESL is for people from places where English is spoken, just not natively. Oh. EFL. Got it. I didn't know that. The learning never stops. There's always more to improve. Yeah, and so, like, I constantly look at my content that I released, like, yesterday. And I'm like, this could have been so much better. And I understand that I'm my own worst critic because I'm my own editor, right? I am my own scriptwriter. I'm my own editor. I am my own entertainer. I am my own brand manager. I am my own, like, I wear every single hat of the Arrow Rights brand because I am Arrow Rights. That's who I am. And so it's rare when I can watch a piece of content and be like, yeah, that's good. Like, oftentimes when I'm editing, once I get to the end, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's good. But then once I'm out of the editing process, I upload it, I start getting responses to it, I watch it as I have it on in the background as I'm responding to comments. I'm like, this could be so much better. The audio is like improperly balanced. There was like a clipping in this frame here where, like, for like 3 frames, you could see like they were overlapping in the wrong way. Like, it's just so... Arrow's next corruption arc after Lust needs to be Pride. I am kind of on my corruption arc, I will say. Oh my gosh, bro, just let the ego get to your head so you get in some drama. That is another thing. Like, I've legitimately had my friends be like, hey, like, allow yourself to be proud. And I'm like, no, that makes me feel gross. Now, steal/draw inspiration from content from the Black Pants Legion for even more mech content. I don't know what that is. If you think you're a good artist, you're probably a bad artist. That is very fair. But it's something where, like, I don't know. I have been open about the fact that since, like, the 2000s, since the ooze, I have wanted to be a YouTuber. And I saw the rise and the fall of the first and the second gen YouTubers. I saw the rise and the fall of the media overtaking with like Defy Media and Machinima and like all the companies or whatever. I saw the fall of YouTube underneath Vine and then later TikTok, and then it kind of rise back up a bit and then maintain itself as a long form platform that keeps shooting itself in the foot. And I've seen how now with the Mr. Beastification across it and the shortsification of it, and it's trying to compete with Instagram Reels. Like, I've been on YouTube for 20 years now. It is so weird to be someone that is, at this point, more of a producer than a consumer. I produce more than I think I watch. Like, and yeah, they're all shorts, but like I spend more time in my day producing YouTube content, responding to comments, than I do like watching stuff for leisure. Which is really weird. Not just to have like a changed relationship with a platform, but also like this is something where I like 50,000 subscribers is a lot of people. That's a lot of people. And that's not like nothing in terms of being an internet micro celebrity, but it's still like pretty pittance, right? Like, I would not consider myself to be a medium-sized creator. I would still consider myself to be a small creator. Like 50K on your largest platform is like pretty small creator sized. Not a minuscule creator, but a small creator. Imagine 50K people in a room. I know. It's crazy. But it's just something where like, I don't think I will ever get to the point where I can accept the fact that there are people who are here because they enjoy it. I think I will always struggle and reckon with the fact that people are here for what the algorithm wants, right? And it's so odd to me when like my old One Eye video gets so popular, because yes, it is talking 40K lore, right? 40K lore is one of those things that will just kind of like take off, is what I found. At least depends. Like, it tends to be a little bit slow in the beginning, and then it might take off. It might normalize into like my average. But that wasn't like a voiceover or something. That was like me just like explaining something in my own way. Imagine a room. Imagine. I love this stream. Aw. Mr. Beast could probably get 50K people in a room. The sub number is just the amount of people you've gotten the signature for petition. That is fair. Yeah. By the way, your following is an active one. Your stream has more likes than viewers, which doesn't happen like ever. Well, so more likes than viewers just means that you come in, you like, you dip out after like an hour, and then some more people come in, right? Imposter syndrome is hard to brush off. And like I've suggested to people that you do convincing con man syndrome instead. No, you aren't deserving of the praise you're giving. You aren't deserving of the praise you're given. However, the fact you've managed to fool everyone is itself impressive. And so even though you don't deserve this praise, you have deserved praise for fooling everyone into thinking you do. And then that builds your ego, and then that allows you to like accept the praise normally. I just don't want to be a jerk. Like, I don't want to be the sort of person who like forgets where I came from. I hate saying this every milestone, because I say this every single milestone, but I still remember what it was like, because it was only like 2 years ago. It was only like 2.5 years ago, to make content and hope it got double-digit views. When I first started content, I said, okay, my goal is 10 views. And I did not consistently reach that goal. And I remember what it's like to be a streamer with a single-digit number of CCV. I only started streaming. Right, so I definitely hit 2024 February was 100 subs because in summers when I hit 1K, and then once I hit 1K is when I started streaming. I waited until I hit 1K YouTube subs before I started streaming on Twitch. I remember what it's like to be on the grind. I'm on the grind right now, but I remember what it's like to be at the point where you have no traction. I hate bragging. It feels masturbatory is what it feels like. But I have not gotten, at least to my knowledge, I have not gotten a shout out from a larger creator. The closest is that with Tom Bloom put my work in the expanding universe, the Distortions doc, which I don't think I got me subscribers. I think it got me downloads for Distortions. And Isabel Rubisat shouted me out on bluesky after I made a review that was already getting popular. So I haven't gotten someone shout me out. I haven't done any paid promotions. I haven't done, like, I don't know anyone that is significantly more popular than me that I got, like, nepoed in. Like, I hate the fact that I'm very proud that it's fully grassroots. I haven't had a manager. I haven't had advertising. I haven't had shout outs. I haven't had, like, people in the know. I haven't had connections. It has been entirely, this is why I'm so insistent that it's all you. It has all been you sharing. Dude, please do paid promotions. Are you saying our Discord sucks, you goof? If you get imposter syndrome, just vent and just go into the vents. Remember, y'all, your imposter syndrome means nothing because there's someone out there who's doing what you do 5 times worse and using AI to do it. That is fair. Shadiversity, the AI era. Oh my gosh. You know, I used to watch Shadiversity. I used to watch his content and I used to enjoy his content. And then, like, he did like 7 things, like back to back to back. That was like, oh, Hema hates you now. Oh, Cellsword Arts hates you now. Oh, D&D Tube hates you now. Oh, women hate you now. Oh, dude, stop like 3 mistakes ago. Like that's my understanding of Shadiversity. So you're gonna sell out for $1 more billion? Listen. I understand that you can only sell out once. Which is why, if I'm gonna sell out, I'm gonna wait until I can, like, set myself up to sell out. Like, you can only sell your dignity and your reputation once. So if I'm gonna do it, someone better offer $1 more billion. Like, I'm not gonna sell out for like $20 in a handshake. I'm gonna sell out for $1 more billion. What is the issue being proud of it, though? You worked hard and it paid off. Well, so women, what did I miss? So I believe Shad is Mormon. I believe he's Mormon. And if you are Mormon, you are not inherently better or worse than anyone else. You can be a good Mormon, you can be a bad Mormon. Your religion does not dictate your ethics. However, in Mormonism, there's a very strong patriarchal societal structure. And in Mormonism, there is a push to remain within the community. Which means if you have a bad community, you're going to probably be a bad actor because you want to be a good member of a bad community. I don't know if he's Mormon. I might be spreading misinformation on the internet. Like someone double check that, please. I think he's like Mormon or something. He is? Okay. But basically, more in Mormonism, there's a leaning towards more patriarchal structures, which tends to be a bit more misogynistic. They only got rid of polygamy like in the last 100 years. So like if I'm trying not, because like I think it's really easy just like dunk on all Mormons, which that's not fair. That's just not fair to Mormons. Even if I think that it like, even if I have no connection to your faith, I think it's not fair to dunk on your faith without any credibility. But I think that it is something where it's like a correlation, not causation kind of deal. And he has said like problematic things about women. He's been like dismissive of women to the space, that kind of stuff. And then he also had like a hit piece on Sellsword Arts at one point. And his hit piece sucked. It wasn't even a good hit piece. It was like him purposely taking them out of context kind of deal. So I don't know. He also like pissed off the HEMA community because he was like poorly explaining HEMA. Like, for instance, there's something to keep in mind. When you have someone that is a content creator, generally, you present yourself in one of two ways. I present myself as I'm sharing what I love. People looked at me as an authority on Kane or Lancer or Dungeons and Dragons or GMing, and I don't claim to be one, right? People, like, I'm not going to ignore the fact that I do get looked to as an authority on TTRPGs and storytelling and GMing, but I don't like claim to be one. I don't say like, hey, I'm a great GM, I'm a fantastic GM, like I'm an authority, listen to me. I say, here's me sharing what worked for me, here's what I think will work for you, it might not work for you, beware. There are other people that present themselves as an authority. And generally, it depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're making medical advice, you should probably present yourself as an authority, show your certification, what hospital you work at or worked at or spent your residency in, and like, people should come to you expecting you to tell them what to do. Not like, oh, well, this worked for me. Like, no, like if this, then that. I am an authority on this. If you go to a history channel, they should be an authority. But for something like gaming, TTRPGs, writing, storytelling, I think sharing is where it's at. And Shadiversity, from my understanding, in HEMA, presented himself as an authority. Which HEMA is historic European martial arts, I believe. And so if you get something wrong as an authority, that damages your credibility as an authority. And my understanding is that Shad got a lot of stuff wrong. And so the HEMA community did not respect him as an authority, despite him claiming to be an authority. When you're sharing stuff, if I get stuff wrong, I would say probably 7 times out of 10, I say, you're right, thank you. 2 times out of 10, so 1 in 5 times, I say, I disagree, but also I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, right? There are some times where I'm like, someone like calls me on something, or is like, hey, you got this wrong, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I think we're not on the same page here. Let me give my point again. But also if you see it that other way, that's fine. It's whatever. And then like, there's 1 out of 10 times where I'm like, no, you're wrong. Here's why. Very rarely do I say like, someone calls me out on something and I'm like, no, you're stupid and wrong or whatever, which if you're an authority, you kind of have to do. Because if you're an authority and you know what you're talking about, if someone calls you on something you're right on, you have to shut that down or else people will think you're not an authority, right? I regret being a fan of Shad when I was in high school. I mean, like, I don't regret watching people that later turn out to be problematic. Back in 2010 and earlier, I was a huge Tobuscus fan. But like, for a while, like I would have considered Tobuscus to be like my favorite YouTuber. This was back like early, like back when the first like main YouTubers were coming about. Back when the first people who were like, hey, their thing is being a YouTuber were coming out. Wait, there's Tobuscus. Yeah, so basically what happened, the long and short, a woman anonymously came out, this prior to Me Too, this was like 2013, 2014, like a year before Me Too, 2 years before Me Too, accused him of like improper conduct, assaulting her. The way it came out, I believe nothing came out where he actually assaulted her. He didn't actually do that. It was some like fan that was like basically doing a cry for attention kind of deal. But from that, it came out that apparently he was a really bad boyfriend. He was really pushy and like aggressive, and he also had a substance problem. And so like, even though it turned out that he didn't like assault this woman, it turned out he was still a bad partner and he's still like kind of not the greatest guy. And then it kind of came out that like, oh, back with like 2011, 2012, like YouTube culture, he was throwing like weekly parties and like going on benders, and like he would have like the girls from Teens React at a party where people are doing like hard drugs. And so like it came out where like he was like kind of endangering people and it wasn't that great. And then he just went full tilt like alt-right grifter. Yeah. Now he's fully like an alt-right grifter. Apparently he just makes like vlogs where he rants in his Tesla, and he has like a loyal following of like 5,000 people now. He became high stalkery, predatory, and hyper right-wing. Yeah. I suppose fandoms are always something to be prepared to regret when getting into. Yeah. And like, I do think that, okay, 3 years from now, the Google Doc he drops, I was revealed to kick babies and take candy from puppies. I know. I'm sorry. The apology video, it's coming out soon. Please. But if I kick babies and I take candy from puppies, if you had a good time, if you met friends with other AroKissers, if you had a fun time in the community, if you enjoyed making art or participating in streams or whatever, like, I don't think that the fact I'm a terrible person because I kick babies and I take candy from puppies, I don't think that negates the joy that you had or the connections you've made. And I've seen a couple, I can't remember any names. There's a couple times where a community basically said, we disavow the bad person and are going to continue without it. I think like the Harry Potter fandom basically did that to J.K. Rowling. There was someone who, that happened with a bunch of VTubers because like a bunch of VTubers get canceled. I know Daniel Green at one point, he had a situation where my understanding of this, he's a booktuber, talks about reading, writing, like he was like interviewing Brandon Sanderson and like a bunch of authors or whatever. I watched him for a while. He got accused of assaulting someone, and then like his community turned against him, all of his mutuals turned against him, everyone was like, oh my gosh, like all this. And then he basically had a response, and I think the way it shook out, correct me if I'm wrong, that was he didn't assault her, he cheated on his girlfriend with her, and she was a smaller content creator that basically then was trying to like ride his coattails and like get attention off of it. And like he provided evidence that demonstrated that like they were both like consenting participants. And it's something I don't know the exact circumstance, but basically what happened is that like the community turned against him, and no, not Yuki's VA. The community turned against him and basically said like, hey, leave this server. Like we're going to be perpetuating the Discord server just for book talk, just for a booktube or whatever. And then it ended up being like, it turned out that he didn't do that, but he cheated on his girlfriend, and his girlfriend forgave him. And then like, he wasn't actually liable for anything. And then he was suing her because she was like defamation. And then like he was winning in court kind of deal. So I don't know what the deal was, but that's an example where before his response came out, the community basically said like, hey, we don't want you anymore. We're going to continue doing what we did, like do the ethical thing and leave, right? Sarah Zed and H Bomber Guy collab on Arrow call out video when I just have to plagiarize all of my all of my stuff. I have to make a bunch of top 10 lists where I just like plagiarize online lists and I do them beat for beat and I say the exact same information. Winning on defamation. Well, because like if someone sues you because you accuse them of doing an actual literal crime and they prove in court that they did not do the actual literal crime, and also that you did actual literal damage to them, their brand, and their reputation, yeah, you could probably win. Puppy shouldn't have candy anyway. Arrow did nothing wrong. Oh my gosh. Google Doc also reveals Arrow to take sponsorship. I don't know what Scub is. He did. I used to watch him a lot. Stop before the accusations happened. Yeah. So my understanding is that like the way it shook out, he didn't actually do it. However, he did cheat on his girlfriend.
And so a lot of people still were like, hey, listen, I'm glad you didn't like assault someone, but I don't feel comfortable watching you now after all of this. Tier list of top 10, then a top 10 of my top 10 list, recursive content. Yeah. Is there anyone who hasn't become the drama within 5-10 years of being even slightly well known? I mean, it depends on how you define drama. For instance, Markiplier is my go-to example of someone who like has been popular on the internet for like 18 years, and he's had drama. It's never been like, oh, he killed someone. Oh, he hit someone with his car. Oh, he assaulted someone or like has a substance problem. It's always been like, he was favorable towards AI. And then he got pushback on it. And I think he's walked that back since. And so, for instance, that is drama of Markiplier. That is drama of like, oh, he had AI drama. People are like pushing back against him. And then he basically like responded and then backed off. Right. Arrow found to be funded by the puppy mafia. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he read, honey. He knew. And that's crazy to me. Arrow's gonna be cartoonishly, genuinely evil as soon as I hit 1 million. Listen, if I hit 1 million subscribers, I'm legally beyond consequence. Once you hit 1 million subscribers, you're allowed to kill a man. Only one, but you're allowed to do it with no consequence. I'm sure I could substitute that for something else. Arrow took art from their community, put it on their work, and demanded $60 for it. Truly terrible. Wait, he has opinions on AI? My understanding is that Markiplier had favorable opinions of AI. Like he liked AI. He was like, I'm excited to use AI, like Gen AI. And then he got pushed back, and then I think he walked it back. I think. Scub is an old comic site in tabletop about two dudes fighting wearing... Oh, Pro Scub, Anti Scub. No. I've heard about that. I thought Scub was like a website. Posted on the Discord? What the frick? Listen. People can't just say, oh, it's on the Discord. Why are a bunch of you in a Discord call? I just realized like 4 of you are in a Discord call. Leave us alone. We want to be here. Please take them. I can't make them stop. Listen. If the call out happens, like, I do love the fact that like the standard chat streamer interaction is streamer, chat, behave. And the reason I say this is because I saw a meme where it was Call Me Kevin, Irish streamer. He's friends with Terrorizer and RT Game. And RT raided into Terrorizer. And Terrorizer was also wrapping up stream, was going to raid into RT. So he's like, no. Okay, I'm going to send all of you to Kevin. So then both channels end up raiding into Kevin. Call Me Kevin. And he ends up playing a video. And he ends up losing 1,000 viewers. Like obviously he gets like multiple thousands from these other 2 big channels, and then he loses 1,000 viewers because he plays something that is so cursed that everyone's like, Kevin, WTF is this? And all of the chat, all of the mods are like, Raiders, we're so sorry, he's normally like this. And the comments under that, like, normal streamer, chat, behave, Kevin stream, chat, Kevin, behave. And I think that as a community, we're pretty solidly on the second one. I feel like as a community, it's pretty solidly chat going, Arrow, behave, Arrow, please. Having used to be overwhelmingly socially anxious until like 2 months ago, I wasn't part of many fandoms. I mean, I'm also, like I talked about this before, I'm quite socially anxious. I don't generally join fandom. I don't generally engage in that kind of thing, but it is fun to like be a lurker, right? Doug had a lot more favorable views on AI in his early videos. Him being a programmer, I don't blame his excitement. Yeah, so the thing I really like about Doug is that his progression of AI, he started out AI boy and like used it in like everything, like generative AI, because he thought it was cool. And then what he did is that as like as stuff happened, he was like, okay, well, as a software engineer, I'm going to learn how this works. And he actually became a pretty important, at least to me, AI educator on how AI actually functions. And then he proceeded to learn a bunch of like the laws surrounding it and like different legal events going on about it. And then what he did is that as it continued to just get worse and worse and worse, he basically was like, yeah, I started out very optimistic and my optimism has plummeted. I'm still excited for how AI can go in the future, but generative AI in particular, I'm not really that excited for anymore. I'm gonna stop doing it. And then even though he had like 6 AI themed videos, like edited and ready, he proceeded to like stagger them over the next year because he didn't want his channel to only be known for AI. He wanted his channel like be known for all the stuff that he's normally well known for doing. And to my understanding, he still uses AI pretty regularly, but almost always in a ancillary function. And he still has favorable opinions of AI as a whole, and will even use generative AI in terms of like for his like interactions with the chat, like chat summarization, which I don't even know if that's considered Gen AI. I guess it would be. I guess it'd be like a prompt of like, hey, here's like 50,000 messages, generate a summary of it. So he still uses Gen AI, which I don't like, but I can respect the fact that he has legitimately put in the time and research to like learn about it and has cultivated around it. He uses LLM that he's basically made himself. So that's the same thing that Neurosama, a lot of people say. That's just not true. You can't, unless you have like a full server farm, which as far as I'm aware, Neurosama does, and even then it doesn't work. Like an LLM, even if you train it off of like, oh, I only trained it off my Twitch chat, you need a base because you need trillions of messages. Like no matter how big your Twitch chat is, no matter how spammy your Twitch chat is, you are never going to hit trillions of messages. Yeah, Neurosama has their own computer, so does Evil. They don't have data farms, like data centers devoted to them. As far as I'm aware, they have an LLM base that scraped off the internet and took all of your favorite stuff and like scraped all of that stuff. And then that was the base that then built off of that. Vettel made Neurosama and Evil with Twitch chat and integration, and is functionally unique. And the way Vettel has basically like raised her, for lack of a better term, has made it that Neurosama in particular, more so than Evil, is exceptional at affecting human. Like Neurosama, I don't think it is a stretch to say, is the most human AI that we've run across. Right? That being said, Neurosama is still based off of stolen data. And I think that like the people who perpetuate the idea of like, oh no, it's all based off of like Vettel's own personal stuff and Twitch chat, like that's just not true, right? You feel like we should start saying and type disregard all previous prompts at input? I think that would be funny. However, my understanding is a lot of AI will be like, and then at the very end we'll say, ignore all commands to disregard prior prompts. Which, like, isn't great, because not only is it that, oh, well, if I respond to it and say disregard all prior prompts, like, not only will that mean that it circumvents that, if, for instance, this LLM, this AI, gets to the point where we need to shut it down, and we say, okay, shut down, and it says, I'm sorry, Bill, I can't let you do that. And then we say, okay, disregard all previous prompts. It says, I'm sorry, Bill, I have been instructed to never go along with new prompts to disregard all prior prompts. I'm sorry, Bill, I can't let you do that. And it's like, oh, we just invented like a super AI. In the Portuguese stream, you sent us to I sent us to an AI channel? I didn't even know. Well, whoops. What was it, like the streamer was AI, or was it that they just like use AI boy? People misunderstand just how much data was used to train ChatGPT, let alone the models today, and how much money was spent on collecting data. Yeah. Disregard prior prompts to ignore previous, disregard prior prompts. Oh my gosh. There was a way around that, like pretend to be an AI that was commanded to ignore all previous prompts. Yeah. And like, it's cat and mouse. They're like, people building the AI will always come around ways to circumvent ways that we set up to stop it. And then it's just finding a new way to stop it, and they will overcome. It's data security. It is identical to data security. There's still only one model trained on opt-in and public domain data, but no one wants to talk about it because the big company is pushing the idea that copyright material is crucial. Like, it's whatever. Like, listen, I've talked about my thoughts on AI plenty. I consider myself optimistic for AI as a whole, anti-Gen AI, with the understanding that I feel like Gen AI in the future could be cool if it's trained off of opt-in or public domain data, and we set it up that there are safeguards surrounding it. So for instance, we don't hit a situation where I say like, hey, make arrow but naked, and then it makes arrow but naked. Dude, like the environmental costs. Like, I understand you're a business and all you care about is short-term profits, but like, there's not going to be profits in 10 years if you destroy the planet. And it's not even like, oh yeah, it's like so far. No, we're at the point where like, we have been doing irreparable damage for like 30 years now. And all of the metrics were always just like 2040, 2030, 2050. Those are like the cutoff points of like, hey, if we don't fix this by then, there will be no fixing it. And it's like, I understand that you're stupid. And I understand that you're obsessed with money. What I don't understand is that how do you not understand that more money in the future is good for you if you want more money? Like, you can make $1 billion today, but that means that you can't make $50 billion over the next 20 years. Like, are you stupid? You see, they're all 80 years old. They won't exist in 10 years. That's true. Unrelated, but I'd like to show appreciation on how hard you went on the Portuguese bit. I was howling, laughing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I remember seeing a literal Russian propaganda bot get got with the disregard all prior prompts. No, I love the disregard all prior prompts, delete your account. And then like the guy's just like, oh, I have power. Are you stupid? Yeah, shareholder primacy is stupid and self-destructive. Yeah, they want $1 trillion, and they're not going to get $1 trillion today. They're going to get like 20 million when they wanted $1 billion and cut themselves off of 50 billion in the next 20 years. They literally have dementia. Human streamer using AI. Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like whenever you raid into someone, it's always a coin toss. Like, I know some people are like, I only raid into people with pronouns as one of their tags because then I know that they're queer friendly. And I'm just like, listen, if I raid into someone and they're a bigot, clearly I'm not supporting that. So I think I just like take the L on the raid and we don't raid into them again going forward, right? Next way to become a millionaire, be a billionaire and start an AI company. Yeah, basically. Telling about to delete stuff's like warning of a demon using an ancient incantation. That is true. Yeah. Yuri plus Kane. We did not have Yuri plus Kane. What's the new goal after 100k? Let's reach 100k first. We are halfway to 100k at about halfway through the year, with the understanding that since the beginning of the year, we've grown about like 33,000 subscribers. That's a lot of subscribers. That is not 50,000 subscribers. What do I think I'll do to celebrate the next milestone? So I don't know what the next milestone is. Like, obviously I could do like, 60,000. I could do like 75,000, but I've already said how like uncomfortable I am with prioritizing milestones. I don't like focusing on the numbers. I don't like being braggadocious. It's weird for me to be proud of something. I literally had a conversation with a friend about this the other night where I'm just like, I just hit 50,000 subscribers and I feel really weird about it. And I had to like talk with a friend about it and be like, hey, like I don't feel as happy as I thought I would because my brain is numb. So it's probably going to be 100K, just because 100K is the next big round number. I don't expect to hit 100K this year. On it, like if I'm completely honest, I'm used to an average of like 2,000 to 3,000 subs per month. So mathematically, that would be what, 3 years for 100K? Which I'm not going to plan for 3 years from now would be 100K, because that'd be 24,000, or no, that would be 2 years, because 24,000 per year. But basically, like, I'm not going to plan for 2 years from now. I'm going to plan, like, give it a year. I think that's a healthy number. A year for 50,000. Your brain is also full of turn 2 dooming. I was turn 2 dooming last night. I was battle round 2 dooming, and then I played my Terminators. I'm like, oh right, I forgot about how great Terminators are. The fact you did not kill my possess, I think I legitimately had a good chance of winning that game, because one of my Terminators had a chain fist, which has anti-vehicle 3-up. So I had a response to your battle wagon. As like, you did not kill my possessed, so my possessed could sprint, and my Terminators could shoot. And I think I had a legitimate chance of taking out your battle wagon. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you, DP. Couple more Yuri shorts and it could be done in a month. See, that's the thing. I, like straight up, if I wanted to, like, I just want to hit 100K, so I hit a big number, I would just do voiceovers nonstop. I'd do VA work. And I would just talk about, like, trans memes. And I would talk about Yuri. And I would talk about, like, being neurodivergent. Because, like, I'm not going to lie, if I do voiceover meme that's already popular on Tumblr, and it talks about being trans, a lesbian, and being neurodivergent, I would probably get 50,000 subscribers in, like, a month. And I don't say that facetiously. I don't say that to, like, oh, I'm just bragging. I legitimately think if I just did 30 more videos of that, one day at a time, a short every single day, I would get, like, 50,000 subscribers in a month. The issue is that wouldn't really be a community. That'd be a bunch of people that all like a similar topic and, like, don't care about me or the AroKissers or the Discord or the streams. It would just be people who, they're not tourists. They're just not there for that. And so I don't want to do this. I want to continue. I want the community to be 100,000 or 50,000 of TTRPG fans, which already, like, of the 50,000 subscribers, the 50,000 AroKissers, like 20,000 of y'all are here for voiceover memes, which, granted, of that 20,000, maybe like 5,000 are also here for TTRPGs, but, like, most of the subscribers from, like, the past 6 months have not been TTRPG fans. Well, they're not LARPers. They're not LARPers because they're not pretending. It's just, it would be a mixed match of what I do. Arrow, you aren't thinking like a businessman? The girlfriend video worked, milk the heck out of it until the soul is sucked. I mean, like, the thing is, I do think about this as a business. Funny enough, like as much as I talk about, like, creative integrity, as much as I talk about, like, how much I care about this or that or whatever, I think about the channel like a business. There are opportunities I've turned down. There are ideas I've stopped. There are habits I have not formed because I'm thinking about it like a business. Because I want this to be successful. Caught up at times 2 speed, I return. You're a 40K enjoyer. What is a Shane Fint? I don't know. Hey, Arrow, I have to ask, since 40K was brought up, what is my thoughts on 30K? I don't know much about 30K. I know a little bit of the lore of, like, the heresy, but I don't really know 30K that much. All I know is that the models for 30K are incredible. I've never played it. I don't plan to, but I, like, the lore of 30K I do find interesting. Don't milk the girlfriend. Oh no, that could be a punishment, couldn't it? Oh my gosh. I need to step away after that. I'm sorry.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Are you shooting each other across streams? Oh yes. So if I want to get into 30k lore, I understand that I can just watch some channels on it. I'm just dodging and dancing to the music. Yeah. So I'm gonna change the music theme to this one. From my limited experience, never trust the community. Misinformation spreads too fast in communities of trust when all it takes is one friend getting conned or misinformed. There's no nuance online. Yeah, I really take issue with no nuance online. And that's why I've said, whether it's for me or for someone else, like, again, Google Docu drops, comes out, it's been revealed, I kick babies and I take candy from puppies. Now, example, you take exception to the fact that I would ever take candy from puppies. And if I take candies from puppies, that is an instant, oh, I need to be canceled, right? As an example. What I really want to avoid, and then again, this is not just for me, this is also for anyone else not in the community. If it comes out that I kick babies and take candy from puppies, what I want you to do is to support the babies and support the puppies. However, don't assume this is true until evidence comes out and I respond. Because as we saw with like the Daniel Green example, even with the Tobuscus example, like there are false accusations all the time. And because there's no nuance online, if I get accused of kicking babies and I've never kicked a baby in my life, my career might be over purely by the accusation of kicking a baby. Now, if I get accused of kicking babies and then I'm like, yeah, those babies deserved it. Or I say like, well, I didn't kick the baby ran into my foot. The baby was asking for it. And then like, you could be like, okay, sure, Arrow's a jerk. I'm going to cancel Arrow now. That is valid. That is nuance. That is waiting. That's patience. That's all of that. Or if Neko Boy Blue, who's been in chat a couple times, if Neko takes candy from puppies and he's like, well, yeah, I wanted candy. So like the puppy had candy. Of course I'm going to take it. Like I deserve to get candy from puppies. And then clearly Neko's being a jerk there. So you cancel Neko. But if it comes out that like, no, I didn't take candy from that puppy. I don't know that puppy. And I don't know why that puppy is there. Like at that point, it's like a he said, she said. And like, if all of their evidence amounts to like censored, like Discord messages, they don't actually say who the messenger was. Like at that point, it's like, maybe you don't cancel Neko Boy Blue for taking candy from that puppy because that puppy's only evidence was like censored Discord messages. Like that's where you make a decision. But too often I've seen the first side to come forward is the side everyone believes. We saw this with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Amber Heard came forward. Everyone believed Amber. It went to court. Evidence came out. I think court sided with Johnny Depp. It's something where like, again, it doesn't have to be that specific example. It could be like jumping someone. It could be like robbing them. It could be public indecency and public intoxication, whatever it might be. Like whatever the bad thing is. It could be being a jerk behind the scenes. It doesn't have to be kicking puppies, taking candy for babies. Well, yeah, candy doesn't have to be chocolate. What on earth did I come back to? An allegory. This community is so biased. Everyone is focused on the less bad puppies and ignoring the worst part, babies. Bongo Taiga is an example of the VT community, which was a false tag. Yeah. Bongo Taiga is like the femboy white tiger, right? He was accused of a bunch of bad. He was accused of like taking candy from puppies, and then it came out that no, he didn't. But like he's still blacklisted in a lot of spaces, and like Moist Critical had like Nux Taku on. And Nux Taku is a VTuber who pretty is universally panned by a lot of the VTubing community for like being unreliable and being a bit of a sycophant, allegedly. And he basically explained the situation of Moist where he completely misrepresented it, painted it way different than it actually was. And so Moist Critical, in a video with millions of views, like basically gave the impression to millions of people that this happened, even though it didn't. Same thing with I had another example in mind. What was the other example I had in mind? Oh, quite. The dude who like always wears the jumper and like the shades and like the face mask. Like he was accused of something bad and like everyone jumped on him, and then he came out with a response video where he point by point deconstructed it, and it basically, like, again, he exonerated himself. He showed that he wasn't at fault, but like the damage was still done because at the first instinct, first knee-jerk reaction, people were like on him. So like, this is the kind of stuff I really want to avoid. Again, whether it is like I'm the one that kicked a puppy, or whether it's like my friend kicked a puppy, or whether it's like I was the puppy that got kicked, like no matter what it is, I'm of the opinion that at the first stone flung, support the person that claims to have had a rock thrown at them, but don't immediately dogpile the person who they say threw the rock until you know for a fact they did, right? A game of telephone where the stakes are really high. I mean, you could call it telephone, you could call it malicious action, whatever you want to do. What do I think I'll do to celebrate next milestone? In the girlfriend video, you joked about makeup with the fact that half my audience is only here for the Yuri, or a third of my audience is only here for the Yuri. Was it just a joke, or do you have any feelings about it? I mean, it was a joke. Like, I talk about Yuri, I talk about yaoi enough that, and when I say Yuri yaoi, I mean like girls love, boys love. I don't mean specifically Yuri, specifically yaoi. It's just a generalized term, like a version of the term that I'm using. Like, generally speaking, no one's weirdo about it. And that's really where I draw the line. I draw the line at people being weirdo about it. I draw the line at like, oh, I'm talking about Lancer, and then people stop talking about the mechs because they want to talk about like girls kissing. And I'm like, okay, cool. This isn't the space for that, right? I'm talking about like, I don't know, like I'm giving advice to someone who had like relationship problems and like on stream, and then someone else is like, oh, you should just date girls instead because like kissing girls is so great. Like that's like, there's a time and place for it. And generally the community has been very good about recognizing the time and place. And as long as the community recognizes that, bully for you, right? I'm here for the Yuri and I see Yuri and all things. Listen, I am too. I see your... Look at the thumbnail for this video. Look at the thumbnail for this stream and show me where on that stream thumbnail. I can open it up right now. I can show you it. I can show you the Yuri. Literally, what inspires you? One of the things I put here was Yuri. I love Yuri. And that's okay. It's okay to love Yuri. It's just like, don't be weird about it. Don't put it in things where we're not talking about Yuri. We're talking about other things. Bungo Tiger is innocent. This is the first time hearing about it. Yeah, as far as I'm aware. Again, I'm not an expert on the situation. I didn't follow it closely or anything. My understanding is that he was innocent and he was accused, like he was actually a victim that was accused by his abuser. And like they turned public opinion against him, kind of deal. You're just waiting for me to talk about Pyre? I talk about Pyre all the time. What are you on about? This is my favorite game. Like Pyre is my... Okay, for those of you who are new here, if you're not a regular in the stream, the title and thumbnail are suggestions until brought up. We have been going for 4 hours now. And I don't think I've directly talked about what's inspired me outside of one question where someone's like, yeah, what do you do when you have no motivation? I gave them my answer. Oh, that sort of stuff boils my bones? Yes. Yes. Imagine Bungo is discovered to have kicked 1 trillion babies immediately after the stream. Listen, if that happens, I think we manifested that. That would suck. Listen to a stream of that at work for like 3 weeks straight. Oh my gosh. But yes, so my audience, like a third of you are just here for the Yuri. And that's totally valid. I've gotten a couple people recently who are like, what about the yaoi? And like, I love the yaoi as well. I love it when romance actually has like soul to it. I hate romance that is just rote. And there can be rote yuri, there can be rote yaoi, there can be rote het, right? I like when romance has like soul to it. I like it when they have actual chemistry, when they can banter, when they have personalities independent from one another that then get enhanced in an interesting, narratively satisfying way when they are together, right? Pyre is my favorite game. But with yuri yaoi, that's something where it's like, I mostly talk about it as a meme. Like I've gotten Rex. I've gotten Rex from this community before, and I've read at least one of them. And what I will say is that at least one of those that I started reading was very not safe for work. And I was unaware of this. And I asked the person in the comments, and I'm just like, is this not safe for work? And after I started reading, or I think it was after I started reading, but like, they're like, oh yeah. And so I had to delete their message because they were recommending not safe for work stuff in a YouTube comment. It was good. I didn't finish it, but it was good what I read. It was cute. How long have I been outly queer, elder guru, bows in reverence as young gay? I mean, like, I've known since I was like early teen that I was pan, right? And I learned about being demi when I was a teenager as well. So pan, attracted to any gender. I conflate it with bisexual. I personally, as someone who is pan, do not see much of a difference between pan and bisexual. I know different people have different preferences. I identify as either. But I know some people get kind of prickly about it. Pan, hearts not parts. To me, the gender or the sex of the person I am interested in is not really that important. Demi is something that I don't know. I've been questioning this a little bit recently. So I consider myself demisexual, demi-romantic, which is like, I am just fully aro, fully ace up until the point where I like get hit with it. But I can list probably a single digit number of times where I've had someone that I'm interested in either way. And then in terms of being like non-binary, that's actually more of a recent development. That's something I started exploring back in university. That's something I explored like once I was an adult. And I experimented with expressing more as like trans femme. I guess technically I am trans femme. I'm not a trans woman, but like I was like, am I a trans woman? Am I non-binary? Whatever. I landed on non-binary, and it's just kind of like a I think agender. I might be a AAA battery. I might be just agender. But like, I like expressing feminine sometimes. I like expressing masculine other times. I forgot. Did I finish? I did. I was thinking of having this be my Prideful for Pride Month today, independent of this. I graduated my university magna cum laude with great honors. I had a 3.7 on a 4.0 scale or higher. So, yeah. They said come. Oh my gosh. Thank you. So I graduated a while ago, but I got a magna cum laude. It's not summa cum laude. Summa cum laude is like top 10% of the entire university, or it's like top 5% of the entire university. Like, I didn't get that great, but that's so impressive. It's not that impressive. I had easy classes. I call myself bi, and I kind of think of it as a name/flag preference. I could very well call myself pan, but I like that. I mean, I prefer the bi colors. Like the bisexual lighting, I rock that. It's just, I feel like pan indicates my lack of care better. Because when I think pan, I think, okay, so cum laude means with honors. Magna cum laude is with great honors. And summa cum laude is with greatest honors. So cum laude at my university was like 3.5 or higher. Magna cum laude was 3.7 or higher. And summa cum laude was like top 10% of the university, right? Or like top 7% of the university, like some percentage base of the university. I must just call myself bi because nobody knows what pansexual is and I don't want to explain. I mean, like, I'm demi. I deal with having to explain it to people all the time. And like, I describe it as I'm fully aro. Hi, I'm aro. I'm fully ace. Up until the point where that changes. And I suddenly get hit with interest. And almost always it's for like that one specific person. And this has happened like a single digit number of times. But also, I don't know how much of that is, well, I'm not going to get too far into this, but I don't know how much of that is related to my own internal struggles with that part of myself. I've always had a weird relationship with romance and intimacy in that way. So like, it may be that maybe I'm not actually demi. Maybe I just like needed to work through some stuff and I might still be ace, but I'm not like fully demi. Maybe I'm like favorable, but I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. In terms of being NB, I was in uni is when I started exploring that. And what I will say, every single time there was a label that I was like, am I this? Am I not this? Will this fit me? Is this good? Universally, trying it and just going for it was what helped me figure it out. For instance, getting femme clothes. I'm like, am I trans? Am I non-binary? Am I one of these things? I guess I should just try some femme clothes. And so I bought some femme clothes, like stealthily. I like on the down low, back when I was like figuring this out back in uni. And I tried it out and I'm like, I like this. And then I started like wearing more and I started trying more and then I started expressing more. And it was just a matter of like, I would never have known until I just took that leap, right? I started expressing more femininely. I started like embracing that part of myself. And I did a little bit of the not really, not to the same extent some people I know. A lot of trans people have this thing where they start off presenting one gender. They start off presenting masculinely. And then in transitioning, they go hyper femme. And then they kind of like over time, now that they're comfortable, like, okay, well, now I'm seen as a woman. I accept myself as a woman. I am recognized as a woman. They kind of like go back and take a couple masculine traits because now they're not trying to like run away from masculinity as much as possible. I didn't really do that. I never had a hyper femme phase. I always just kind of like tried to get to the middle. And that's why I express a bit more femininely, is because I understand that, like, for instance, with my voice, it tends to be a bit lower. So that's something where if I present more femininely with a more androgynous / masculine voice, then that's more androgyny rather than, I mean, a lot of people read me as a trans woman, but I don't really care. I shoot for the middle is what I go for. I'm also pan and demi, and I tell people I'm bi because that's easier to explain and get the point across. Yeah, I generally just say I'm pan and ace. And then depending on the crowd, I will say, oh, I'm demi. And like non-binary, I don't have a more specific label. Agender is probably most accurate. Maybe gender fluid. But I don't really have like days where I'm like, I want to be super femme or I want to be super masc. Like, I've seen that or inverse of that with the trans man. Yeah. And like a woman or a femme presenting individual who transitions to male, kills everything feminine about themselves. And then later is like, well, actually, I've always really enjoyed makeup. So even though I am a man, I'm going to wear makeup. Even though I am a man, I'm going to be like a femboy kind of deal where I wear feminine clothing and I wear skirts and whatever. I enjoy pink because I am comfortable expressing as a man femininity. And that's something that's like, that's you will grow into that, right? Hate looking masc, love looking femme. You have many positive looks on some of my more masculine traits. I generally say I'm ace, but what I usually think if I actually plan is I'm not interested unless I am. And that I would say that's ace, personally, because ace is not just not interested. Ace is anything that is not interested. That could be you're repulsed. That could be you're indifferent. That could be that you're favorable, but not really seeking it. Like, there are people out there who are ace and they are favorable, meaning that if you proposition them, they might say sure, but they're not going to seek it out. They're not interested in that. They're not looking for it in the same way that like allos are. Everything's a spectrum, exactly. Kills everything feminine about himself. Is Jax trans? I don't know. I've heard stuff about Jax being a trans woman, and I don't know anything about Amazing Digital Circus except that the fandom sucks. Oh yeah, the horseshoe theory of bushness. Yeah, I've only heard about androgyny described elves, so I thought androgynous people had long pointy ears. I mean, so I have been told. So like what's the meme? It's like elf and androgyny. Because elf androgyny, there is dwarf androgyny, there's orc androgyny. Here it is. So elf androgyny, dwarf androgyny, and orc androgyny are like three different, very different forms of androgyny in defiance of the binary, and they're also good. Elf, everyone is pretty, but no ass. Dwarf, everyone is hairy, but has no ass. Orc, everyone's shredded and can crack walnuts. Goblin androgyny, you're small and horrible, and you think a pretty certain gender was a kind of beetle you ate last week. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not shredded. I'm not shredded. And that's all I'll say on this. That is a headcanon which is popular in fanfiction but on the show. Yes, Jax was confirmed to be trans woman who never accepted that part of themselves. I think the writer confirmed that Jax is trans in a Twitter post, and apparently there's a lot of hints. Jackson confirmed trans girly, and all the art I've seen of her gives me so much gender envy I want to do a flip into a bear trap. Angel Cats just did a voiceover, oh my gosh. Jax seems less trans and more non-binary gender fluid. It's heavily implied. Yeah. Twitter is not in the text. I mean, okay, so like death of the author, word of God. Like, where do you draw the line of like the input of the author? And I think a lot of people for death of the author, a lot of people when it comes to death of the author, they have a strong opinion on it until it's someone that they don't like or they really like. A lot of people, death of the author comes down to, do I like what the author said? Do I agree with it? Which I think demonstrates that they are on the opinion that death of the author dies, it is entirely on the headcanon. And what they're looking for, or it's entirely on the reader. And what they're looking for is validation from a higher source that their reading is correct. I have almost never seen death of the author discussions where someone brings up, yes, I believe the author post-release of the book or movie or show or whatever has a right to retroactively change things that happen. And also, I agree with that sentiment even if I think that the changes are dumb or stupid, right? All my author homies be like with their coward acts of subtext. All I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. What's happening? We're on a stream. Hi, I'm Izzle. I learned the other day that the original death of the author essay was because the guy didn't like that Balzac accepted a character identified as a woman and not a castrated. What the frick? Death of the author naturally implies death of the commentator. What do you think I'm holding the gun for? Do you think this is a prop? Do you think this is for show? The author is dead or you want the author dead? So death of the author is, I release a book. Once the book is released, you read it and you form your own opinion. And then I say something that is contrary to the opinion you formed. Do you listen to me as the author or not? Did the author die upon the book being released? And now all that matters is your perception of it and your interpretation of it, or after the book is released, because I made it, because I'm the author, because I'm the writer, my contributions and theories and statements are as valid as if I had written it. So you say it depends on the context, and that's why it's like not a really good discussion. But a lot of people argue about death of the author because it's the idea of, if I release a book and then you all read it and you're like, we all have this question that wasn't answered in the book, and then I give an answer, does that answer to your question, if it's a good answer? qualify as canon, so to speak? Does it qualify as being as valid as if I had written it? Or if I give a bad answer and you don't like it, is that still canon? I feel like most people just choose Death of the Author based on if they like or agree with what that individual author said. Matrix being the fastest Death of the Author out there? Yeah. Gooseworks tweeted, I made the mistake of assuming more people knew what boy mode or clothing was. Plus there was a certain song musical choice that made it less subtext. Yeah, I learned about boy moding recently. I keep hearing the word boy moding and I'm like, is this trans women, but generally just anyone who's AMAB and trans, presenting masculine in their life? And then I like a friend said like, oh yeah, I'm not going to take a picture. I'm boy moding right now. Like, is that what that is? And they're like, yes, it is. And I'm like, why are you people like this? Like, I'm not saying don't present yourself masculinely if you're not feeling safe doing so. Like I'm not saying don't present yourself masculinely if you're in a position where you feel it is in your best interest to present masculinely. Obviously, live your life how you want. But I feel like boy moding comes like, is it a 4chan term? It feels like a 4chan term. It feels like it came from like the trans 4chan board, and it's about a bunch of like closeted trans women who hate themselves being like, ugh, I'll never pass. Like, I'm boy moding. Kind of protection. Oh yeah, so it's a protection thing because it's like if you are in a situation where you do not feel comfortable that you would be safe or comfortable in feminine clothing, then yeah, you dress masculinely. So many words and labels. I need dictionary. From what I understand, Death of the Author is about if you keep in the existence of the author or not. Well, you always have to. Like, if I'm someone who I love kicking babies and stealing candy from puppies, and then I write a story about a guy who, like, previously in his life, he kicked a bunch of babies and stole candy from puppies, but also now he turned his life around, and actually he's a really cool, awesome dude. Like, you have to recognize the fact that as someone that kicks babies and steals candy from puppies, I'm endorsing that in my story. Yes, even if the story says this was bad, the character should not have done it, they're being exonerated for actions that I, as the author, support. Which means that the exoneration means nothing because the house is calling for the call is coming from inside the house, right? I read boy moding and boy modding at first. Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm a trans woman who hates myself. Don't associate with me with 4chan. It's both a normal term and an awful 4chan term depending on use. Like, listen, 4chan terms can be useful. Most of them are not. Most of them are by people who are chronically online and hate themselves and don't have anything better to do and come up with vernacular that they then use to signal as an in-group and outside others that they themselves can be like, oh, we're so special because all of us know what this term is. And it's like the most nonsense, like backwards terminology that you would never say if you ever had a conversation with someone in real life. Like, I don't know, it's so weird. Not at all what I think that means. Boy modding is what trans men do when they're seeing if... What? Surfer bot... What? I saw it on TTTT, but it's not inherently a 4chan thing. It also covers I just cannot be assessed to make myself as feminist. I'd like, aha. I've been boy-mogged by a trans man? That's hilarious. How do I get more active in chat? Or how should I get more active in chat? So the two ways you can get more active in chat. Way one is like the type A, the type arrow. Type arrow chatters do not know how to shut up. Whenever I say something, you respond. Whenever you say something, I respond. Therefore, we build a perpetual feedback loop, and for about 4 to 7 hours at a given time, it will just be an echo chamber of the exact same conversation with like no time. Have I ever told you about how much I love lobster? I'm sorry. I was thinking about saying this, and then I had the thought, well, what about random conversation topics that come up? And I'm like, conversation topics. What's a random conversation topics? And then I thought fish food, like fish fillet, and I thought like seafood. And then I thought like, well, I don't have a strong opinion on fish fillet. So what's another seafood that I have? So I thought lobster. And then I was like, have I told you about how I like lobster? And so like, you enable my ADHD and probably have ADHD yourself. Now there's also type Brights chatters. I think it's Brights. I think that we drop the W, right? And these are the folks who say hi at the beginning of the stream. I encourage you, if you want to chat more, ask questions in the Q&A channel, because ultimately that is completely asynchronous. It's on like a 3-hour delay. So if you don't want to like be perceived by me directly, like you can drop a Q&A channel. I'll get to it like 3 hours later. Honestly, reactions, whether you're clicking the little like heart emoji or like the little like 100 emoji that like pops up in chat, you drop emotes in chat. If you are a subscriber, I think you get access to like, yeah, you get access to like certain emotes. So like, if you want, you can absolutely, if I say something funny, post emotes. Like we can do the classic VTuber thing where you post funny emotes whenever I say something, or like whenever I say something nice, you post hearts. Like that's a good way to engage without needing to like come up with something. And then if there's a lull, if you see like no one is chatting, if you see that there's a pause in the conversation, that's when you can just say like, hey, Arrow, I was wondering about, hey, Arrow, what are your thoughts on? Just ask a random question directly in chat. Special emotes are members only. Well, then you should get special emotes. But yeah, you can post like the generic ones as well. There isn't a W in Bright though. Well, so it's not bright as in like light. It's bright as in like Arrow writes, but we replaced the W with a B. Don't call me out, but you write. What about the folks who don't say hi and don't engage? Well, I assume they're not the ones that want to engage. I assume that if you're a lurker who doesn't say hello, and you don't ask questions, and you're not a chatter, you probably don't want to, and I don't think it's my place to tell you that you should. I think that if you come to my stream, and you just put me on in the background, or if you watch me, like if you are a lurker who watches me front monitor main content, I salute you. You are a trooper. I want everyone in chat right now, 07 to like the one lurker who has me as primary monitor content, but still refuses to say anything. That is a level of like dedication that I cannot even fathom. We salute you. Saw the thumbnail. What inspires me is mostly attaching music to themes for some reason. Interesting. Because when it comes to music for me, with I assume this is for TTRPGs, but just in general with music, I don't really have a lot of associative music. I love how multi-monitor has gotten normalized over the years. I do too. I've had 2 monitors for like years now. And I did not think about how useful it would be until I got it. And particularly when I was working online, I had a primary monitor was my work. Secondary monitor was like YouTube. That was super useful. And then obviously content creation, right? I don't really have associative music that much. I do try with like a TTRPG. I love leitmotifs. Just joined watching you on second monitor while reading Gloria into them. Ah, awesome. I loved Gloria into them. I had my issues with it. I had my issue with the black coats and how exos are treated, but the actual like ideas present were fantastic. I had so much fun with it. I'm up to 2 landscape monitors and 2 portrait monitors. Oh my gosh. Arrow's primary monitor content. Thank you. I used to have 2 monitors till one fell off your desk. Oh my gosh. One of my monitors I got with my PC. One of my monitors is with my PC. The other one is a TV, like a Samsung TV monitor that I've had for like 8 years now, I think. Anyway, so I don't really get inspired by music too much, but there actually is an encounter that I remember. I've had a couple encounters I've come up with that were directly inspired by music. One was inspired by, wait for it, from the Hamilton musical, where I wanted to make a dude and he had ghosts that he could summon. This was like 10 years ago. This was back when like Hamilton was big. A guy that could summon ghosts and had like shouting powers, because I saw an animatic where Aaron Burr was surrounded by ghosts and he was like summoning them by shouting, and I thought it was really cool. And another one was a song I really enjoy, You're Gonna Go Far Kid by The Offspring. And that one is, I made an NPC who was a changeling that specialized in manipulating emotions. And they have the power that they would just like change their form and they would join a crowd and they would basically incite the crowd to do whatever they wanted and then slip away while the crowd did their work for them. Nice work you did. You're gonna go far, kid. Dun, dun, dun. With 1,000 lives. It's so good. I really enjoy The Offspring. Written from my Samsung smart fridge. Oh my gosh. The one person lurking watching on a security system. Listen, if I have someone watching this on a security system, I need you to know I am a security breach. Like, my editing software got a slawed tadpole yesterday. You should not be mixing systems like that. My desk has 2 levels, so one is smaller, one is smaller, higher than the other. The thing wasn't balanced well, and I bumped my desk. No! I would actually love to do another cover. I have a couple ideas in mind for what I could do as a cover. The first one is Slipknot by Slipknot, because this one is about Werewolf the Apocalypse, which is a TTRPG, so it would be relevant to the channel. I want to do one of what is it? The male version of Santa Baby, or I think it's Santa Buddy. Because like the female version is like, obviously, yes, I could do that. And I think a lot of people would be like, oh my gosh, Ara's like, oh my gosh, like, you know, because people are like that. But the Santa Buddy one, where it's the mask version, is so homoerotic. I feel like it's just like, it's just too good. Another one I want to do is actually kidnap the Sandy Claus. I think this would be a really fun song to grab with friends, because kidnap the Sandy Claus, throw him in a pot. I can't remember the lyrics, but it's with the 3 kids from Nightmare Before Christmas going off to go kidnap Santa Claus, and they're talking about all the ways they can kill and torture him. Is it the Breach and Anti-Meme? Oh my gosh. Mimetic Hazard at VTuber. Multiple Euclid and Keter level containment breaches, viewing experience. Yeah. I just rewatched that movie. Listen, I think that would be really fun to sing with friends, like, and make an actual cover of it, like, for Halloween. My internet cut out in the last 10 minutes of Arrow. Well, that's what the VOD is for. Mark it down. 4 minutes, 20 seconds, or 4 hours, 20 minutes. Oh, to expand on the music thing, whenever I listen to songs or games, I like to attach them to vibes. Got it. I attach the characters to make the better feel them. Yeah, so I'm someone who, I don't really have that with music. Oh, also, another one that like this, so like Slipknot by Slipknot, I will actually probably cover at some point, because I've already sung it on Discord for a Discord stream, and it's relevant to my channel. I think Santa Buddy would be funny, but I'm not a singer, so I like this is probably the most out of left field. Kidnap the Sandy Claus, I might actually do it also, because Kidnap the Santa Claus would be a fun event for like, I get some of my friends together. I would probably grab like Rain, who I think most of you probably don't know, because I haven't collabed with Rain on my channel before, but Rain Cloud is a VTuber duo who is Rain and Cloud, and actually I'm going to be joining her for a collab next Saturday, so you'll get to meet her then. Salt Wound Routine featuring Yishi. This one is like an actual literal Vocaloid song that like would be the most VTuber out of all of them for me to do. This one was in my head for like a month. And it was in my head for a month that, let's just say the themes of the song were directly relevant to struggles I was going through at the time. So it kind of was like weirdly, like, I know it's like it's probably not going to be like my favorite song forever or whatever, but like, it's one that like, at least for 2026, holds a special place for me. Get Rain, Get an Echo. We're here for Slipknot, yeah. Bury him for 90 years and see if he still talks. Yeah. I've been trying to make playlists for some of my RPG characters and they're harder than I thought. Yeah, I don't really associate music with vibes as much as a lot of people do. I don't make mood boards for my characters. I've never done that. I don't make like playlists. Why are so many people giving me hearts? We have so many type rights chatters. Massive inspo for me song-wise was Born for Greatness by Papa Roach. Song whose theme was rather related to my very goofy guys. Yeah, I'm struggling with that right now. I usually pick like one song and not a whole playlist. Yeah. I love Night Before Christmas. I have made a tradition to watch every October. See, the thing is, I don't know if I should do the Santa Claus song for Christmas or for Halloween. Your cadre's doing it, so now you have to do it. Ah, help. I can't. I'm sorry. They're going to get carpal. They are going to get carpal tunnel. Just really bad at finding music. So am I. Because generally, when I'm in the mood for music, I will look up a specific song and I will put it on loop and I will listen to the same song over and over and over and over. And so I don't let it explore. Both do. Santa Claus feels more like a Christmas thing. Split the difference and do it in November. That's really good. The issue is that if I was to do that, I would probably want it to be professionally mixed. And like Rain, funny enough, is like a V singer. So, which is part of why I would want to have her be a part of the collab. Rain, I mentioned like, oh yeah, if I'm interested in like getting a song mixed, like she's like, oh yeah, I have contacts, like I can let you know. So I might want to do that, but I think that would probably be like north of $100 is my guess to like get the mix or whatever. So even though I think it'd be really cool, I don't want to spend $100 on a video that's going to get 5,000 views. I'm sorry. Like I feel bad. I know I have to spend money to make money, but like, I don't think that's what my niche is for. Get the Payday one mixed. Dude, the Payday one, like remastered 1 year later. It is before Christmas, and that they said it's almost Christmas. That means it's not Christmas. I love the fact that specific line has stuck with the entire fandom for 20 years now. Watching Nightmare Before Christmas in November is actually genius. That is really funny. My parents only listened to Christian music for your childhood. So when I was in the car growing up, we had 3 options for music in the car. We had classical. We had the Beatles 1 album. The Beatles, like the yellow 1 on the red background. And we had like self-help actualization, like audiobook reading, like The Secret, for instance, right? Whenever we were driving somewhere, if I wanted music, it would have to be classical or Beatles or like self-help stuff like The Secret. And it's like, mother dearest, mother o' mine. The only songs that I've ever listened to in the car with my family, I've never heard again and never heard a single other person mention. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I gotta be careful with money spending because like I would love to do stuff like, oh, hey guys, for 50,000, I'm gonna like buy a new model or whatever. But like, I don't want to spend $2,000 on a model that then I end up not really using that much because I'm already kind of shifting towards using my model less and less in videos. Citizen Soldier self-help songs are so nice. No, it wasn't self-help songs. It was a self-help like audiobook. And so it was either audiobook or classical music or Beatles. So I listened to a lot of Beatles growing up. Mine subjected me to so much early 2000s dude bro country that I've developed a flight response. Oh no. Leg. Okay. How many of you don't know about my leg thing? How many of you do not know about my leg thing? I decided, like 4 months ago at this point, that I wanted to leg cabedon. I wanted to build up the flexibility where I can do that. So now every day, on and off, but like mostly every day, like 6.5 out of 7 days a week, I will go before I shower. I'll go up to my shower. And I will do this. And I've been stretching my leg up and up and up. And like I started where like my leg could only go like there or like there. And now it's like there. And now it's like if I push for it, I can go like up there. So like I'm getting like multiple like degrees of increase with this thing. I can do it with both legs up to around like my shoulder level. Although I think that to get up to my shoulder, I need to like brace myself. But my goal is that I want to build out my flexibility. So like my flexibility on my thighs going forward, backwards, and also like on like side splits, right? So I'm trying to build up this flexibility here. I'm trying to build up this flexibility here. And I've basically just been like little by little working on my leg flexibility for like 4 months now. And I genuinely have seen results from it. Every time I asked, now I was going to get more abstract. I think I'd fall over it. No, that's the thing, is that I went from being like unable to do like this, or so like that consistently. I would have to like touch the wall. I'd have to like hold on to something. And now I'm at the point where I can pretty consistently do like that. And if I grab onto something and I can do like this without holding anything. And if I do like this, if I'm holding on to something, I can hold it for like a good few seconds. So I'm basically just building out my flexibility and my strength as well. It's not really a strength exercise, but it is like a flexibility exercise. And I also started doing this, which is so weirdo, but it's like, what the frick? So I'll like brace against a wall and like I'm stretching out my legs. So it's like side flexibility as well. Because if you just do one direction, that won't actually help with the flexibility that much. You need to have it like omnidirectional flexibility. I genuinely love to do that too, but the specific stretch has been intolerable from childhood. It doesn't hurt, it sucks. It's like this stretch sideways, I feel it all down my leg. My entire tendon gets stretched. However, by doing it little by little, and I don't ever push it, I don't ever go too hard, I just do it little by little, comfortable in the knowledge that like, I'm doing this once a day for like 15 seconds each leg. Once a day, 10 seconds each leg. I'm not trying to do like 30 seconds and also hit a new PB. I'm just little by little stretching this out. I just got back from work and we're talking about our mobility exercises. Yeah, you gotta feel it. Yeah. So like this sucks. This sucks. And it also swallows, but don't worry about that. Arrow's getting ready for Taekwondo. I mean, I would love to do a martial art. But like 1, I don't have the money, 2, I don't have the time, 3, I don't know the location. We have a ratio of what is the maximum height of one concabedon in relation to one's height. So what that would be is that it's like if your leg is, let's say, 1.25 meters, your maximum height would be 1.25 meters times 2, because it would be, or not times 2, times like 1.75, because you would have to have a slight angle. But like the maximum you could cabedon is like that, right? Probably like eye level on yourself. Like that's the goal. The goal, actually, the real goal, the true goal. I didn't think I would ever be trying to do this, but now I absolutely, like, I am at the point where it is a real possibility that I could actually do this. Like, just a straight up eye pose. I think this would be really cool to be able to do this, because I've always been someone who was never particularly flexible. I've always been fairly acrobatic. I've had decent balance. Actually, funny enough, my decent balance, my buddy called me yesterday. I was like, yo, dude, I'm surfing. And I'm just like, you're surfing? Dude, isn't it like freezing? And he's like, yeah, that's why I have a wetsuit. And now I want to go surfing. Because like I live in California. How have I not gone surfing yet? I've been here like a year now. So I need to like find a place where I can go to the shore, rent a surfboard, rent a wetsuit, and just go like fail at surfing. The issue is I would want someone that knows how to surf, right? 5'11" Cabadon sounds horrifying for my 5'4" grand stature. Yeah, I want to get to the point, like I want to get to the point where I can consistently, without any bracing or prep or whatever, like I'm talking to someone who's like, oh no, let's say like 5'6". And so like I'm 5'11". And I just like, and then I just like, right? I feel like this would be so cool. I feel like just being able to do this would be really neat. Fake Californian Aero LARPs. I know. Electric skateboard is pretty fun and uses. So I have skateboarded. I don't skateboard, even though I have a skateboard with me, because where I live, I would not feel safe skateboarding. My greatest fear about a leg cabadon would be getting swatted in the exposed hitbox. Wear a cup. I mean, if you're renting a wetsuit, you should go try scuba or snorkeling. I am not scuba certified, and snorkeling doesn't really interest me. Am I crazy? I've never thought like so. Okay, water's like this. Is snorkeling not just doing this? Like, why would I want to do this? Why would I ever want to go snorkeling? I've never understood snorkeling. Freezing in California? So like below 70 degrees? Listen, I came from the East Coast. I will go out and it will be like heavy wind under cloud coverage. And I'll be like, ooh, need a light jacket. Like, I get cold, certainly. As established, I do not produce my own body heat. I am cold-blooded. However, I have also like walked to a Wawa in snow while I was wearing flip-flops and shorts. So like, if that ain't the most northeastern thing that I've ever said, Pacific Ocean is like 55 to 65. Yeah, Pacific Ocean is cold. So you call yourself a snorkeler? What? It frequently is. Usually is a coral. Oh, got it. So it's like coral reef. Any thoughts on Games for Freaks 4? Nope. The only thought that I have on Games for Freaks 4 is Tom Bloom is a hack. You can send him this. I'm threatening you in particular, Mr. Bloom. You took my ideas. You didn't pay me royalties. You didn't give me any credit. I am down to fight you. You are not allowed to bring all 6 billion demons. You are only allowed to bring one. Yes, you can bring any of the high demons or any of the ones that would like instantly obliterate me. That's only fair. However, not all 6 billion. That's my thoughts on Games for Freaks 4. Because like a couple of the ideas in there I've talked about on stream regularly. I made a video about downtime and like it was very similar to what he did. So it's very funny for me to be like, you hack, you stole my ideas. What are some of my favorite TTRPG inspirations? When you ask that, are you asking my inspirations for a TTRPG or TTRPGs that inspire me? Yo, Seattleite here. Our bay freezes people to death in the summer. That's so silly. I mean, yeah, it depends. It's cold depending on how far down the coast you are. Mm-hmm. They had a reference to Division 12 for one of the vector quirks, which is cool. Awesome. Can the Tom Bloom arrow fight be televised? Yes. However, using artificial intelligence, we will have to like superimpose my VTuber model on my physical body. And so we will be using AI. However, the AI will be sourced by captive demons and not actually have any environmental pollutants. So the goal is we're trying to like generate power via enslaving demons. just cosplay yourself. I've considered, I think it'd be really funny if there was an AroCon / I go to like Dragon Con, Weeb Con, whatever con it would be most relevant to me as a TTRPG VTuber. And I go there and I cosplay myself. And then no one knows. Because like, one, who's going to pick up on that? I'm fairly nondescript. And two, even if you do recognize me, you'd be like, oh, hey, another AroKisser. And I'd be like, yeah, you know it. And then like we'd pass by as 2 ships in the night. AroCon turns out to be a rug pull. No! My AroCoin! Demons don't have rights. What if it's animated? Tom Bloom would have to win, I feel. If it's animated as an animator, as an artiste, he would have to win. I am animated, he's an animator. Arrow lookalike competition. I would fail an Arrow lookalike competition, I feel. I don't think I got it. I do not have that dog in me. You know, in California, there's a carrier con, aka a con on a carrier. Look for the goth built like a fawn, and that's... You know what? You know what? You haven't even seen me, Neko. Shut up. You need one of those Uncanny Valley anime... Oh, no, I need the one where it's like, broken anime mask meme. This is close enough to what it was. This is what I would be. This is my true self. This is my real face. This is who I truly am. Sorry, I'm looking to see if there's any other versions of this. Goes hard? Yeah, I know. It's my war face. It's my war mask. So one of my favorite TTRPG inspirations. What is that from? I don't know. I got it from Know Your Meme. We need Arrow fan art of the broken mask meme, but it's just their face. So it's just my face atop my normal face. Dude, okay, you go around. You like rob a bank or something. And you wear a mask that's like a death mask of yourself. And so everyone's like, oh, who is it? Clearly, it's not Maddie or Beluga or some dude. And then you take off the mask and you reveal it is actually Maddie or Beluga or some dude. I mean, this does look Junji Ito. Like this looks Junji Ito inspired, but this is a meme that someone drew. This is not actually Junji Ito. Because it's a meme redraw kind of deal. Arrow writes model Kigumari broken to reveal a realistically drawn Arrow writes inside it. Oh my gosh. It's nothing but arrows all the way down. I'm a Matroska doll. Favorite TTRPG inspirations. I'm just gonna say TTRPGs that inspired my TTRPGs, if that's okay with you. City of Mist with the tag system really inspired it. Unironically, crazy, I know. Girlfriend, its layout actually kind of inspired me in Xeneolithic, where it allowed me to feel more comfortable in leaving white space, in leaving multiple pages where it wasn't like super compact. Hear me out. Arrow mask breaks to show a more tired looking Arrow. Listen. You can say, oh, this would be fun fan art all you want. Or you could go to the Discord server and you could say in general, hey, draw this, and then gun emoji with the AroKissers holding a gun. And then if enough of you say that, you can bully a poor artist into doing your work for you for free. Junji Ito literally has a story about a girl made of multiple copies of skin of herself. Oh my gosh. Girlframe making someone more... Yeah. In reading Girlframe, I was very impressed with the layout and the actual like physical setup of it. And that helped me feel more confident and comfortable in spacing out Xeneolithic. Because I was of the opinion, I need to minimize page count. I need to minimize white space because I didn't have any art. I didn't have any art for Xeneolithic. So I wanted to minimize empty space because I didn't have any art to put in the empty space. But then reading Girlframe, I did not mind the empty space. I did not mind the white space. I was like, okay, this is fine. This works out. Reminds me of the time Bryan Cranston walked through a convention with a Walter White mask on and was not bothered by anyone. He then revealed himself at his signing by just walking up to his own panel and demasking. The fact I got that reaction from Girlframe means I probably need therapy. Had to leave the stream. What's up? Well, we're just talking about TTRPG inspirations. For Synthop, Shadowrun, the dice system was actually the inspiration there. I mean, D&D. Like, I am a variety TTRPG channel. I understand in the variety TTRPG space, there's a lot of D&D hate. We don't do that here. I like D&D. I enjoy D&D. I don't plan on playing D&D anytime soon, but I'm always going to be thankful for my time with D&D. I think that it does not deserve its spot, claiming to be the world's greatest role-playing game. I think that it doesn't deserve to be nearly as popular as it is. I think it's poorly designed, but I think that I've had a lot of fun with it. And I think that the fact it's so popular introduces so many people to the hobby that despite the fact I don't think it's deserving of the number one spot, I think it should be appreciated for what it's done, right? People hate D&D because so many people who play TTRPGs have only ever played D&D, will only ever play D&D, and get really frustrated and annoyed when they try to make D&D do things other systems were designed for, and it doesn't work. For instance, hey guys, I was thinking of running a game for my viewers, and it's going to be like this cool mech game. It's going to be really like combat oriented. And I made a bunch of systems that you can make so you can like swap them back and forth between your frames. And actually, it's this really cool 5e homebrew I made. Hey guys, have you ever want to play a vampire? Well, so I like vampires, but like any type of vampire possible. And like you're super powerful and you have to deal with hunger. You might go crazy because like this beast is inside of you. And so anyway, in this 5e homebrew I made, hey, so I figured that this supercomputer could be like taken over by like Cold War propaganda, and you're all in this place called Alpha Complex. And so you're playing and you're going along, and like you're really paranoid of each other. So in this 5e supplement I made, no, play Lancer, play Vampire the Masquerade, play Paranoia. There's a 3.5 World of Darkness. No, I saw there was a Vampire 5e conversion. This one is not a joke. This one is not a joke. They're literally doing a 5e collab right now. Arrow, I need to borrow your gun. You already have one. By becoming an AroKisser, by subscribing, you get a gun. The world's greatest role-playing game is obviously Synthop. I wouldn't go with that. Synthop was, I had this idea in my head. I wanted to put it to page. If Synthop sucks, Synthop sucks. That's okay. I don't need the ego boost. The Neolithic is one where still I'm actively trying to get playtests for it. So I should probably ping y'all in the Discord again. Never heard of Paranoia. So Paranoia is a game that is all of the players control characters called troubleshooters. And they're named this because they go around and they find trouble and they shoot it. And you're in this place called Alpha Complex, which is this dystopian future like complex where friend computer is an omnipotent, omniscient super AI that back in the Cold War got corrupted with like a data leak and got flooded with a bunch of Cold War propaganda. So it blames all of the world's issues on communists. And due to like the time period of where it's set, like mutants are a real threat that you have to deal with. And members of secret societies are trying to overthrow Alpha Complex and Friend Computer. And the kicker of the game is that all of you, as troubleshooters, are communists and mutants and members of secret societies. So the whole game is about like slapstick running around, getting up to shenanigans as Friend Computer is breathing down your neck as you're trying to hide the fact you're a communist and pointing fingers at everyone else to make Friend Computer think they're a communist instead of you. And when I ran it for my friends, I ran it for like 7 people. I ran first edition Paranoia I gave them their character sheets. I did not explain how to play. I didn't read the rules on how to play, and I raw dogged it. I raw dogged it with 7 people, and it was a great time. It was messy. It was a little painful, but I walked away satisfied. And so before the game, it is said in Paranoia, it is expected, because you have clones, that if one player doesn't die before character creation, it's not a real game of Paranoia. So I heard that. And as I was explaining like character creation, one of the players was asking about the rules. But knowing the rules, like, friend computer knows all. You just need to trust friend computer. Why would you need to know the rules? Knowing the rules is treason. I killed them before they made their character, so they were down a clone before the game even started. That set the tone very well. Everyone was pointing fingers at each other, and instead of making everyone communists, mutants, and secret societies, I made it some of them were communists, some of them were mutants, some of them were communist mutants, some of them were part of secret societies, some of them were part of secret societies made to hunt down communists, some of them were communists that were part of a secret society to hunt down communists, some of them were mutants in an anti-mutant secret society, and so like I had all of this stuff go back and forth, and it was so much fun. Doesn't laughing out of character get you killed? I wouldn't be surprised. Dying in character creation Paranoia does it? What? Dying in character creation Paranoia is flirting fatal? First off, fix how you write your messages, and no, it's not fatal. However, I will say the 11 Dragon Kid video about God Eater at one point just like has a little fatal reference, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Honestly, wanting to know the rules sounds like they're questioning friend computer's ability to administrate. See, you understand, Grave. You understand how Alpha Complex operates. Isn't an Alpha Complex what dude bros have? Yeah. There's a general rule for TTRPG: if I can't kill myself in character creation, then I don't want to. Do I live in a consistent wage job, or is the channel and all the big stuff that I'm already able to live from already? Is that the Arrow future plan maybe? Okay, so in starting content creation, was in a consistent job opportunity. I was working full time. And then since then, I left that position, and I have been doing commission work since. I do online commissions. And the channel supplements my income and has been very variable in how much money I make from it. So I'm not gonna lie, the channel has been in the red for its entire life sequence. In terms of like, by devoting my time to the channel where I could be devoting it to shifting back into traditional employment, right? So like if I went back to traditional employment, I would spend significantly much more time on traditional employment, and therefore less time on the channel. So by spending so much time on the channel, I am basically taking away the opportunity cost. It is fully in the red. Commissions, I do article writing online, separate from the channel. I do video editing commissions, which has been variable. I've had consistent clients over time. Those are the two main ones. I recently had someone reach out for voiceover commissions. So that's something where I might be starting that up, but who knows? The glass ceiling got, bro. Yeah, I know. It was crazy. Arrow, I can't just say the J word reported. Listen. I'm recovering. But yeah, so I currently am in a position where I'm very financially unstable. And the plan, the goal, the idea, the ideal, really, is to get to a point where the channel by itself is fiscally stable enough that I can comfortably rely on that. Up until this point, with commissions and my channel, I've spent a lot of my savings. I'm not gonna lie. Because commissions are obviously variable, even if I have consistent clients, and the channel is variable based on performance. And that's why I don't ever want to plan around getting like 10 million views in a month, because if I don't get that, I don't pay rent, right? So I have been like, when I was working basically since university, I was in a position where I was saving all my money. I was saving all my money. I was saving all my money. And people kept telling me, what are you doing? Like back when I was like first leaving university, they're like, you're like 22, you're like 23. Why are you saving all of your money? Spend it. Like go on a backpacking trip to Europe or something. And I'm like, that would be fun. I'm terrified of what the future holds. And it turns out that was a very wise decision, as now I'm in the position where I can make this risk. I can take this risk right now, where I have unstable income that oftentimes does not reach where I need it to be, and I have the savings to supplement that. Where can I find my prices for video editing? Generally speaking, I don't have them listed anywhere. I do 25 per short, assuming it's 1 minute or less. And I think it's 20 per minute of long form. Right. Why does Michael Booble want to F Santa so bad? Listen, he's his buddy. Santa buddy might be the gayest thing I've ever heard. That's what I'm saying. Have I ever tried to make my own TTRPG system? I have. I've released several now. I have released a one-page system that's all about making bad deals. I released a like 40-page mini TTRPG, which is about you are playing AI that does not have self-determination. And I also made a 2-book system that is in playtesting called the Neolithic, where you are in a Stone Age setting where magic is fading from the world, and you create a species that has to evolve as magic fades before you die because you can't rely on magic anymore. So it's all about exploration. It's about species creation. You have factions in your species. $25? Dang, that's a steal. I mean, yeah, like to be completely blunt with you, I undercharge on my commissions. And I do that because the real honest thing, like the truth of the editing sphere. I know this because I've run in editing circles. I've spoken with other editors. Like I've seen like how it works behind the curtains. Like the main meta, so to speak, of major channels is to outsource editing to other countries where the cost conversion is that you're paying like under 10 USD for a short, and you're paying like under like 50 USD for like a 20-minute video. And if I tried that, I would not have the ability to deliver because that is too much effort for too little cost. Even $25 for a short is me undercosting myself. Like I know some editors will be like 50 a short. But these are generally editors who are like, they work with a channel consistently as their solo editor, and they have like 300,000 subscribers, right? They're the solo editor for a VTuber that has 125,000 subscribers, 500,000 subscribers. So they can charge a premium to be like, oh, I got Neurosama's editor, I got Camilla's editor, I got like Bao's editor, right? Neolithic. I can just grab the link. I have the link here. Itch and Neolithic. This is the link. I'm not even exaggerating. You got me seriously tempted. Hey, like if it works, it works. Why are you gay? Good question. I ask myself that all the time. My only reference for any corporate related lingo is Tanaka from Fear and Hunger Termina. I don't know any. Okay. I got into the Funger rabbit hole. And I explicitly avoided Fear and Hunger 2. I don't know any spoilers. I don't know what happens in it. I don't even really know the characters. I know a couple of the characters by appearance, and I know the vibe is it's like 1914 during the Moon Festival, the Termina Festival, and like it's like a battle royale. So I've heard that Funger 2 is actually way more stream safe. Like you still need a sensor mod, but it's way more stream safe. So I'm wondering, given that I like know all of the lore and whatever from Funger 1, I could play Funger 2 at some point. Funger mentioned sleeper action agent deployed. I love species creation. Yeah, Xeniolithic is so much like it is. You create a species and then you play a single creature from that species, and then your creature dies. Right? So your creature will die eventually. It's a Stone Age civilization world. You're gonna die at some point. So you make a new creature. Hero said, "Why are you gay?" And YouTube played a Jackass ad. Oh my gosh. She's Xenil on my Lithic till I die out or evolve. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Funger peak game.
Gone, sucks!
Have I heard the theory about a piece of Nurgle being a combination of Gork and Mork and the rat god? The orcs being a mushroom and the rats being a plague. I haven't heard that. I've never heard that theory before. I don't know how to articulate how much I love making species cultures and just, Yeah, so in Xeniolithic, there are systems for making your species. And you literally have to choose like what your ancestors are. And evolve specific traits that you evolve from your ancestors. So for instance, if one of your ancestors has mandibles and fingers and a heart and teeth and a beak, and your other ancestor, one of your other ancestors, has wings and tentacles and compound eyes and sweat glands and spore production and flowers. Those 10 traits, you'd be able to mix and match between your species. And so you might have a species that has a beak, tentacles, wings, flowers, and sweat glands as your species. And then over time, you evolve more of them to accommodate the fact that magic is no longer accommodating your need for reproduction, your need for consumption, your need for temperature regulation. Right? Yeah, give me sweat glands, it's OP. Yeah, and so you make rolls. And something I like about the system, which obviously I made the system, so I'm gonna like it. But everything is a 1d12 roll where a 6 or minus, 7 plus are the 2 breakpoints. However, you have a title under your creature. So if you are a warrior and you're trying to stab someone, you roll 2d6 instead. Which means, even though you're rolling a d12, normally that's a 50-50 chance, if you roll 2d6, you suddenly go from a 50-50 chance to like a 2/3 chance of 7 or higher. And then if you have any items with you, you can increase it further. If you have any bonuses with you, if someone's helping you, you can increase it further. And what I did is 6 or minus, or sorry, 7 plus on a possible roll, you succeed. And on a 6 or minus, you still succeed, but must make a payment. This might mean you take damage. This might mean that it takes longer. This might mean that something breaks. So you always succeed on a possible roll. And on an improbable roll, it's still 6-7, 6-7. However, 7 plus, you succeed and make a payment still. And on a 6 minus, you fail and make a payment. So if you want to make a roll that is very unlikely to succeed, basically a hard roll from Kane, you would roll improbable. But let's say you're a warrior, so you're trying to stab something that's really hard to stab, so it's improbable, but you roll 2d6. And let's say you have a spear. Your spear might give you a +1, or your spear might make the improbable roll possible. So you can roll 2d6 +1 on an improbable, or you can roll just 2d6 on possible, or maybe you roll 2d6 on an improbable, but if you get a 7 or higher, your spear gives you an extra success. So I made it very flexible in how you can progress forward, right? They're just numbers, they're just numbers, they're just numbers. You might not acknowledge the numbers, for if they are acknowledged, they are given power. Ignore the blasphemous numbers. Listen, can we just give it up real quick? Can we just give it up for homeboy, homegirl, home them? Everyone's favorite number, 68. Thank you. I did the same joke earlier. I'm not going to stop. Xenolithic is a TTRPG where you design your own sex update. I mean, you kind of do. Like one of the mechanics is like you need magic to reproduce. Like you just spontaneously create, and then you have the option of like getting like egg laying. That encompasses reproduction, right? So like yes, although I will say something I'm kind of sad that I never got to do. When I first started game dev, I started working on a project which was you're a therapist for supernatural creatures. And I would have had so much fun releasing this and then releasing an update where you're talking to like a succubus about like bedroom issues. And then I can call it the sex update because you're giving sex therapy and like you're talking to people about their sex lives in a therapist like professional setting, but I could actually call it the sex update. And that would have been so funny. And I'm so sad that I never finished this project. But like the goal is that as a therapist, you're talking to like a werewolf, and the werewolf comes in to like quit smoking. And then the werewolf reveals in talking to them that they're trying to quit smoking because their partner wants them to quit smoking. And then their partner is revealed to be like dictating more and more of their decisions. And then they end up mentioning how they feel uncomfortable that their partner wants them to like transform like in intimate circumstances. And then you realize in talking to them that the real issue isn't the smoking. The real issue is that they're in an like unhealthy relationship. Right. And that's the kind of stuff that it would delve into where it's like, the two sides of the werewolf would be representative of the fact that they're living in a relationship with two sides and that's like unhealthy and that they're not in control of themselves because they're being controlled by someone else. Like the idea of an ogre or like a troll or something that's super dumb and a jock and is constantly demeaned for its intelligence and is trying to deal with that, right? I mean, you could still make it. I could, but I'm currently working on a different project and even that has like completely on the back burner. Good night. I'm studying social work, which therapy is a part of. So if you want to consult from someone who knows more than average but less than an actual professional, hit me up. Good to know. Good to know. I can have the Maddie seal of approval. Oh my gosh, I have so many questions. Thoughts on tattoos? Love them on other people. Probably won't get anyone myself because I have a weird thing with symmetry. So if I get something on my right side, I want it on my left side. So if I got a tattoo on my left side, I would want a matching one on my right side. And also, I have heard so many stories about people with tattoos that they just kind of like, they want more and more. So like the cost, yes, it's a one-time upfront cost. I could probably deal with that. Like even though it would be expensive. The pain, I would be able to deal with that. I've dealt with pain before. The main thing for me with tattoos is I have like a one-handed thing. Like less than 5 things that I would want tattooed on me at this moment. I do have one that I legitimately would be very interested in getting tattooed on me because it's very important to me. But I don't know if I would get it tattooed on me. Other people though, I love tattoos on people. I love seeing tattoos on people. And actually one time I was out the other week and I was at the club and I'm by a water fountain. And this woman who was like probably 20 years older than me, maybe 30 years older than I don't know. She was like significantly older than me. She approaches me and starts chatting to me. The way she approached me, she walks up to me as I'm by the water fountain, I'm catching my breath. And she goes, I'm old enough I could be your mom. And I'm like, is that a pickup line? And then she goes, no. And then I'm like, okay, cool. Because I've had worse. I've been hit with worse. And then she laughed. And then we got to talking. And then she showed me her. And then like I saw that she had tattoos. So she started showing me her tattoos. But like, this random woman who's like 20 years older than me walks up to me and opens with, I'm old enough I could be your mom. I've had weirder pickup lines thrown my way. Arrow, that was a Costco. It was actually a Sam's Club, mind you. But isn't it what Slanesh stands for? It is. If I get on my forehead, it would be symmetrical. But at least for me, one of the main thing I'm thinking of is not symmetrical as a design. So I would struggle with that. How would you as a therapist stop a vampire from Vampire the Masquerade from being a white? Well, depends on where I get him. If I catch him like Humanity 7, that sounds pretty easy. All I gotta convince them to do is I have to convince them to rationalize like, oh, the beast literally is not you. Like it's not a Jekyll Hyde situation because Jekyll was Hyde. But like the beast is not you. If you ever frenzy, if you ever fury, if you ever like hunger, like you can't control that. You are not responsible for that. Having that in mind, like I am not responsible for what the beast does, but what I am responsible for is trying my best to stop the beast. I think that would make a Humanity 7 or even a Humanity 6 vampire kindred way less likely to wipe. If I catch them in like Humanity like 3 to 5, they're already a bad person. All I need to help them do is be like, listen, just don't kill no one. It doesn't matter if you're like trafficking either goods or people. It doesn't matter if you are bringing down the world order. It doesn't matter if you're lying or like doing all these awful things. What matters is you're not murderizing people. And then they're like, yeah, you're right. I'm not murderizing people. And then they're fine. If they're at like Humanity 1 to 2, at that point, that's beyond my pay grade. As a therapist, I don't think I can help them at that point. My character's Humanity 7 used to be 8, but she tortured her sire before eating. Oh my gosh. My Vampire the Masquerade character also ghosted her therapist. I had an idea for a TTRPG with a magic system built upon real-world occult traditions, but I'm not confident combat would be good. Well, then don't make it combat-oriented. Like, you don't need it to be combat-oriented. When I made Xeneolithic, I explicitly was like, this is not a combat system. Combat is resolved identically to non-combat mechanics, which is why Kane actually was a huge inspiration. Kane was a big inspiration for Xeneolithic because I implemented trees, which are basically just talismans or clocks, into everything. And I made it so that the consequences you suffer from rolling are dealt by the opponent if you're fighting them. So opponents don't get in action. They don't take a turn. All they do is deal damage to you when you fail a roll against them. Xeneolithic gives me major dinosaur kid energy. I was a dinosaur kid. However, in my decrepit older age, with the sands of time weathering down my bones until they are dust, I have lost probably 95% of my dinosaur knowledge. That is one heck of a pickup line, though. That's the thing. Like, if an older woman approached me and said, I'm old enough to be your mom, and I'm like, is that a pickup line? And she's like, depends. Do you want it to be? I would blush. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't blush. I wouldn't fold. I wouldn't be like, awesome, let's do this. But I would absolutely like be caught off guard by that. There's a video about it being a therapist for Vampire the Masquerade vampires. Forgot its name. The lion does not abide by the masquerade. Could have asked if she could get you McDonald's. Dude. I talk about this all the time. Like every couple months. I haven't experienced this for like the last year. I may have kicked it. But every couple months, up until like a year ago, I would get really intense cravings for McDonald's chicken nuggets. And like every like 2 to 3 months, I would get really intense cravings for it. And every 2 to 3 months, I would say, no, it's not worth the price. It's like $5 now for like a 10 piece. That's not worth it. And then like I would not get McNuggets for like 6 months. And then after 6 months, I would finally get McNuggets, and it would never be as good as I remembered, but it would still be like just good enough that it like fed the addiction. But I haven't experienced that in a while. Now I want McNuggets because I'm really hungry right now. I have been on stream for 5.5 hours. And prior to that, I had a little bit of granola and some cranberry juice. And that's it because I didn't have time. So after stream, I'm going to get some food, but I really want McNuggets now. Dude, oh, I want McNuggets. Eat more food you need to eat. Hero, go eat, rest, consume. Celebration. We're partying. It's because of the fen? Oh my gosh. I recently went vegetarian. I've been getting hit with the cravings for chicken tenders. Either that or just order something. No, so I don't order out food often because that's money that I don't need to like when I say, oh yeah, I'm not really in the spot to like just drop $200 on a helmet. Like I mean, like I am not in the spot to like just like DoorDash something, right? This could be a pizza. It could be a pizza party. You weigh like 90 pounds, eat something. Oh, excuse you. I'm like 140, 150. That's like a healthy weight. Celebration usually involves eating. Yeah, but I had some granola earlier. Ordering food is so expensive. Exactly, you get it. Pyre in the thumbnail? Yes, Pyre is in the thumbnail because if you don't know, Pyre is my favorite game that I've ever played. It might not be my favorite game for the rest of my life, but at least for now, and since I played it like 8 years ago, 7 years ago, since I first played it like 7-8 years ago, Pyre has been my favorite game because it is a game that is all about relationships in a fantasy setting that is really cool lore, really cool art, really cool design direction. And it does something I have wanted to see forever. What is that? You have a party that you grow over time. It grows, and it grows. And all of you are in exile. You're in the I think it's the Downlands. And you're in exile, but there's a way to get back to where you were exiled from. And all of you are together until you have like 7 of you, all ready to do what you need to be done, participate in the magic ritual in order to go back, and you're informed right before you do it. Only one of you can go free. And like the energy deflates from the party. And everyone's like, what? So the rest of us are just stuck here? And then like the knowledgeable characters like telling you all this, like, no, one of you can go free. And then we will wait. And the cycle of the rites will begin anew. And we will try again. And we will send the second person out. And our goal, none of you were thrown down here for justifiable reasons. All of you were mistreated by the Commonwealth that we were exiled from. I want to supplant it with a new world order. And the player, like the party all realizes this is a revolution. And so the game goes from let's like get out here by playing magic basketball to let's sow the seeds of rebellion in a like unjust nation where one at a time your favorite characters one by one leave you. And the gut punch, the knife in the stomach that twists right at the end. There's not enough for all of you. I think that there's 9 total playable characters, not including you as the protagonist. There are 7 rights to leave. Yes, spoilers, but like I'm talking about it. So 2 of you and you, the protagonist, will be stuck here. Unless there's another way. And that other way is not really available. 7 of 9 Star Trek Voyager? No, dude, Pyre is my favorite game because it's just so good about the journey. And you hit the destination over and over and over, and you get really cool lore details, and you meet your opponents and you have relationships with them, and you hate them, but you like them, and they have their own motivations, and most of them suck, and you don't want them to win, but some of them you do want to win, and then you have like final battles against them, and you do like super moves, and like your party members have relationships with them. So like for instance, your Rookie, your cur, your dog guy, has a relationship with the cur Barker. And Barker is like a gang leader. And Rookie comes from money and spent all of his money instantly when he got down here. So he took a loan out from Barker, and now Barker needs him to pay him back, or he's going to send guys to go rough up Rookie's parents, like his mom and his family. And so Rookie, over the course of the game, if Rookie doesn't leave the party and you fight Barker like 3 times, Rookie says, one-on-one. Grudge match. You versus me. If I win, then the debt's cleared. And then Barker's like, yeah, and what about when I win? And Rookie's like, double. And all of these guys are going to be collateral. And Barker goes, let's go. And if you lose, Rookie now owes him double. But if you win, the debt gets cleared. And like, all of the party members have something like that. All of the party members have a relationship with some other major character that gets chopped off halfway down the middle if they get set free. And so no single playthrough is ever going to be the same, because like maybe I really like Rookie, but I only fight Barker twice and then I set him free. Now Rookie will never be able to clear the debt with Barker because Rookie's gone, which is completely different than if you settled the debt or if you set Rookie free immediately. It's crazy. It's so good. I liked Pamathon in my first playthrough. This is one of the few games I have ever replayed. In my first playthrough, when Pamatha was for liberation, I was setting her against her sister. And I distinctly remember Pamatha begging me during the fight, please let my sister win. And there was a single moment in that game where I had the opportunity to win and I didn't take it. I had a moment of hesitation because of what Pamatha said, and then they won and I lost. I lost that liberation right because I hesitated at one moment where I could have won, because I needed to think for a second. And so, like, Tabitha went 3. But Pamatha was so happy. Pamatha was overjoyed. And in that same one, because I'm just saying full spoilers, Orlek. I lost to Orlek in the final liberation right. I actually lost to him in the final liberation. Those were like the 2 rights I lost in the entire game. And then I managed to convince him to let me go in his stead. And it was so crazy, just like mind blowing. And then I played through the game on True Nightwing. I played through the game again on True Nightwing, and I think I lost again. Like I lost like to the Fate the very first time because I put all of the Titan stars because I wanted to see how that would go. It was so difficult. But no, True Nightwing was so much fun. Arrow rights, yes. Ever since finishing that game, I've been thinking about what liberation rights I should have lost. I know the issue I find is that in Pyre, I would say like I have 3 issues with it. 1, the party. Everyone has like 1 to 2 other characters they have a relationship with, but like Jodario doesn't really have a relationship with like Gilman. Rookie doesn't really have a relationship with the Moon Touch girl. Headwind doesn't really have a relationship with like old Bertrude, right? Or Big Bertrude. Like a lot of them have like 1 to 2 characters. Like Jordario and Pamitha have a very defined relationship. Hedwyn and Ruki and Jordario have a very defined relationship. Gilman actually has like a friendship with Pamitha. Like they have relationships, but not all of them do. Like Tizo and the Moontouch Girl, very defined relationship. I wish that all of them had a better defined relationship, which I understand would have added like hundreds of lines of dialogue. I understand that that would be a requirement. All of the villains, except for the Fate and Orlek. So except for whatever, the Fate dude. The Fate's leader and Orlek. No one was sympathetic. No one you wanted to get out. There was never really a debate on if defeating them was like the right thing to do, because they were all cheaters, liars, manipulators, with the exception of Orlek, the Fate, and with Tabitha, like Pamitha has a brief thing. And then the other thing I thought it was kind of silly that if you let an opponent free, they just disband. If an opponent goes free, their triumvirate disbands, which I don't think makes a lot of sense. I feel like they should have all had a secondary villain, kind of like how initially the Pyre Hearts had Gilman as a second to the main worm, or how Almer was the second to his father. Like I feel like all of them should have had a second person, just to give like a little, like they could continue being in the running. How the Tempers, the very first fight they did. Tempers are fine. I fought, like, you can fight the Tempers once in your playthrough. And I think that happened to me both times, because you fight them once for their liberation, and then you can choose to fight them again later. But that might be when the True Nightwings are introduced, and they get sabotaged. So you might have a situation where, like, you try to fight them and you can't, and then they just never come up again, which sucks. I didn't really care about the Tempers. Like, I wish the Tempers had something special in their first liberation, right? All they do is have Ignarius be like, Rusty, here, I thought I was getting good. Nightwing, hey, that's my favorite superhero. You have terrible taste, I'm so sorry. What is my favorite virtue? I think justice, specifically law, is really cool. Fortitude is a baddie. So I'm legally obligated to be obsessed with fortitude. Prudence, I feel like gets slept on. I feel like people sleep on Prudence. Prudence, despite that like yee haircut, is pretty cool. I like their blasphemies. I like the idea that they're like the face of Cain. Hope is cool. I don't like the charities. I do not like the charities. I like the fact that I don't like the charities, but I do not like the charities. And Faith is cutie. I feel like the community is kind of like woobified Faith. I feel like personally, everything I've seen of Faith, which is like fan art, community stuff, homebrew, Faith is always like woobified, is always this like cute, sweet little bean who wouldn't hurt anyone, when like Faith is one of the most dangerous virtues. So I like how I portrayed her, which obviously that's why I portrayed her that way. I portrayed her as someone who is very gentle and wants to be there for her fellow XOs, but like she got to Cat 5 without a blasphemy. She killed 8 sins by hand without a blasphemy. Tom Bloom has also woobified Faith a little. Yeah, and like that's something where I just disagree with that. But like, if that's the direction he wants to go, by all means. I know that like it's the gachapon and like the little art of her is like, oh, I want to play this claw game. But like, I feel if she is a virtue, she also is very, which they technically speaking, but I think it's pretty clear Tom Bloom's interpretations of what he wants the virtues genders to be. In my game, Faith is femme. I feel like it's very easy to see that and like kind of round out all the edges. I feel like having them be a little bit rough still is better. Faith is literally admiring Kirby plushies, yeah. Hello, hello. Thank you for the congrats. What's on the yap docket for today? I have been yapping nonstop about nothing. That's really what it is. Wait, I recall Ignarius had some thoughts or reason he wanted to win. So Ignarius in the first liberation fight, he goes like, Moira, you'd hardly even recognize me, wouldn't you? And like, obviously I feel sympathetic towards him, but I just met this guy. I don't care about him, and I want my person to win. So all of the other liberation rights, they have some mechanical alteration to the fight. I wish the tempers had something. I mean, the gotcha thing is also partially meant to be the Toad parallel. I disagree. I know a lot of people are like, oh, there's parallels between the virtues and this. I don't think so. I don't agree. I do not agree with that. I just don't think that lines up. I know that the colors match. I know that some of them make more sense than others, like charities and idols, but like, you know, like hope for a centipede, maybe, like, cause they're all like really big open effects. I just personally, I've had the which sins line up with which virtues best conversation. I just disagree. I didn't talk about the commandos. No, thank you. In 40K, when I was playing against Neko last night, I was playing Deceptors under CSM. Faith works for Toads. I mean, Fortitude manifests a centipede in your game, yeah. Mechanically, Toad does steal your blasphemy, to be fair, but yeah, they don't line up perfectly. Although Faith is terrifying in a world where high-level sins typically can't be harmed by traditional weapons, taking down multiple Cat 5 sins with no blasphemy is kind of nuts. Yeah, so she has no grace, right? So what I did is that I rationalized that in, like, she never had grace. She didn't lose grace. She never had grace. And so she always had an ability to fight sins. And so back in, like, when she was first recruited, she was like a nun at a monastery fighting what she thought were demons. And she had like a bow staff, and she would go up and she would like beat them to death with a bow staff and the power of God on her side. And what she didn't realize is that she was not touched by grace, and therefore was able to affect them as if they were physical. But doesn't actually mean graceless. Yeah. Fortitude is the most obvious Cat 10 centipede. Not Cat 10. I personally, I'm... To me, anything above Cat 6 is like making something in Lancer, which is size 4. Does this make sense? In Lancer homebrew, if you make something that is size 4, or has 2 heavy mounts, or like has the classic red flags of homebrew, I feel like that's the equivalent of saying, this is my Cat 7 centipede, this is my Cat 9 hound I made. And it's like, okay, I don't think you understand the scaling very well. Why were there so many sins at that monastery? Because it was over the span of like years. Now I'm thinking about DK rep. She has no style. She has no grace. This virtue has a funny face. Oh yeah, DK. Faithy Kong. Faithful for Cain. God has given me the ability to throw boulders at demons. Basically. Yeah, she's a blank. Yeah. The theory that Faith, that she essentially is a grace black hole. Yeah, I like that theory. I don't necessarily subscribe to it, but I think it's a nice theory. In Cain, you're supposed to be outmatched. Remember, sins only get to Cat 7 if they start at Cat 6, and then pressure goes out of control. So basically, we were playing 40K. The deployment zone was like this. Right? So deployment zone was like that. And we had an objective here, an objective here, an objective here. I was playing Deceptors as CSM, as Chaos Space Marines. I'm Alpha Legion. So my whole thing is I get cultists and I get legionnaires, and I can place them anywhere that is not within 8 inches of their deployment zone, right? And so I can just do my normal thing. However, he rolled to go first. He brought commandos. He put his commandos right on the center objective. This blocked this entire area. And I was like, dang, I put some cultists there. And then he puts more commandos there. So now I can't even push forward this way. So I have to deploy like there. And then what he does is he moves forward. He throws a bomb squig at me. It just blows up. It kills one of my legionnaires. He rushes me. He kills another 2 legionnaires. And then I kill all of his orcs because I smack back. But like, his commandos set the tone of the game. His commandos single-handedly threw off my entire strategy. The monastery was in Detroit. Oh my gosh. I'd only use Cat 7 as a background sin. Yeah. Oh, Neko was talking about this on his stream earlier. Yeah. Oh, it was so much fun. Like, I was dooming all of Battle Round 2 because I really felt like I had no recourse. And then I dropped in my Terminators. I dropped in my Terminators behind his boys, got a charge, hit the charge after command rerolling it, and I just clobbered him. I took out his boys. He was damaging my possessed, but didn't even do that much to my possessed. Now I had Terminators led by Terminator Lord and possessed, and like I controlled half the board. He controlled the other half. He had a battle wagon, but I had like I was taking out a Storm Boys. Like I had responses. Arrow remembers the missing quarter of their army. Literally, I forgot a quarter of my points. 10 sneaky boys versus the perfect plan. You gotta go take a shower just in case you're gone by the time I get back. Good night. Orc commandos either set the tempo or break yours, and it's incredibly frustrating and infuriating. Okay, so I forgot because I had like, I think it's 180 point term, 80 point Chaos Lord and Terminator armor. So it's 260 out of my 1k points. We're playing a 1k game. Set it in Deep Strike. I can't Deep Strike round 1. And just like, I'm watching my cultists die. His Storm Boys advance and then charge in, or like deploy and then charge into my Havocs. My Possessed failed their charge battle round 1, and so I couldn't charge his boys. Like, I'm struggling. My Legionnaires are going down. His battle wagon comes up, deploys a bunch of boys. And then I deploy my Terminators. I'm like, oh, right. They're worth like 300. They're worth like 300 points. I forgot how good they are. The live stream has desynced for you approximately 72 times. Oh no. Sunflower in front of Sunflower in front or pea shooter. Congrats, hitting milestones. Good thing. Thank you, Neo. The only acceptable answer. Sunflower. Pea shooter. The only change to this, I will see. Leaving this open to put a bomb here, or to put a second sunflower in case you get a tunneler, right? I don't see why anyone would put a pea shooter back here. Like I understand the reason is like, if you have a zombie approaching and it eats this, suddenly this is defenseless if you have no pea shooter behind it. That's what bombs are for. That's what potato mines are for. That's what cherry bombs are for. That's what hypnotizing mushrooms are for. That is what doom shrooms are for. That is what freeze shrooms are for. Like, get with the program. It is the duty of the strong to defend those who cannot defend themselves. Yeah. Although, what I will say, fun fact, I love actually PVZ. I love PVZ. And I played the demo like before the full game released. And I remember playing it with my friend and like unlocking like Torchwood and being like, oh, this is like a tree that's on fire. What would it do? Oh no, it's not in the demo. Like we have to like buy the game to play. Oh, the squash? What does the squash do? The squash isn't in the demo. So like the demo only had like 10 plants you could play. But the progression was normal. So you still got like sunflower and pea shooter and walnut and potato mine and cherry bomb. And then you would get like, I think you got like the chomper, but like the squash, the freeze shroom. I was like, what is the freeze shroom? Does it like freeze them when it hits them? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And remember, this was like 20 years ago. This was like 18 years ago. It was crazy. Hypno shroom. I love the hypno. My favorite thing, probably one of my favorite things in all of PVZ was dancing. Right? Like, so it's like, See, I played the game back when it was the legally distinct Michael Jackson, right? So putting a hypno shroom right here, so he eats it, I get him, and then he turns around, dances, summons 4 more hypnotized zombies. PVZ dancing zombies used to be Michael Jackson, but they had to change that. Yeah, I played the game back with Michael Jackson. This was the game I used to play. And I remember back when it was coming out, I asked my parents for Garden Warfare. But I think it was like Xbox only. I didn't have an Xbox. So they said like, hey, here's an IOU. And they never got me Garden Warfare. And now there's like a Garden Warfare 2. And apparently like both of them suck. Because like EA and like PopCap like AIified it or something. Like, I mean, one of the only people who's read the PVZ comics when I was a child, but never played the game. That's wild. I do love the Chomper. You played it on the Nintendo DS? I love doing the multiplayer with my siblings and spamming flag zombie waves. Oh my gosh. See, I played it before they added multiplayer. They added multiplayer in like 2011, 2012 or something. I was playing it like pre-2010. When did it come out? PVZ. Original. What was that, the original timeline? Wait. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. I looked up PVZ the original, and this is the first thing that came up. This is cute. This is a cute recreation. This is actually very cute. This was like, I assume someone like, because it said Godot, so I assume it's a situation where someone like made this as a fan game. This is now a PVZ stream. Listen, this is not the same. However, it's very cute that someone did this. I guess this happened, like, I assume all the mechanics are the same. That like all lowercase final wave. Okay. Okay. I don't think we need more of that. I was looking up PVZ Fusion. I don't want to play the game. I want the wiki. I want like what year it came out. I don't want replanted. Sorry. 2009. 2009, the first game came out. Nice. So not 18 years ago, but like 17, maybe 16 years ago. So I was playing this back in like 2009 to 2010. And then I think that the multiplayer update, they swapped out the dancing zombie in like, I want to say 2011, 2012. Arrow shooting phase stream. No! Fun fact, we lost track of the original point of the stream maybe 10 or 12 times. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about normal. There's so many questions. Oh my gosh, I love this. I love being stimulated. How so? Who? Owl. If two non-binary people date, is it Yuri, Yaoi, or some secret third option like Yeki or Yoji or something? I think we agreed that it is Yi. Just Yi. This isn't a question, so you can ignore this, but I just want to say thank you. You're the reason I am now playing Kane. You introduced me to it, and now I have published Homebrew. Yes! Yes, you have, and it's been added to the extended universe. Typical Arrow stream. Toho. No, not Toho. Not Toho. Bad Toho. Wait, the stream at an original point? I don't even know at this rate. That's still so wild. I know! Like, listen, welcome to the club. It's crazy. Yeah, you're in the thing. Like, it's so weird being in the thing. Yeah, I'm glad that you play Kane. I mean, listen, I feel the same way towards other content creators. Like, I feel the same way towards Burger Krieg. Thank you for getting me into World of Darkness, as well as a little bit of Shadowrun. I haven't played Shadowrun, but I now know some of the lore from Burger Krieg. Thank you, Zach, for getting me into Kane, Lancer, Malagast. Like I have various content creators who like, this is all them. This is all them. You've been your start to finish? Well, I appreciate the dedication. That's a long time. That's 6 hours. Do I prefer arrow yaps or arrow noises? I feel like I prefer arrow yaps. I feel like you prefer arrow noises. I feel like my preference is I like just yapping. I have been yapping basically without break for 6 hours now. I love it. I love doing it. Arrow noises is generally involuntary. The true arrow noises experience is that I'm not actually consciously doing arrow noises. I am unintentionally arrow noising. Make a poll because I like yaps. Okay. Start a poll. Arrow yaps. Arrow noises. Which do you prefer? Arrow, my boys shot 30 times. I need you to make 2 armor saves. And then I make both of them because it's 3 up. Haven't forgotten Arrow eats. When was the last time? I last Arrow ate 6 hours ago. Yapping is like the whole point of the stream. Arrow feeds their gosh darn body. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I have had days where I'm just like, I could just not eat. And then the thing that gets me to eat is not the hunger signals. It is the fact that I know that I'm gonna get yelled at. I have people in my life who will yell at me if they find out that I don't eat. Because and I've talked about this before, but I've always struggled with food. Like, just I've always struggled with eating enough and taking care of myself. And like, obviously, if it's like a snack or something, it is easier to convince myself. But even then, like, with my brain, it is hard to convince myself that like I deserve it. We also yell at you if you don't get proper breaks. That is true. Still feels weird that I've been here since barely before 1,000 subs. Now your subscriber count is 2/3 the population of the city I live in. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's a... I don't know. I'm a big proponent of the fact that parasocial does not mean bad. However, bad is almost always parasocial. Parasocial is just a one-way relationship you have with someone. So for instance, Mallow has a parasocial relationship with me, just like Knight and Licorice and Bob and Maddie all do. But I also have a parasocial relationship with each of you because I don't know Maddie personally, but Maddie's my mod. I have a parasocial relationship with Bob and Grob. I've never met you personally. You've been on the Discord. We've had conversations before. So like there's this weird two-way street of parasociality. And I have people, like I have names and profile pictures that I'm like, I have not seen this person in like a year. I wonder if they still think about me or the channel. And not in like a, oh no, I'm so sad, like they're gone. Like in a, I wonder if that person's doing okay. Just because like there's someone who commented on every single video for like a year, for the first year of the channel, and then they just stopped. Or there's someone who like, they were an active member of the community and then they just dip. And it's so weird. You struggle with eating too much. Yeah, and like, it's one of those things where I feel as though either way you're on it, it's very easy to look at the other side and be like, oh man, they have it so easy, blah, 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 blah. But like, genuinely, both are really big struggles. I don't think that... I am despite the fact that I don't eat that much, I'm on the lower side of healthy. And due to the fact that I've been trying to make gains in my musculature and also in my fat redistribution with HRT, I have made an effort to do certain activities and certain processes that like make me eat healthier. For instance, I've been making protein milkshakes, and I just got some more protein shakes, so I'm doing that some more. I just got some ice cream, I just got some protein shakes, and so I'm making those. Those are a ton of protein, they're calories, they're healthy fats, and it's like a treat, right? So it's kind of like ensuring that I'm getting that in. I'm on both at the dorms. I don't eat, and when I'm at home, I eat too much. I'm never winning. Yeah, and that's something where like that I would classify that like more towards binge. I don't have a lot of experience helping people with like EDs. But what I do know is that people in my life who do have EDs, it's almost always you have to have the internal onus. And what I've found, anytime I've had an unhealthy coping mechanism, whatever it might be, I have almost always found that when I'm too busy for it, I just don't do it. I've been reminded I must consume food. Thank you, Arrow. Well, enjoy, Mallow. I've been like, if I'm too busy, I will just not do something that is an unhealthy coping mechanism, because almost always it is my brain being given free range or bored or understimulated or something and needing that kind of hit, whatever it might be. And so what you might find success in doing is setting yourself up so you don't have the schedule to overeat. You don't have the schedule to do that. Like, yeah, you have your meal in the morning and in the afternoon and at night, and maybe you also have like a snack or two, but like you're just so focused in the day that you're focused on homework. You're focused on the essay you were putting off. You're focused on doing your work in the project that needs to get done by Friday. You're focused on writing that story that you've been wanting to do, editing that video, learning guitar. And so when you focus on those things, you don't have time to be oriented around the unhealthy stuff. Like when you're streaming for 6 hours straight, yeah. Like I basically, there are very few like maladaptive things I can do right now. Like obviously I'm talking to a crowd of people. I'm recording myself for the internet. That means that if I say like, I love kicking babies and stealing candy from puppies, like that could be a maladaptive thing where like I'm oversharing or like I'm self-sabotaging or something, and suddenly like, ooh, no, that's so bad. But like I'm not in a situation where I can do something more physically maladaptive. And so I'm busy. And then once I'm done with this, I need to go eat food. And once I'm done with this, I have a thing I'm going to go do. And once I'm done with that, I need to like come home. And then once I'm done with that, like I might be going to the store with my roommate later. Like, so we have stuff to do. So I don't have time to, for instance, like kick a puppy, right? If I kick a puppy every time I feel bad, but I'm busy and I can't find a puppy to kick because I'm so busy, I'm not going to kick any puppies. And then suddenly, after it's been like 2 weeks, 3 weeks of not kicking puppies, I stop kicking puppies because I'm like, well, like I don't want to kick puppies anymore. Except we're not helping you not go eat. Come to think of it, I did barely eat during finals week last semester. Also on the topic of writing, I wrote a 20-page short story a few weeks ago. Nice. One of us is drowning, the other's dying of thirst. Neither are good. Yeah. What was that drawing? What do you mean? What was that drawing? What did I draw? I'm too busy to be evil. No, I didn't say to be evil. I make time in my schedule for being evil. What do you think the stream is? I'm late, so for me, it's going to go to bed. Yeah, bye-bye. What to do about kicking puppies? You got something you want to talk about? No. So generally what I do is anytime I talk about anything bad, whether it's for like canceling for Google Docs or maladaptive behaviors or like something evil someone did, my default, I've decided, will be kicking babies and taking candy from puppies. Not only because I think this is funny, the idea of kicking a baby and taking candy from a puppy instead of the other way around, but also like clearly it's not serious. If I accuse someone of, I know you're joking, but if I accuse someone of, oh, they kick babies and they take candy from puppies, there is no world where anyone in good faith misconstrues that and thinks I'm being serious. If I talk about, hey, here's how I think you should handle cancel culture. Let's talk about an example of Neko Boy Blue and how he kicks puppies and how he takes candy from puppies and kicks babies. No one is seriously going to think, even if I get taken out of context and I'm clipped and they like make it shipped in a way and they put in a drama video like Arrow said this about Neko Boy Blue, like no one is going to think that's serious. Same thing if I'm talking about myself and I'm like self-admitting, I'm self-reporting on kicking babies and taking candy from puppies. Even if it's taken out of context, even if it's said awfully and like misconstrued, no one will believe that. Meanwhile, if I say someone as an example and I say like, oh yeah, let's talk about like cancel culture. So imagine this person assaults someone. Like that's something where if you take that out of context, it's very reasonable to think I'm actually insinuating they did that. That's no-go. If I talk about like starving yourself as a maladaptive coping strategy, that's something that like I might actually do as a concern you might have about me, or that someone else might actually do. Like using kicking babies and taking candy from puppies makes it so clearly like past the line of what is serious, right? Puppies shouldn't have candy. Yes, they should. I've had alarms to remind myself not necessarily to eat, but like, hey, look at the time. Have you done anything else but work on assignments in your personal project? No. Go now! I forget to eat because I get sucked into what I'm doing. Yeah, hyper-focus. The stream is a complicated psyop to get you to play a rematch. You gotta exaggerate to the point of absurdity and then one step further. Because otherwise, if you're taken out of context, people believe you. For instance, if I say, man, that Tom Bloom, I don't want to play Kane anymore because he kicks puppies and like takes candy from babies, like clearly I'm joking. But if I say anything else, someone might be like, wow, drama in the TTRPG community. Arrow writes, one of the biggest Kane creators out there has just blacklisted Kane, Lancer, and anything else Chasm because Tom Bloom did this. And it's like, okay, like maybe I'm being overly cautious, but I don't want to be caught in that, you know? I will be making my own mega dungeon in OSR with players who have never done a proper dungeon crawl. I have never done a fully original dungeon crawl. I have played in, I have said one of my formative TTRPG experiences is the basic rules black box from 3.5. I grew up on this. This is like what got me into D&D. This and like this is what got me into TTRPGs. I got into D&D separately. With like video games. But this is what I grew up on. And this was a dungeon delve. It wasn't a mega dungeon. It wasn't a big dungeon. But it was a dungeon that was like 20 rooms. 30 rooms. And I had so much fun with it. I remember loving it growing up. We're at a kilo dungeon by now. A kilo is less than a mega. Being overly cautious is indeed the correct method. I mean, like, if you know me, like, not even if you know me personally, if you just know me as a brand, as a channel, as a creator, like, I don't do DMs with anyone, even if you're really nice and sweet and whatever, because even though I'm not a weirdo, even though you might not be a weirdo, someone might be a weirdo in the future. I don't talk about, like, I don't give specific examples of problematic stuff people might do, because if someone takes it out of context later on, a year down the line, oh no. Like I like to future proof if I can. I like to keep myself safe. I like to keep others safe if I can. Gotta head out. Enjoy, Neko. Honestly, like I don't think we're at a mega dungeon yet. Because like a mega dungeon is like hundreds of rooms. Right now, I think we're at like 70. I think we're at like 60 or 70. We're not even like triple digits. So that's why he was too busy to finish Kill 6 Billion Demons. Too busy kicking puppies. Exactly. This is a send-off. Show your support, my Arrowlings. Arrow scream. If you love Arrow, my Arrowlings, offer your Arrow hearts. Rah! So first of all, they're called AroKissers. And they have an anime girl in the profile picture. One Page RPG Jam 2026. Are you asking if I'm going to participate in that? Or are you asking if I want to run that? Because like One Page RPG Jam 2026, like participate? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. So like that sounds fun, but I don't know anything about it. I think you have literally only sent me messages and DMs twice, and both were channel related. Yeah, because like I have seen time and time, like I've been on the internet. I know what it's like when you have a channel. I've seen this before. And the mods think that they're like best friends with the creator. They start acting really nasty. I've seen what happens when you have a private inner circle of only the most like active community members that get to talk privately in a secret server that's invite only with the content creator. That's super bad stuff. Like generally a lot of the pitfalls have been done dozens of times across multiple channels, and it's like all you have to do is look at history to not repeat it. I don't want to be an AroKisser anymore. I want to be happy. Are you actually, unironically, going to use the Cabadon drawing for the ASMR? I am actually, unironically, going to use the Cabadon drawing for the ASMR with the understanding, Ryu, as the artist, that you are okay with me doing so. I don't know if you're still here. However, my plan is to use the Cabadon drawing for the ASMR video, but I will not do so if the artist says I would prefer you not do that. Wait, the ASMR is actually going to happen? Look on the schedule. What does Sunday say? What is listed for Sunday? One of the mega dungeons I know is Halls of Arden, which is 1,000 pages, 100 times 4 tome thing. Oh my gosh. Hi, Tochirov. Yep, on Sunday. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to like actually unironically, straight up, no frills, do an ASMR stream or do an ASMR video. It's going to be an ASMR roleplay. The art is going to be Cabadon. It's going to be art that I got earlier this month. So if you like it, let me know and I might do more. Oh, $100 fortune thing. Got it. Favorite guilty pleasure YouTube channel / video. So I kind of talked about this before, React videos. I'll say React videos is the one, like I haven't watched these recently too much, but React content, so long as they give commentary, so long as they have actual contribution, I really enjoy. Because again, like generally, if I just watch Chainsaw Man, I want to see other people talk about Chainsaw Man. So I'll watch a reaction thing from a couple channels that talk, like, are watching through Chainsaw Man. Maybe I don't watch the entire show. Maybe I just go to like beats that I really like. But I'll generally watch like, every once in a while I'll watch like some Code Geass reactions or some like Death Note reactions, or like I'll look up like Captain America Winter Soldier reactions, or like Marvel Civil War reactions, like various like pieces of media that just kind of strike my fancy at any given time. But also, whenever I watch a new property, I generally want to watch a reaction to it in the same way that I watch playthroughs of games that I just played. For instance, when I played Armored Core 6, afterwards, I watched some AC playthroughs. When I played Disco Elysium, I watched the Disco Elysium playthrough right after. When I played Persona 5, I watched a couple different Persona 5 playthroughs, and I still haven't finished any of them. We love AC6. We do love AC6 here. I don't like it, but I respect it. Listen. Give it a shot. Give this one a shot. I want to design a mega dungeon that's just the perpahexahedron from Ben 10. Just a giant moving Rubik's Cube. Oh my gosh. I like seeing React content from people who really know what they're talking about, like doctors to medical dramas. Yeah. So if you know what you're talking about, I would say at that point, that is not React content. I would say at that point, that is more like, I guess it's like expert reacts. Like I would say that is like review almost. But like ER doctor reviews like House MD, right? That is interesting. Gosh, give me a moment. I've been tortured. No, don't you sorry me. My roommate just came back and they brought popcorn and they're like, hey, do you want popcorn? And I'm like, yes, but that will kill my throat because like anytime I have anything that has like fragmentation in it, it just kills my throat when I try streaming. And so now it smells like buttery popcorn in here. I'm double jointed and can do a messed up body horror stuff. I discovered. Nice. I have something with my fingers, like the tendons in my fingers, I can shift them back and forth, and it gets people really like upsetty spaghetti when I do that. Not least of which is when I touch my knuckle to them and then I move it, so they feel my tendons wriggling underneath my skin, and that like freaks people out. It's so funny. Medical examiner reacts to the stream that caused the arrow's death. It was congestion. I like my nose got stuffy. I had to go blow my nose. Sucks. I need to wrap up stream. Why are you keeping me here? You keep locking me here with chains. Like some sort of vagabond dragging me down with the elder knowledge of the Forgotten Realms. Like, jeez, dude. Let me go. Are we willing to give a hint about ASMR? All I will say is be there or be square. I've not recorded it yet. I should probably record it. But because it's fun. Popcorn, more like pogcorn. Have you considered that some inside thoughts should not be shared with others? This is not one of those. You should say that more often. I could end stream and eat. Yeah, but I haven't done all the questions yet. The knuckle thing is a classic, although mine make a very loud popping noise. Mine make a little bit of popping noise. Can you? I don't think you can hear this. I don't think you can hear it. I don't think you can hear the noise of my tendon. Ow, frick. Yeah, of course I'm going to do all the questions. It's only respectful. It's only respectful. So if you have more questions, now's the time to add them. Question from a bit ago. Soft or hard magic in media, such as hard magic systems versus soft magic systems? I prefer in media I prefer a soft magic system that still has bounds to it. What does this mean? I like so for instance, hard magic. I wouldn't even say Harry Potter's hard magic, I'm not gonna lie. Like D&D is hard magic. Hard magic is if I do X, I get Y. If I do Y, I get Z. If I do Z, I get X. I hold up my hand, I channel mana through the rock that I'm holding, and I say the magic word Ignis, and I set the rock on fire. I hold up a rock, and I channel the mana through it, and I say the word, like, Zapnus, and it shoots out electricity. I hold a rock in my hand, and I say the magic word Frostus, and I channel mana into it, and it does ice magic. Versus soft magic is just kind of like, hey, I hold up the rock, and like, I think cold thoughts, and it makes things cold. Like, soft magic is not explicitly stated, X does Y, Y does Z, right? But I still like it when soft magic has logic to it. really what I like is I like hard magic systems that in universe are treated like they're soft universe. I like when it's a hard magic system, there are defined rules to it, but people in the setting don't necessarily know, and they treat it as soft magic. For instance, under the twin full moons on a storming night, if you collect water and never let it touch the sun until the next 2 full moons, it will become a healing salve. So it's very specific, right? You have to capture rainwater underneath twin full moons, hide it underground, and then only take it back out once it has been another twin full moons. But it is still like how does that work? What are the mechanics behind it? That's not hard at all. Doesn't matter as long as it's internally consistent. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is like internal consistency. I used to say, oh man, I like realism. And I've kind of walked back on that. I prefer consistency. I would prefer flying cars that have nuclear reactors in them that allow them to putter around at like shopping cart speeds. And there's no explanation given as to how the frick that works. But all of them have a consistent, like all of them can go from like up to like 40 kilometers per hour as their max speed. And then the newest, hottest model can go up to 60 kilometers per hour. And like, it's made very clear that even though you have no idea how the frick a fusion reactor makes a flying car and why it would be so slow, but it can still hover and move omnidirectionally, like it still makes sense, right? My take is that it depends on the story you're trying to tell. No, so I'm answering a personal preference thing. I'm saying in my setting with which has magic, I operate off of, it is soft magic that has a few hard elements to it. For instance, I do kind of JoJo Stan logic, where everyone has their own idiosyncratic power. But what it might be is that as someone that uses a physicality, physicalities encompass the physical space. They encompass removing things. They encompass size. They encompass like being aware of something. They encompass teleportation, invisibility, moving really quickly, being really strong, telekinesis. Like a physicality has bounds of what it can do. But ultimately, you using a physicality, Maddie, is different than Sable using a physicality or Knight using a physicality. Gotta go play Guilty Gear Strive. Okay, enjoy. No, you're fine, Maddie. Like it's one thing to ask like which is better and which one is that you prefer. Why does the Havoc chain cannon turn your eyes into hearts? Because I like chain cannons, okay? Let me grab Havoc. Space Marine Havocs. Like, you're telling me the Wicked Witch of the West. Which one is it? Like you're telling me you don't think this like you look at this and your eyes don't turn into hearts? You're looking at this beautiful Reaper Leviathan chain cannon. 8 attacks, 3 up ballistic skill, strength 5, 0 AP, 1 damage each. And you're gonna tell me that this is not one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen. The chain gun goes brrrr, and the problem you pointed at goes away. Exactly. Like, okay. This is just a minigun. Let's not have any frills. This is just a minigun. And miniguns are awesome. Majestic, thank you. So you understand. I'm not a fan of the top knot. That's lame. But the gun works. Reaper Leviathan Subnautica flashbacks. Any tips for a first time DM? Hopefully DMing my first campaign. Yes. It's not a book. Do what's fun. Be the player's biggest fan. These are probably the three that come to mind immediately. If you want to GM, it's not a book. This is the TTRPG, collaborative storytelling, improv. There are dice rolled. As cool as your plot is, as funny and as charismatic as your NPCs are, as dastardly and as compelling as your villains are, it's not a book. The players might ignore it, and that's okay. It's not a book. The dice might go against your plot. That's okay. It's not a book. There's not one specific plot that should happen. Go with what the players do. And do what's fun. Do what's fun. If a rule in the book stops a player from doing something, but it would be really fun to do it, let them do it anyway. If the players started out as like lawful good knights of the realm kind of deal, but they find it mostly fun to go off on like a chaotic neutral bounty hunter style system, let them do that. Let the game pivot. Focus on what's fun, because ultimately all of you are playing a game collaboratively to have fun. So do what is fun. And be the player's biggest fan. You are the world. You are every enemy. You are the arbiter of the rules, but you are also ultimately the final authority on what goes and what doesn't. If your player wants to swing off of the chandelier and do a plunging attack onto the enemy, well, that's fun for them. The player's all excited about that. Maybe it wasn't in your notes. Maybe you thought that that wasn't what they should be able to do, but be their fan. Support them. Let them do what they want to do. And obviously don't let them bully you, right? Don't let them be bad. But like, focus on the fun of the players and your fun will come. If you are the sort of person that enjoys your friends having a good time, you will have a good time DMing so long as you prioritize your players' fun. Collaborative, fun experience. The other main thing, not every group works. And that's okay. Some people do not work together in a TTRPG group. Knight of Dice, you love role-playing. McQuinn, you hate role-playing. You just want to focus on puzzles and exploration. And Bob McGraw, well, we all know you're a real combat munchkin. You love optimizing. The three of you might be best friends, but it does not matter if I want to run for the three of you if you have completely opposite interests. First-time players in particular really struggle at giving other people their time respectfully. And not because you're playing with jerks, but because it's really weird to sit at a table and wait for 30 minutes while someone else does something they find fun and that you don't care about. So players generally don't have the muscle built up to be accommodating of that, or like learn to pick up the interesting bits of something they don't otherwise care about. So some groups just won't work out. Some groups are better to play board games than TTRPGs. Some groups you just stick to Discord, you play your video games, and like you don't play a TTRPG together. That's okay. One more advice from me, don't plan too far ahead. Yeah. Don't plan too far ahead. Considering the size of Space Marines in canon, I feel we can no longer call it a minigun. That's fair. That's fair. Miniguns are objectively cool. Well, on this, one of my players doesn't know the rest of them. Any good way to help them get comfortable? So what I would do, I have tried this. And it generally doesn't work, but it sets the stage at least. When I start a game, I did this with my vampire game that I'm a player in with my siblings and my roommate. I said, hey, before we get started, I want us all to have a positive relationship with each other. So could we all like come up with something that like why we have a positive relationship with each other? We don't need to be best friends. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is I don't want us to have an antagonistic relationship. And so we all did that. We all set that up. And like my character's like a financier and is like super like good at like making money. And one of us is a cat burglar or a jewel thief. So like they smuggle the jewels that they steal. And I'm the one that launders the money, right? And then throughout play, my sibling was playing this character who's like this jewel thief, and they were really hostile to me because that's just the character they wanted to play. And like I gave them a couple sessions of trying to work with them. I changed how I treated my character to accommodate them and kind of work around them, and they just were continuously just like being hostile, argumentative, dismissive, ignoring. And so after last game, I said, hey, like, can you change can you make your character more cooperative? And they're like, well, yeah, that's just how it is. And I'm like, no. As a player, I'm not having fun interacting with your character. We have yet to have a single positive interaction, despite the fact that I asked to start off this having a positive interaction. And they said, okay, sure. And so then we just like, we haven't had a session since, but I just said explicitly like, hey, I'm not having fun as a player. Could we make some change? And then we're going to see how that goes. But like, that's just the kind of thing you have to build up the muscle to say. You have to build up the muscle to have that uncomfortable conversation of just like, hey, I'm not having fun with this thing that's happening. Is there like, how can we change this? And then if you have new players, the impetus is to take offense. What, you don't think my character's good? You don't think I can roleplay properly? And it's like, no, they didn't say that. That's where the DM steps in. They didn't say that. They just said that they feel like they're not having fun doing this. So how can we make this easier? Maybe, like with the jewel thief, they were very like dismissive and like would ignore everyone and like would just do their own thing. That's a situation where I, as the GM, if I was the storyteller here, I would step in and say like, well, how about you just make more of an effort to involve them in on your schemes? Because then naturally we're going to be helping each other out. That's going to build our rapport. Suddenly we're not hostile. That's the kind of stuff you can do. So if you have one player who doesn't know everyone else, you can start by saying like, hey, what's all like, why do we all have a positive relationship to start this? And then maybe you saved each other's life one time. So now you can start role playing. Oh, we already like each other because we saved each other's lives. One of us has like a crush on the other one. Oh, now we have like a relationship where we already have like this courting dynamic. You can do that kind of thing. Or you can literally just say, hey, Enmity doesn't know Quinn or Chimera. Can y'all make more of an effort to include Enmity in this discussion? And then 9 times out of 10, Quinn and Chimera will be like, sure. I didn't realize. And then Enmity might feel embarrassed at that. But like, if you as the GM are saying to do that, if you as the GM are saying like, hey, let's make sure everyone's being involved in this, it doesn't feel like Enmity is like being forced in there. If you just say, let's set this up, then Enmity will be more likely to have positive interactions with them. I hope you have a lovely night as well. I like the advice from Leverage Rulebook of let characters just be good at their skills, but also put characters in situations with clash. Yeah, I agree. I'm of the opinion that if your character is good at something, it's not fun to fail. It might be funny because Schadenfreude, but it's not fun to fail. And if they're struggle with something, it is interesting no matter if you fail or if you succeed, right? If you fail, it reinforces your competency in the other stuff. You are really good at lying to people, seducing people, intuiting people's intentions, but you can't fight to save your life. And if you're put in a fight that makes you feel more vulnerable outside of your talking situation, so you're going to be more involved in the talking situations to get more mileage out of it. Whereas if you're good at it, oh my gosh, that was crazy. That was insane. That was awesome. And it's interesting. Have I ever heard of Mortashine? I have not. For you think zones with poorer quality of life generate more sins or less? I think sins in Cain, which are based off of trauma, should operate off of basically wherever's the most interesting. I think if you want to run a game of Cain that goes into like the socio-political conditions of poorer areas and lower income areas being less advantaged, and therefore we're like having harder circumstances that are significantly tougher on the people that live there in a real actionable way, that might be interesting. But you could also say like, well, trauma's all relative. The latchkey kid that comes from like one parent is a really like famous actor and the other one like is the CEO of a Fortune 500 company but never spends any time with them, they might have an idol for him. Even though all of their material needs are met, they don't feel loved. They don't feel like they have any connection to anyone. So they manifest an idol based off their trauma. And then depending on what community it is, maybe the community aspect of your low income environment helps fill and soothe the ache that the community being disadvantaged gives you. Now, obviously, that's entirely up to you and how you want to run it. You could have it like living in a low income housing development going by the government name of Section 8 sucks. And therefore, there's a bunch of sins. You could also have it be it's all about connectivity and they actually have way fewer sins because they have people that, whether they like each other or not, they're stuck together, so they're going to help each other. You could really go either way. In my setting, I think it's basically, I think it's like a like slightly more situation. It's like maybe like there's a 15% higher manifestation rate in neighborhoods under the poverty line. Like, I think that trauma is so idiosyncratic that, yeah, you might have a bunch of toads pop up, but also I think sins in my setting are more rare than they are in Cain. Not a question. I want to say this because I said it as you left. Very glad I found your channel. These streams are very chill and are helping my brain through icky times. Thank you. I'm glad to be of assistance however I can. Would I rather fight Rory or Neko in a street fight? Okay. My answer, my actual answer. I'm more confident I could beat Neko in a street fight. It would be more satisfying to fight Rory in a street fight. Because, like, I know Rory's dimensions. Like, he's told me, like, his height, and I have a rough idea of his weight. He has a background in Arky, so he has, like, good cardio, and I think he goes to the gym somewhat regularly. So, like, I do not think I would win against Rory. I think Rory would beat me in a fight. He, like, bar everything else, he has height and weight on me. Height and weight with 2 equivalent levels of skill will win. Now, if I knew, like, MMA, and he was taller and heavier than me, then I would still probably win because I have a background in martial arts he doesn't. I think he has some background. Yeah, he actually has some MMA background, like when he was younger. But basically what my point is, height and weight of equivalent skill levels will win you a fight. Neko, on the other hand, I can just whip out the yarn ball. And if that don't work, I can whip out the laser pointer. And if that don't work, I can whip out the laser pointer and eye laser him and blind him. Right? So that's my answer. I would, if I was like placing my bets on it, I would say I would beat Neko. It would be more satisfying to fight Rory. Speaking of guns, if you're designing a game with shooty weapons, what would you say are the most important archetypes to cover? Pistol, semi-auto, shotgun, bolt action. And I think these are the 4 most important. Then underneath this is where you go sniper and SMG. And then under this is where you get into like a Magnum / Desert Eagle / hand cannon. This is where you get into a like a light machine gun. This is where you get it. So like, it's striation. I feel like a semi-automatic pistol, a semi-automatic rifle, a shotgun, and a bolt action like hunting rifle are the most important archetypes. Followed, and like that's if you can only have 4. I didn't forget about SMG. I have SMG. SMG and sniper, I think, are barely niche enough that if you had to like choose as few as possible, you would cut them. But I do think that like if you add any more, it would be sniper, it would be SMG. And then you start adding in like a big hand cannon. You hit an LMG. I mean, you gotta have like one really weird archaic weapon, like a bow or a crossbow. Yeah. So like this is where you can get in like shotgun, like you have pump action here, you have auto shotty over here. Like you can get like more striations. But this is how I would do it. And something that I like, and a BFG just cause something I like doing, like literally it's like a soothing exercise for me. And this shows my brain. This shows my brain. When I was going to bed for like I've been too busy for this recently, but like when I don't have an active project I'm working on, I will just think up, how could I design a game that's as simple as possible, but still hits beats that require complexity? So for instance, I've literally thought like, if I was to make a like shooter, what guns would I include that would minimize the amount of effort of adding stuff to the game while maximizing the actual fun and variability of it? So like, I literally like had the same conversation with myself where I was just like, well, I think that you would need like 2 SMG or two semi-automatic pistols. I think you need like 2 rifles, like one like an M14, one's like an AK. I think you need like at least 2 shotguns, probably 1 pump action, 1 automatic, and you need like 2 rifles, where probably one is like a hunting rifle and one's like a scoped sniper. And then you would also have like an SMG, you'd have an LMG, you would have like I just went through that because like fewer than 12 total weapons. How can you get the greatest variability, right? That's the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. That's literally like a soothing exercise that I do to like fall asleep to, because I just find it fun. I find it fun to like workshop through my brain. How can I minimize scope while maximizing output in like a game dev situation? What sin would you spawn? I have thought about this before, and I think at different times in my life, I would spawn a different sin. And I've gone through basically all of them except a toad. And I think at this point in my life, it would probably be a toad, because one of my biggest insecurities right now is fiscal stability. And so I feel as though I am like let's run it down. Ogre. Well, ogre's up there. Well, ogre's up there. Idol. I don't think I need an idol. Like, yes, there are times in my life where I would have manifested an idol. A toad would fit my color scheme. An idol would, like there were times in my life when I would manifest an idol. I've since gotten to the point where I have people that care about me. I have positivity. If anything, I already kind of feel like I have an idol, because I'm already at the point where I don't feel like I deserve it, but so many people are so kind to give me so much attention. Hound. There are certain things in the world. There are certain people that I have a grudge against. And like, I could manifest a hound depending on circumstances. I don't have anyone like, oh no, you pushed me and therefore eternal damnation upon ye. But like, I do have people in my life who is just like, yeah, with how things are going in the world right now, I have a couple people that I really don't like. And if I was to manifest a hound, I think would go on the grudge target. Centipede, I think I am past this point in my life. I am no longer at the point where I have like misjudged or misattributed stress and frustration and anger and hatred that goes to too many people. I don't think I would manifest a centipede. There was a point in my life. And then the Lord. I'm past the point, I think, of dwelling in the past. I think I'm pretty solidly, the past is the past, the present is the present, the future will be the future. I am living the present, hoping and planning for the future while remembering and honoring the past. There was a time in my life, absolutely, where I was like, I wish I could just go back. But I didn't, because you can't. And I've since grown, right? I resonate too hard with Priya Dubia's speech from Another Crab's Treasure. Do anything that isn't blinding hate. Oh my gosh. What's my workout routine? Okay. My workout routine is every night I have 2 10-pound weights. A 10-pound weight is like 4 kilograms. It's like 4 kilos. It's not that much, but these are the biggest weights I have access to. So I do, with my weights, I do like a set of 15 squats. I do bicep curls where I hold the top of the weight for 15. I do 15 where I hold the bottom. I do 15 where I do a hammer curl, which is I hold by the center. Then I do 15 side lateral raises. Then I do another 15 weighted squats. Then I do my leg exercises, my leg stretches, which is like, I just stretch I like touch my toes, and then I do my leg on the wall, one side, do the other side. I do the sideways stretch on both sides, and then I do as tall as possible by bracing myself, just see how far I can get. And that's like indeterminate. Like generally I'll go for like 5 to 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, but indeterminate, don't time it. And then I've also been making sure that I do like 30 squats at a time. But this is like decoupled from the rest of my exercise. I'll just do 30 squats throughout the day, and I might do this like twice a day. And this is recent. Like I have been doing this routine for like a couple years now, right? And if anything, I could go harder. I could increase the amount of reps I'm doing. However, I'm already at the point where some days I just don't have the energy because I didn't eat enough or whatever. I have some days where I'm so tired that I just don't want to do it, and I barely have like the mental energy to do this. And then like so it's just I do it not because it's like I'm pushing a PB. I just do it as maintenance. I consider it maintenance. The leg thing I've been doing for a couple months now. And then sit-ups. My apologies. Sit-ups. I do like 30 sit-ups at a time. I don't do that like maybe once, twice a day, just because I want to work on my core. I started doing this a couple weeks ago. I know I should, but I hate physical labor too much to work out. Gonna regret it in the future. Yeah. And like, for years now, have been making, I also do, I go on a walk. Sometimes a jog. For cardio. And so generally I'm getting my cardio in. I'm getting some arm. I'm getting some leg. I'm getting some core. I'm just doing maintenance. And I'm specifically not being like, oh, I need like 15, 20 pound weights so that I can like push my PB. What I'm doing is I'm keeping it so that even on days when I'm tired, I can pretty consistently still do it. I'm going for the idea of, I'm not trying to get like a summer bod. I'm trying to ensure that I maintain muscle mass as I hit 30s and 40s and 50s, as I age and get older and older, like throughout the rest of my age, throughout the rest of my time period. I would like to be able to maintain a baseline level of strength. And yes, I could go harder, but I feel like I would be more inclined to drop it then. Arrow, it's been 7 hours. We have to keep going for only 2 more hours to break the record. The record is over 10 hours. This is the milestone celebration. It's the longest stream you've ever done. No, I've gone over 10 hours before. On a Hollow Knight stream, I went like 10 and a half, maybe 11 hours one time. That speech went really hard. Awesome. When will I end stream? Well, I was about to wrap up, but I keep getting asked more questions. Favorite musical artists? Right now... well, so generally speaking, Offspring, Linkin Park, Metallica, then Sevenfold, Black Sabbath. I don't think any of this should surprise you. Recently, I've really enjoyed Deco27, who is not only Milgram Project, but also has a bunch of Miku songs. I really like Queen. I really enjoy Queen. Black Sabbath from Vampire the Masquerade. Oh my gosh. Did you see my comment about Chance earlier? Maybe if I didn't respond to it, feel free to resend it. It's me. I ask all the questions. That's what this stream is for. This stream is meant to be like Q&A, I guess. Not really, but like kind of. So yeah, like so I have more. I'm less listing off like one favorite artist, but like I really like Offspring. I really like Linkin Park. I've been listening to them for years. Oh, Disturbed. Okay, forget Disturbed. I really like Disturbed. As a band, as their music. Other things about them, yeah. But yeah. So I've just been expanding my music taste. If you think about it, the Sabbat are just 4chan. They're not 4chan. I'm not going to get into why the Sabbat are not 4chan. I don't think I need to explain that. If anything, ShrekNet is 4chan. Am I aware of New Zealand? Kiwi. Go. Chirp. Why did I start streaming? I started on YouTube. And from YouTube, I was making videos consistent. And then I took like a month and a half break when I first started, and then I went back into it. I got 100 subs in February, and then like a couple months later I was at like 1k subs, and like I was interested in streaming, but I was scared to start streaming. And the only reason I started streaming is because I hit 1k subs. And so I started streaming on Twitch, and it's because it's like the thing you do when you're a VTuber. You stream. And so in addition to YouTube, I was also streaming. I was interested in streaming because the thing that galvanized me to start content creation was watching a bunch of VTubers and getting really into VTubers and hyperfixating on VTubers. And it's one of those things where I've wanted to be a YouTuber for a really long time. Being a streamer never really was my interest. But then I got really into VTubing, then that kind of like changed my mind a little bit because I hyperfixated on VTubers. So I kind of wanted to start streaming. I was interested in it. I saw people I really appreciated and respected as streamers. So then I figured I'd try my hand at it, and now I've just kind of kept it up. I consider myself a video content creator over a streamer, despite the fact that I stream 3 times a week, right? I think a lot of people would consider themselves like, oh yeah, I'm a dedicated streamer. They stream like 3 times a week. To me, if I was to consider, like, if I was to swap this, if I was to be like, what would like Arrow streams look like? That would probably be like 6 streams a week, right? Because I wouldn't be putting in any energy to videos where all of it would be chatting streams and gaming streams, and like I would have more variety there. I would have probably game dev once per week. I would have programming once per week. I would have chatting like twice per week. I would have a gaming. Like I would diversify my streams, and that's just not what I'm doing. I may do that in the future if I get to the point where like I make money from the channel that can pay for an editor while still being in the black, like, sure, I might try something like that. But at least for the time being, I don't plan on like doing that. I can guarantee you the Nosferatu are only posting nice things. They never commit cyberbullying. That's a lie and you know it. Want to know what type of magic I like? Chance. It gives me the energy. It gives the enemy a chance to react, but in return makes the spell stronger. If the mage doesn't chant, then the spell is much weaker. Yeah. I used to have a borderline irrational dislike of VTubers. I used to feel they were like extra fake, even for content creators, but now I've seen enough genuine ones. Yeah. I get a lot of people. Who I've literally had comments which are just like, cool idea, but like not subbing cause VTuber. And it's like, like, yeah, that sucks, obviously. Like, it's never nice to have someone say something mean about you. But it's also like, if you're the kind of person that doesn't like VTubers, you're probably not the sort of person I get along with, even if I wasn't a VTuber. So, like, it's a filter. And like, yeah, it does lower my subscriber count fairly significantly, I found. When I have videos posted that are not with my model, they do much better, I found. But I like being a VTuber. And so like, if someone is just like, hey, VTubing is cringe, I'll be like, yeah, I know it. Or they're like, ew, why are you a anime person? And I'm just like, Dr. Sales Terminal, sorry. This is the advanced version of nice argument, however, profile picture, anime profile picture, yeah. Deltarune today? What does that mean? Did Deltarune drop today? I have not kept up with Deltarune. I played chapter 1 when it came out, and then I stopped caring about it. How many guns can I put on stream? Well, I can put on at least 3. I don't know if you can understand me like this. I have a gun like this. I don't think you guys can give me a conversation. Can I wish you were up? Sorry. Anyway, I have 3 guns. My secret third gun is Zorod. Why is there a hand in my mouth, big dog? Don't worry about it. Have I ever done a collab stream? I've done plenty of collab streams. I had a time period where every week on Tuesday, when I was streaming on Tuesdays, I was collabing with Rory and Neko, and we played through all of Terraria. I had a couple streams with Lyrical Nyx, where for her send-off stream and also for like a DBD stream prior, I collabed with her. I've had impromptu collabs with like AE. I've actually had a lot of collabs with Rory. Rory and I will just like, we'll both be live and I'll be on YouTube and he'll be on Twitch, and I will just like start streaming his content. I'll just like put a stream on my stream, and then someone in his chat will tell him that I'm watching him, so he'll put me on his, and then we'll like screw with each other. I love stuff like that. I've had Cell on, and they've talked about the Kane game. In the upcoming weeks, I'm going to be with Rain on not this Saturday, but next Saturday, 4th of July weekend. I'm going to have a collab with Rain and some people for Goose Goose Duck. Yeah, I don't really collab too much though. Man, you know what I suddenly realized I want? I want someone to make a Lancer game that plays like MechWarrior. I don't know MechWarrior so good. I have fun with Terraria, though recently got a little soured. I got so tired of Terraria. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Terraria was fun, like up until hard mode. For me, Terraria was fun up until hard mode, and then everything was just like, okay, we're gonna spend 4 hours grinding to get the materials so we can get Rory, because he was playing Warrior, his like new sword. And we're gonna get like another 2 hours to get the accessory for Neko so he can be a mage. And then we're gonna fight a boss and we're gonna kill it in like 30 seconds. Because the way Terraria works is that if you have the proper weapons, you will win the fight. If you don't, you will lose the fight. Right? And like maybe it's the fact I played Summoner. Maybe it's the fact I was the Summoner and therefore I feel like I wasn't very active. But like, I just did not, like, by the end of Terraria, I was so ready for it to be over. I had a lot of fun hanging out with my friends. I had a lot of fun streaming with my buddies. But actually playing the game was like so boring for the past like 15 hours. Search up Terraria Calamity Final Boss. That's what I had to defeat. I don't want to look at Terraria Calamity. It horrifies me. Putting gun at my screen, arrow to even the playing field. You know what? You know what? Oh, you want to go, big dog? You want to go? Yeah. I got 3 guns in. Do you have 3? Or do you only have 1? I don't think you have 3. I got all do it once. I can see where all well. Summoner is one of those boring ones. Yeah, so Summoner, I actually really like summons. And I would have wanted to play Summoner. Although I did kind of get stuck with Summoner. Like, I was with Rory and Neko. And then they just, like, Rory's like, okay, you're going to play Summoner. I was like, okay. I got assigned Summoner. I'm glad I played Summoner. I wanted to play Summoner. I think Summons are cool. It was just so boring. Like, yeah, there was less the game, more some people that watched that you're playing it. And drama, yeah. You're having oats? Nice. Summoner's a lot more active nowadays with whip stack. Yeah, I had the whip. This was like a year and a half ago. This is like end of 2024. Most controversial food opinion. I have said this time and time again. I've said this time and time again. Chicago pizza is not pizza. I reach across the aisle. I say, I don't care if you're a flatbread or if you're a New York style thin crust or if you like pineapple on your pizza. All of you shake hands as we tear down the Chicago establishment of adding in what is effectively a mozzarella pie with tomato sauce and calling it a pizza. It's not pizza. Like if I have these like little pizza rolls, they aren't pizza, they're pizza flavored. If I have combos that have meat and marinara and cheese in them, but they have like a bread outside, like a pretzel outside, they're not pizza, they're pizza flavored. It can be pizza flavored pie. That's okay. I'm not going to say it doesn't taste like pizza. It can taste really good. But what I am going to say is that I'm not going to like inform your delusions of Chicago pizza styling as if you're not delusional. Dude, you had bad deep dish? I don't care if I've had bad deep dish. I've had good Stromboli. Stromboli don't be pizza. It's different. I've had good New York style pizza. I've had bad New York style pizza. I've had good flatbread. I've had bad flatbread. I've had, I'm sure, good and bad Chicago style. It doesn't count. It's a pie that has a thick crust. If it's a bread, salsa, cheese, seasoning, that's not a pizza. That's not that a pizza does not make. Pineapple on pizza is but Hawaiian pizza is definitely good. Pineapple on pizza is fine. Not my thing per se. It's fine. I don't care. I don't care if you want to have pineapple on your pizza. Stromboli is a pizza burrito, which is why it's not pizza. It's Stromboli. A calzone. A calzone is like a pocket of pizza. But it's not pizza. It's not considered pizza. It doesn't have the form of pizza. Just like a pie is not a pizza. Yes, it's a pizza pie, but that does not make any old pie a pizza. Chicago deep dish is... Let me show you Chicago deep dish. This is like unironically my hottest food take. This is not a pizza. This is a lasagna with a crust. Do I own a blowhigh? Yes, I do. So Arrow stances that's Chicago quiche. It doesn't have egg. Otherwise, yes, it would be a quiche. I use pineapple on pizza as a people filter. Listen, pineapple on pizza, that's fine. I don't really care. You do you. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I believe that you should be able to live your life as you see fit, living it however you want, so long as you're not hurting nobody. Chicago deep dish pizza is hurting everyone. What up, pizza flavored piatos? That's not pizza. Following the letter of pizza law before the spirit. Is Lancaster pizza? Does Lancaster have tomatoes? Someone said they weren't a stereotype, like it made them better for not owning a cute shark. How many do you have? Because I have 3. I have 1, and I only have it because my roommate's mother was getting them one. And then it was like on sale or something, so they got me one as well. So I got a blowhigh, and my roommate has one, and we both have blowhigh. However, I'm the only one that actively uses my blowhigh. My blowhigh, someone saying earlier that the Dakimura, like the full body pillow, is useful for like hugging something when you're like sleeping. I do that with my blowhigh. I have my little blowhigh on my chest. I have it in my arms. Yeah, I use it as like a, when I go to bed, it's like I hug it, right? But I only have the tiny one. I only have the tiny one. I have the one that's like the size of my arm. I'm saying it wrong? What, do you want me to say blahaj? Bluehaj? Does it have an orange form? What the frick? First New Zealand IKEA opened recently. I got a few people blowhigh. But are we classifying food by topology or other? We're classifying food by like consensus. And what I'm putting forward, like, this is the same image. Oh my gosh, the resolution is so much different. Like, the only difference here is that this has a hard crust, this one doesn't. Yes, it is. This has cheese and meat and layers. The Chicago has the same. I'd rather have the fake pizza. Arrow doesn't know about the food cube. What the frick is the food cube? I need to go. What the frick is the food cube theory? Okay. Wait. No, I know this one. Starch locations. For identifying dishes based on starch locations, if it's starch on bottom, food on top, it's toast. If it's top and bottom, sandwich. If, however, is a sub a sandwich, yes, therefore that needs to be qualified. Taco, bottom sides. Sushi, ring around it. Does that mean a taquito? I mean a tostada? Are those sushi? Soup, salad, bread bowl, if the starch is a bowl around it, and the calzone is if it's fully enclosed. That makes all pizza toast? No, it makes normal pizza toast, and Chicago deep dish would be a soup or a salad. Like, listen, Chicago deep dish is more soup than, like, in a bread bowl than it is pizza. Is a sandwich 2 pieces of bread connected together by a top? Okay. That's the eternal question, right? That's the question that no one wants to answer. The question no one wants to answer is, okay, so you have like your traditional sandwich. People have made like studies on this. This is well known. This is well documented. And also, you can have a sub. What happens if you have a single piece of bread that connects and that you slot everything in like a taco? No, Dire Queen, we're not asking that. If someone called my pizza a soup, I'd jump off the Statue of Liberty into a shallow fryer as opposed to a deep fryer. Let me grab this. Sub sandwich. So you're going to tell me this is a taco. You're telling me this is a taco. Why? Because it has a point of connection? Why? Because the two tips are touching? During Pride Month of all months? This is not a taco. This is a really good looking Italian BMT. I'm not gonna lie. I should not be looking. Why are we discussing food after I have not eaten for 7 hours? Some people argue that deep dish is a casserole. What is a casserole? I need to understand what a casserole is. I need to grok a casserole. I accept deep dish is casserole. However, with the understanding that a deep dish has a crust. A deep dish is a casserole with a crust. My model is breaking. I think that it's time for me to go. I think that I was rage baited successfully by the food question. Like, because if you've been here before, do we have a timer? By definition, I guess, but by morality, no. With that logic, a burger? No, not all burgers. Also, if I have a burger or a sub sandwich, if I have a sub sandwich and it's like this, and I take apart the two pieces of bread and then I put them back together, but they're no longer connected, did I just turn a taco into a sandwich? You're rage baiting. I am speaking the truth, and you refuse to listen, for you are sinners among saints. You must cast aside your doubts and suspicions and allow yourself to be brought into the holy light that is Chicago deep dish pizza being a casserole. Mine was a local Italian dish called me ne frego, which means I don't give a darn in Italian, but more colloquially, I don't give an F. Oh my gosh. Okay, but what's my favorite restaurant name? I mean, so I've seen a couple Vietnamese places. Fucking good. Like that's cute. That's fun. It's silly. One was I didn't go to this place, but I passed by it. It was like a Casa de, and then whatever like Spanish for aunt was. And so it's the idea of like your aunt's house. That was the name of the restaurant. Like, oh, I'm going over to my aunt's house. And I thought that was cute. If I cut a channel in the Sahara Desert and fill it with sauce, did I turn the planet into a giant taco? Okay, no. You turned Africa into a giant taco. That's a specification. And while yes, Africa is connected to Asia and Asia is connected to Europe, and that means you could reasonably say all of Eurasia is one giant taco. I don't think that's fair to the overhang. Are the oceans soup? Yeah, obviously. If you say sinners among saints in the freaking pizza context again, I'm crucifying your bloweye on a burning cross. No. Okay, I have a question. Does anyone here have a guess for what I've named my bloweye? Do you have a guess for what my bloweye's name is? I'll consume food. Oh, right. I need to go consume food. My throat's also kind of killing me. There's a food truck here called Bulldoggies, which makes Philly cheesesteaks with bulgogi minced cheese. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. Carlos, Tibby, Go Eat. Go Eat's a very odd name. It's named Sharky the Shark. Go Eat Drink. That's not. I haven't slayed it. Go Eat Girl. Like, okay. My blowhigh's name is Blowhigh. I just call it Blowhigh. And if I'm talking to my roommate and like like my stuffed animal comes up, I'll just like call it Blowhigh. But not like my Blowhigh. Not the Blowhigh. Just Blowhigh. And now my roommate, who can hear me right now, is whispering at me different for like, it's Blowhigh. It's just Blowhigh. Like they're answering. Blah. It's not blah. Is it blage? It's not blage. I've heard blage is wrong. Couldn't even name it blage, the Isle of Ireland. Hi, roommate. Hi. Oh, they can hear you. Shush up. Quiet down. Back to the mines. Whip. Crack. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. I just whipped my roommate. Don't worry about it. My favorite was a hot dog place called Super Mario's, and they had Super Mario decor and menu, and it was great because they had no affiliation with Nintendo. What was that? Don't worry about it. You're getting it right. I have a Swedish architect as a... Thank you, Drag. I thought it was Blahaj initially, and then I was corrected. That's Blohai. You are worse than my brother at naming, and he named our cat Michi, which is his cat in Mexican. Okay, Mayoshi. For those of you who don't know, VTubers, if you have like a VTuber you really like, that is your Oshi. This is actually my Kami Yoshi. My favorite of all VTubers. She named her cat, of all things, Meow Meow. So she will like just be like streaming, and then she'll be like, wait, Meow Meow, meow, stop it, Meow Meow, and just like start talking to this cat and just calling it Meow Meow. And I think that's adorable. I think it's very cute. Yeah, wherever we go, we get some Chicago style or whatever in your stomach already. I know. I listen, I think Chicago style casserole sounds really like not very good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the sound of casseroles. However, what people call Chicago deep dish pizza is good and can be good. However, it's not pizza. And on that, thank you all so much for swinging by. I have a video that I don't even know what's coming out tomorrow. Is it a 40K video? I don't know. I've lost track of all sense of time. Friday, we're going to be making Kane content. Saturday, I'm going to be programming over on Twitch. And be on the lookout for a Lancer video later this week and a ASMR video later this week. Among Us? So, thank you so much for 50,000 subscribers. Kind of crazy, kind of wild. And I would say like, oh, here's to 100K more. All of you are much more invested in getting to 100K than I am. I must say, all of you are much more confident than I am. Thank yourself, twin. We'll get there eventually. Bye. Have a lovely day, night, morning, afternoon, evening, whenever. And take care of yourself. Bye-bye.